Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn Tiberi, and we're coming off the most confusing day of LPL yesterday. It was ridiculous. World Elite getting a 2-0 victory. Energy Pacemaker also scoring a 2-0. King and Vici tying in what was the most ridiculous series of stomp after stomp in different ways. It was ridiculous, and we have no idea what to expect today.
Yeah, exactly right, Atlas. Halfway through the season, and things couldn't have got more confusing. We thought we had finally kind of got a definitive leaderboard. There's, of course, the three teams out the front, EDG, OMG, and Snake, really putting the pressure on everyone else to
I didn't even mention
catch-up.
M3 2-0ing Snake for their first 0-2 loss in the whole season.
Exactly right, and that was just thrown under the bus yesterday. Everyone has kind of been taking games off each other. Energy Pacemaker, they played terrifically and in different fashion, and you have to say that halfway through the season, we're back at square one.
Yeah, we are, and we have our first matchup for you. It's going to be Energy Pacemaker taking on LGD, and I would have thought, coming into the week, Energy Pacemaker still struggling, LGD looking great, but I have no idea what could happen, because if Raphael gets his Victor, things could go very, very wrong here for LGD.
Yeah, it certainly could. That seemed to be the linchpin yesterday. Who would have thought a linchpin Victor in the mid lane? But Raphael showing up huge. 16-1-16, I believe, with the scoreline on that.
That was his collective score over 2 games.
Wouldn't be surprised if it did get hit. Of course, he did play it both times. And there it goes.
First ban Victor, ladies and gentlemen. The first time we see it in the LPL, it goes 2-0. Now it is sitting on the bench. This is hilarious. And Viger going to be taken off the board as well. Energy Pacemaker really respecting Imp's Callista as they take that off first pick.
Yeah, certainly want to get that away. I guess the other thing we have to mention in this is Energy Pacemaker playing 3 series this weekend. So far they're 3-1. And the fact that they were able to 2-0 and then split with Vici, if they can split here with LGD or do the unthinkable and pick up all 3 points, this Super Week for them, quasi-Super Week, is going to be an absolute amazing turnaround. So very excited to see what they can do.
And we're smack bang in the middle of the LPL here as well. Everything can change as we move towards those playoffs. And Energy Pacemaker, they only need to make it to that top 8.
Yeah, exactly right, and that's still wide open for them to be able to do so. Nah also gets removed. That's going to be taken away from Amazing J, but more likely just one of those bans that you don't want to see Nah getting through. Amazing J does play it when he has to, but does prefer like the carry tops, the Hecarims, the J-Force.
Yeah, Jarvan and Hecarim seem to be almost synonymous here with Amazing J. His Scion also something that we definitely need to mention, but we'll see whether they pick that one up as LGD going to wait for their last ban. Rek'Sai, she's going to sit on the bench here as well. No confusion about gender for us casters.
Yeah, taking that away from Drizzle, not hitting the Lee Sin, not wanting to go with the Rengar. Of course, Drizzle can play the Rek'Sai, but has been favoring the others, and would not be surprised if this was a first pick Hecarim. Very strong champion.
Yeah, and Amazing J just loves getting on that horse as well. Really canters around the battlefield, and we'll see whether he's going to be able to make good use of it. But this is with the likes of Lissandra, Janna, Kassadin. There are so many champions still on the board.
Yeah, Kennen comes to mind when you talk about Acorn. That champion's coming back into the meta. Have to speak about that. Rumble's still available as well. All the big tanky like Scion and Maokai still there if Acorn wants to take that in the top lane. They really do have their pick of the bunch here. They go for some ambiguous picks. Lissandra, of course, great at kiting as well as that hard CC engage. Throw in PYL's Janna there for good measure. Just such a solid champion.
And he can just feel free to lane with absolutely anyone here on that champion as well. Drizzle looking to pick up his Lee Sin, of course. Very comfortable on that champion as well. Has played in the last 2 games. Both of the victories that Energy Pacemaker managed to secure yesterday.
Yeah, and that's why the Rek'Sai ban kind of confused me, because Drizzle's Lee Sin is definitely his best champion. He looks leagues more comfortable playing that champion than he does anything else. So taking away the Rek'Sai is a bit strange, but we'll give over the Lee Sin. I would not be surprised if that got locked in. Looking for something else out of Raphael. Probably not the KO. Corki gets lost in for Kane.
Yeah, and I like the Corki pickup here as well. And it opens up Raphael to play anything there in that mid lane because, of course, Corki, so much mixed damage here as well. But Imp insta-locks Twitch.
Yeah, and that's a very brave pickup there. Corki, that lane boy. Twitch generally struggles very hard in the lane, so that will be possibly a lane swap. Trying to deal with Amazing J's Hecarim by throwing him into the 2v1. Hecarim not a great 2v1 laner. So that will be probably what LGD is looking to do here, but That was a very aggressive lock-in from Imp. He knew exactly what he wanted.
Oh, yeah, and actually the Yasuo are going to be hovered here, so Raphael might be looking to go towards some sort of AD mid laner. Do have some time here as he switches back over to Lulu, and Shu pretty content with a possible Annie.
Yeah, Annie, very good pickup here. Deals with Twitch in lane very well because no gap closer to get out of that Tibbers. So if you ever get in range, that will be a dead rat. And I really like the Lulu Hecarim combo. Hecarim takes a long time to get tanky. He really does need to get to that second, third item if he goes Trinity Force first. And if you add all that movement speed, gives him some more damage. But more importantly, the shields and the big wild growth, make sure that he is inherently tanky without those items. Gives him a little bit of a buffer during that mid game when he is trying to scale up. And a late game Hecarim, especially from Amazing J, could be something terrifying here. Very immobile carries coming out.
Yeah, but the thing is that we saw LGD run a very similar comp to this earlier on in the week against Gamty, and Gamty looked completely shut out from the game. As soon as these teamfights broke out, Lissandra and Kennen, just a devastating combo.
Yeah, it certainly is that 1-2 punch with either one of them being able to just swoop in, secure one stun, and then it follows in through there. It also means that they're going for a completely different type of peel. This is the best way, I think, to play Twitch, where there are so many threats that you cannot dive past the Vi, the Kennen, the Lissandra to get onto the Twitch and lock him down. He's going to be able to flank, open up with that rat-a-tat-tat from any angle he wants, and there's just so much CC that you have to be able to dive through.
Yeah, and not to mention the fact that as soon as Imp decides he wants to roam, use those submarine plays made famous by the likes of Deft, of course, on a Samsung lineup himself. So he can come through in that mid game, and they've got Vi with Assault and Battery. They've got Frozen Tomb coming through as well. This Twitch can be out, will be able to secure kills so easily.
Yeah, so there's Imp on his Twitch. It will be, I guess, a tough ask for him to get through the laning phase. They need to dodge the 2v2, you feel, but if they are able to do it, they will be able to get into a very good team fighting phase.
And is this about Energy Pacemaker sort of needing to be dictating the pace to LGD towards the early stages of this game? Because, of course, if LGD managed to get things working exactly how they want to, I mean, Imp would be able to just roam the map and kill everyone after he gets that Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, this is about Energy Pacemaker needing to get a little bit ahead and then engage the fights and not be engaged upon. Nothing more terrifying than Lissandra flying over a wall.
Yeah, but let's get onto the Rift and see what happens. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with our first match of Day 3. Energy Pacemaker taking on LGD. And it is a best of 2, of course. Energy Pacemaker going to be starting on our blue side today. It's Amazing J making his way towards the top side. And you can see Imp already hanging around up here too, trying to stay on the opposite side of the map to Kane.
Yeah, and that's a really cute move because they've zoned with Kennen and now Twitch is following him in. So unless they really chase into that brush, won't have eyes on where that sneaky rat is. And we see Shu just trying to get some nice harass down onto Schwen there.
Yeah, and Kane actually gets spotted by a ward here on this bottom side as well. So LGD able to work out where this Corki is, actually continuing to walk forward, trying to get some deep vision down. Does manage to get it here by that Gromp, but Amazing J taking some harass here from Acorn and Imp.
Yeah, it certainly is, but a nice,
Ooh, dangerous stuff here going on in the river so far. Oh, shoot, there's the double stun. First blood already. The support in PYL just destroying Shu.
Yeah, able to get in there. Wow, that was such an aggressive move. And Wayless actually took his W level 1 to ensure that that stun came through. Very patient play out of LGD because you would expect the Lissandra to have that low cooldown Q at level 1 to be able to push out the wave. But very selfless play, able to pick up the first blood.
Might be a little bit of a struggle here in the early laning phase. Of course, that Glitterland's going to be a little bit better than the Ring of Frost to come through from Wayless, but it won't take him too long to be able to get to that level 2. And he's pretty happy to have that extra assist under his belt here as well.
And through that level 1, they get their lane swap. Imp has been able to stack up the wave. That's going to push in his favor, and that puts Hecarim at a distinct disadvantage.
Yeah, they are going to be doing a little bit of jungling here. Of course, Amazing J with that Rampage, able to get a lot of damage down onto these Raptors, but he might actually die to the big one here. This is a problem.
Yeah, it certainly is. Will be able to not clear that out himself. Doesn't want to take any experience off Drizzle either, so he's in a bad spot at the moment, Amazing J. Hecarim really does need to get that 1v1 lane, otherwise he struggles.
Yeah, a little bit of an issue here as Kane He'll be hanging out here on his own in this lane and does actually have his wave pushing into the turret as well.
Yeah, so Kane will maybe even look to reverse a wave, shove it hard after the next one and get it to equalize and then try and freeze after that. But Amazing J, he's joined Imp in the top lane, and look at all the harass that comes out of this Twitch.
Yeah, that Contaminate doing some work here to Amazing J as Imp just wanting to keep that poison ticking.
Yeah, and this is a dive possibility right now as well. When on that top side of the map, we'll be able to get behind Kennen coming up as well. Acorn in position, so this is a good position for LGD to be and be able to really pressure out Amazing J early.
Yeah, and that's actually Schwen stealing away the blue buff here as well as Amazing J. Oh, Intelligent Trinket Ward going to be used, but Acorn might find him here. Hits him with a couple of abilities. There's a flash into the Vault Breaker here as well. Denting Blows doing a lot of work. One more auto attack. Acorn flashes for it, and 2 dead already. LGD, they probably weren't watching Energy Pacemaker yesterday.
Yeah, so a little bit of a misplay there with 2 auto attacks being cancelled by Vi, but a very good outcome. Acorn did have to blow the flash because of it, but able to pick up a kill. Getting it over on the top laner, that's very important because Acorn, as you saw, was still level 1. He's been completely denied a farm, but that gets him some early gold. Going to be able to join PYL in this bottom lane now, and he's absolutely fine.
Yeah, completely fine. Wayless as well, not struggling at all in this middle lane, considering the fact that he had to take that Ring of Frost, and Schwen continuing the counter jungle here.
Yeah, and PYL even stopping the back on the other side of the map now, pinging out Drizzle, who's in a little bit of danger.
Yeah, actually, he did steal away the Gromp, so PYL going to take a little bit of damage from this Lee Sin as he auto-attacks him, but nothing to write home about. An Imp might be in a little bit of trouble up here. The Ignite's down on him, but Schwen's here. Shu sort of wanted to get out here as well. Imp, one more Rampage. Amazing J is going to be able to get enough damage. Raphael finally turns it around. Is he going to survive? He does! The horse is amazing and secures the kill.
Yeah, and Dangerous Game maybe coming through there. I didn't see if it was a boost, maybe just some regen. Very nicely played, though, from the Energy Pacemaker lineup. Good collapse coming through, able to pick up a couple of kills in response. Gets the game back on even footing.
Yeah, and Raphael with a nice roam here as well. Wayless was nowhere to be found as Kane getting zoned away here just a little bit. Shuriken not going to find him, but he does have a 2-level advantage on both of these LGD members in the bottom lane, so he probably doesn't need to be too frightened.
Yeah, Kane was trying to be cute and just go around and pick up the experience for the cannon creep. Good damage coming out now, though.
Yeah, Phosphorus Bomb, he's sharing the damage amongst these LGD members. Very strong here on this Corki, and hasn't actually been back, so that's just a Doran's Blade.
Yeah, and this is the benefit of having a caster carry against something like an auto attack carry. Acorn, needs to be careful he doesn't face check this brush.
Yeah, he is actually going to walk in. Does have the auto attack prime there as well. Doesn't get the stun, though, as the Shuriken not available. Doesn't find Drizzle here as well, but some nice damage to come down, and Shu is actually here in this lane. Raphael went back to base, picked up his Fiendish Codex. That's going to be responded in kind by Wayless on the other side of the map. PYL continuing the roam.
Yeah, another Doran's ring actually coming out for Wayless as well. So he's going for some early game pressure, trying to deny this supportive Lulu the farm. She needs to really get her utility and damage going. Nice wards around this side of the map, spotting out the turret dive here, but let's see if Amazing J can do anything.
Yeah, he's trying to run out of the way here. Oh, dodges the Vault Breaker beautifully and actually uses that devastating charge to create some more distance. Really nice Hecarim play.
Yeah, really nicely done there, but he is going for the Trinity Force, and you have to question that. Understand the fact that he wants to be impactful in this mid game, but Tank Hecarim can get some work done as well, and it is going to be very delayed, maybe somewhere around that 17, 18-minute mark for that first item to come through. So he needs to be careful he doesn't become irrelevant by not being tanky enough to survive all of the CC that's going to come out of this cannon, going to come out of the Lissandra.
Is he just sort of banking on having that wild growth in order to keep him alive in these fights?
Yeah, I really think that is the 1-2 punch they're going for, making sure that they get that down onto the Hecarim as Wayless. Another nice roam coming out. Very good map movement coming from LGD. They're not allowing Energy Pacemaker to get settled in their lanes. They're continually bringing 2 and 3 member, rotating PYL from the top to the bottom, and just ensuring that they're uncertain at all time who's going to be where. It really helps out Vi's early ganking, of course. Very good at ganking if you can hit that Vault Breaker, but otherwise does need to wait for the level 6.
Yeah, Drizzle hanging out here in this top side of the map, looking to try and help out Amazing J if he gets any more attention. One thing that I'd like to mention, though, is the fact that LGD continually have a lot of pressure. Is Shu actually looking for a stun here? The ambush does come through. PYL takes a lot of damage from that devastating charge Rampage, but LGD are going to be okay. And what I was going to say is the fact that Energy Pacemaker, their vision is very admirable this game because they haven't been a team sort of known for that, and LGD definitely are.
Yeah, they certainly haven't. They've got the important parts of the map, the chokes watered, so they can see where the movements are coming through. As Drizzle just walks over Ward. Still might be able to get in range though.
Yeah, Glacial Path not going to be taken here. There's the Wild Growth just for the knock-up as Raphael very low on mana. Frozen Tomb defensively, but it's going to work as a little bit of a confusing Zhonya's as Raphael gets an Ignite, but he's going to be okay.
Yeah, completely fine. So that's another kill picked up for the Energy Pacemaker lineup. The only danger here is it is going onto the support player. So Shu really needs to make sure he's using this gold to get his team ahead. He's done it by picking up Moby Boots. Now he needs to make sure it goes into wards, goes into those visions so he can continue to track Schwen's movement and help roam around the map.
Yeah, or he could build a Death Cap and just be a gigantic Annie.
There's a potential for that.
I don't know. I think it'd be exciting. Imp, though, going to continue the farm here on this top side, continually having a level advantage despite PYL hanging out just a little bit up there, but Amazing J gets zoned out of quite a bit of experience. Still quite doing quite well as far as that farm is concerned, but Acorn has caught back up.
And the blue buff was actually just taken by Schwen there, so not going to be available.
Are you going to say that the mid lane may have way less mana?
Yeah, way less mana, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Dragon going to be started up here as well. Amazing J and Shu waiting to try and get some pressure onto Imp, but that's going to mean the Dragon comes down, and oh, Imp, you're in so much trouble. Actually picks up the Dragon, the Ignite, not going to be enough.
Yeah, so Ignite not enough to take him out. He ends up getting through there, and that gives pressure on the bottom side of the map, although Amazing J has been able to pick up a lot of farm in this lane swap. So you have to say, early Dragon versus getting a carry Hecarim going, probably in the Hecarim's favor. Able to bleed a couple of objectives at this point. I think the first Dragon is getting a little bit overrated at the moment. I think that it's definitely worthwhile having, but
well, it only sort of starts getting effective once you pick up a couple of items here as well, because a 6% of about 20 ability power, not all that much, let's be honest.
Yeah, exactly right. So definitely putting more emphasis into getting the top side of the map secured. Try and hold this Twitch down, and you can see that it's working. 13 CS behind the Corki. Corki doing much better. And now, Amazing J's been able to catch up and get ahead of Acorn.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Corki definitely getting going. Almost has that phage complete halfway through that Trinity Force. You have to think, actually could potentially even go back and pick up that phage in a couple of minions. But Kane, of course, probably wanting to wait until that Trinity Force power spike. And you may think that Energy Pacemaker could put on a fantastic show once both of these Trinity Forces get completed.
Yeah, you certainly can. And PYL needs to be careful here because he hasn't been picking up much experience, and he's in a lane that has been getting repetitively ganked. And being a level 4 Janna against a Hecarim that's been doing a lot of damage is a scary prospect. So needs to make sure that he's playing a very supportive role, not looking to get too aggressive.
And actually, PYL having a ward here in this top side. They don't spot Drizzle, who's looking to come in and try and put some pressure onto Imp. Amazing J, though, able to just come and pick up the farm that he wants because neither PYL or Imp really want to engage on this guy.
Yeah, and I think that shows that they know that Drizzle... Oh, no, they don't.
Yeah, actually, they are engaging Drizzle, actually waiting a little bit before he comes in. Amazing J now wants to turn around, doesn't have the ultimate available just yet. I don't believe, or is that just... No, it's just... Yeah, it's just about to come back up again as Amazing J going to head back now, but he took a little bit too much damage here before Drizzle came through.
Yeah, Drizzle was very late on trying to go for that engage and then wanted to go for the support AD carry player as we see Schwen in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Shu actually wants to try and turn this one around. Assault and Battery comes down. Kane takes half of his health as Acorn tries to get in there. A Phosphorus Bomb, so much damage as Amazing J comes around as well, just rampages onto Shu. He doesn't even get an assist for that one as Kane just has so much damage.
And once again, that is brilliant ward coverage in the bottom lane. Look how much it has lit up throughout the entrances into the area. Just being able to spot out exactly where they're coming from. And that was really nicely played by the duo lane. In the bottom lane, they're going to pick up the first turret in the game, although it will be responded in kind. But that's 109, 110 CS Corki, who's right on point for picking up a 13-minute Trinity Force here, and that's a scary prospect.
Yeah, and we were talking about the fact that Raphael played fantastically yesterday, but Kane also had a brilliant showing. and now up against Imp, the world champion here on Twitch. Of course, one of the champions that he was known for, but maybe has fallen out of the meta here just a little bit. And Corki, most definitely relevant.
Yeah, Corki definitely is relevant. Late game Twitch is just going to output way more damage because of all of the AoE that comes through. Imp has actually got himself to a very respectable position for Twitch at this point in the game, especially going into the lineup that he's against. Being able to farm and keep up with the carries is a very good thing for the LGD lineup. It puts their team fights in a more accelerated position than maybe they thought they would be if they weren't able to get this lane swap. And it has meant that he's been able to pick up the Blade of the Ruined King at the same time that the Trinity Forces come through, which open up so many ganks in that mid lane.
And Kane continually pushing up this bottom side. Might actually be in a little bit of an interesting position, but of course Drizzle and Raphael sort of hanging around to down here. Now going to be able to clear out the ward there, and the Scuttle Crab might be the next thing to look at. Shu, also the fastest little girl ever. Going to be sprinting around this map, trying to get some vision here to protect this Corki as he continues his Trinity Force-powered onslaught against these turrets.
Yeah, and has already picked up the distortion enchant on those boots. Wants to make sure the flash tippers is available as much as possible. Recognizing that they need picks, not big team fights, and maybe even looking for a dive now onto Acorn.
Yeah, Acorn doesn't have a Zhonya's to speak of. He's going to flash and lightning rush himself to safety. But that could mean Energy Pacemaker gets some time with this inner turret.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way, and that's so much of the engage tool gone as, wow, that was a chunking Glitter Lance there. And getting rid of the flash on the cannon just means that he can't be the one that engages the fight. Now it has to either be the Insulted Battery coming through, or that Lissandra getting a very nice Glacial Path. And the tier 2 turret falls Atlas. They're able to pick it up.
Yeah, so that's 2 turrets now to 1 here in favor of Energy Pacemaker, and they're using their Corki to take objectives. This is things that we've been talking about Chinese teams not necessarily making use of, and this time they are utilizing it. And you have to think that, I mean, that might be what Imp wants to be doing here on this Twitch, really wanting to move around the map now that he has that Blade of the Ruined King, but it's been Kane making the moves.
Yeah, so Imp wants to be able to set up ganks. Twitch still a very poor turret sieging AD carry. On the other side, I think a lot of the credit actually has to go to the support player, Annie just being able to put so much inherent pressure on at the moment with all of that movement speed coming out, as well as the Tibbers. Acorn just isn't in a position to be able to survive all the burst damage that's going to come out of the Annie, the CC, as well as the Corki, which puts him in a better position. I guess the Lulu pickup has really blocked a lot of the roams you would expect to see coming out of a Twitch once he's picked up that Blade of the Ruined King, with the pressure of the wild growth being able to be put down and just be able to walk out of the ganks. Isn't really able to make much happen around the map at this point.
Yeah, and of course, Raphael also able to push out this wave a lot, which stops Wayless from getting into other lanes. Of course, that Glacial Path generally making Lissandra a fantastic roaming champion.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's something that is undervalued about Lulu, her ability to be able to neutralize aggressive lanes, as we see another turret siege coming through, and the 3rd turret of the game being picked up. Acorn's going back. They might even be able to grab a Dragon off this, although teleport is available, but as you can see, they've sent Imp back top lane.
Yeah, Imp now deciding to move back down towards this bottom side. As you can see, the vision is definitely there for LGD. They know what's going on, but you can see Energy Pacemaker, they have wards scattered everywhere around this dragon.
Yeah, Energy Pacemaker's control over the bottom side of the map, particularly all game, has been relatively good. They had a couple of really nice key wards around the top side of the map when Amazing J was being turret dove repetitively, but after that they just put so much focus on the bottom side of the map, picked themselves up 2 turrets and then the mid turret, and their vision game over an area, we spoke about this yesterday, you don't have to light up the whole map with wards, just the next objective that you're looking to secure, and you can see exactly from where their focus is that they wanted that bottom lane, they wanted the mid turret, and they've also picked up the Baron from it, so fantastic effort from Drizzle and Shu to be able to light up that area.
Yeah, and we'll see whether this vision does transfer over to the other side of the map and how Energy Pacemaker managed to do that, of course, because that outer turret in the top lane is sticking out like a sore thumb here on the map.
Yeah, it certainly is, but at this point, the Hecarim is getting a little bit more tanky now, being able to pick up the Glacial Shroud as well as some MR for himself. So he'll be able to sit in that lane, continue to split push, and I guess take that turret whenever he wants because he has the teleport available, whereas it's really up to LGD with this mid-game team fighting comp. to be able to get a couple of, I guess, 4-on-4s or 5v5s and try and dictate the flow of the game a little bit.
And you can see LGD, they did manage to steal away the blue buff here as the Dragon fell down in favor of Energy Pacemaker. But, of course, a blue buff not quite going to be as good as a Dragon.
No, it certainly wasn't. And that was the first time where they actually sent Imp mid just then, looking for a little bit of a gank, but was fantastically spotted out by some wards around the corner. So that's what the focus is now on for LGD. As you can see, PYL here looking to clear up some paths for the Twitch to be able to stealth in, and he's going to be contested very heavily for it.
Yeah, actually, Shu is going to be able to get rid of this pink ward. Amazing J getting slicing Maelstrom as he wants to fight Akon here on the bottom side. Akon, though, just has so much harassment on this cannon.
Yeah, there's another 2 members coming down the river. That's why Amazing J's scared.
Yeah, there's the Onslaught of Shadows actually into the Assault and Battery, and Twitch is there, the Contaminate after the cask, and he is easily able to secure that kill.
Amazing J got one in return, and they're going to trade turrets here, and the turret pushing in the top lane is so much quicker. LGD need to make sure they don't overcommit here.
Yeah, Frozen Tomb going to be used onto Raphael, who's holding onto that Wild Growth. He's not going to die here as the bottom tower falls down, but the inner in the top side of the map is going to fall in response. Wayless could almost take down that outer turret in the mid lane as we have a little bit of a pause situation, but Imp able to secure that bottom outer. And Akon now going to have to go back to a top lane that is without turrets.
Yeah, so completely no top lane turrets, no bottom lane turrets, and still a mid lane turret. Oh, wow.
There's the flash tip as Akon's in so much trouble. The Zhonya's is there. The rocket just soars through him, but Energy Pacemaker just with so much momentum at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and importantly, giving it over to the AD carry, Kane. He's really started to get going now. Highest CS in the game apart from the mid laner, Wayless, who's just farming up an absolute storm on Lissandra. He's got his Trinity Force and Sork Boots, and whilst we credited how good this late game team fight will be out of LGD, it's not going to be the same if they can't get through this rough mid-game patch that Corky's going to put on.
Yeah, and look at their transition of vision as well. This is the thing that you were talking about that they have to focus on. All of their wards now towards that top side of the map so they could secure the inner and outer turrets in the top side. Energy Pacemaker are playing like a team that have planned every step of the way.
Yeah, exactly right. And yeah, we mentioned it repetitively. All you need to do is light up the area of the map where the next objective is. So they wanted the top 2 turrets. They completely sacked all their wards on the bottom side of the map and just moved the double Sightstone users into the top side of the map, got that completely set up. Now that they want the Dragon control again that's up in 2 minutes, look at exactly what they did. They swept out, they secured the Scuttle Crab. Now they're moving back into the river. Once again, double Sightstone users together, making sure they're getting that nice deep vision.
Yeah, and this is play that we're expecting out of the likes of PYL. Of course, arguably one of the best Chinese support players in the scene thus far. But of course, it's been Shu just walking around this map as Annie, super fast, now has an Aegis as well. Of course, this is a 3-1-2 support Annie that's able to supply a lot more stats for his team.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think that is a difference. You have to credit, I guess, PYL because he's done a lot with limited resources. He hasn't been as involved as what Shu has been, but Shu has used his gold to great effect and really been able to secure a lot of key vision for his team. And you can see he is repetitively looking around, trying to secure pressure areas of the map for his team.
Yeah, and the Dragon is going to be up in a minute here. Energy Pacemaker just pushing out this big wave on the top side. Akon waiting in the wings, wants to continue the split push. Teleports available across the board as the blue buff going to receive some attention. But the horse is there, the guardsman horse. They are going to be able to secure this one here as well. Drizzle hanging around about just to see whether he can add his pressure. And Akon just going to head back to base here as well. And LGD, they just look stumped.
Yeah, LGD are at the point now where I guess they're a little bit behind. EP have played this early game well, but it's only a 800 gold lead. So LGD definitely still in this. They're down some objectives, which means if they are able to win their team fights, they're going to be able to get a lead very quickly because there's just so much more gold available on the map. But the danger here is that Hecarim's getting rolling. He's going to be that tanky late game Hecarim now. the lane swap definitely held him down, but it just didn't do enough. And we see right now that LGD, they just are looking for fights, but not able to find exactly what they want.
Yeah, actually, Amazing J going aggressive onto Akon here on the top side. Slicing Maelstrom going to be baited out as Schwen just going to die. Kane has so much burst damage. As Amazing J and Akon, with a swap of ultimates there on the top side, you have to think that Akon not having his now that his flash is available, that's a big deal for the next dragon.
Yeah, that's exactly what Amazing J was doing there, making sure Akon couldn't teleport and become that key member in the team fight. Amazing J is very happy using his ultimate in an offensive way to stop the teleport, if it means that Slicing Maelstrom won't be going across 5 members of his team. So very well played there, able to stop Akon being able to respond to anything, and they pick up a dragon for it as well as a kill.
Yeah, beautiful play coming through. Of course, the gold is nothing at the moment. It's about 1.5 thousand, which we can't really talk about, but the map control coming through from Energy Pacemaker, their dragon control, just the objective control that they have across the board is fantastic. And Kane on this Corki. I mean, we've been talking about Corkis being incredibly strong throughout the LPL thus far, and Kane is no exception here.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he's having a great game, but he's about to die.
Yeah, okay, Imp's going to find him. There's a Frozen Tomb, and yeah, he's dead.
Yep, so that was a nice little bit of a gank rush, finally getting some vision a little bit closer. All of the vision on Energy Pacemaker was more towards the enemy's jungle because of how far up they've been able to play, but nice pocket of vision secured by LGD lends itself to a gank, and even with that, QSS wasn't able to survive.
Yeah, and this outer turret in the mid lane, very, very low on the side of LGD. They've got a bit of money sitting there ready to be taken. We haven't mentioned Imp too much, now on 1-1 and 2. Does have the Ghost Blade available as well. Very purple is this rat. And does have a lot of burst damage to potentially come through. Now, didn't even pop the Rat-a-tat-tat to be able to pick up that last kill.
Yeah, so just trusted himself to be able to grab it with the ultimate coming through from Wayless. And it looks like Imp is transitioning into that nice 3-item build. Probably pick up the Last Whisper next to make sure he can slice through of all of Hecarim's. More aggressive option would, of course, be that Infinity Edge. But he's got all the attack speed he needs. The double activates make him a potent duelist at this point in the game.
Yeah.
Maybe not as strong as a Corki, who still has so much burst damage. But he's definitely in a position where if he unloads on a team fight, he's going to be able to get some damage down.
Yeah, and what do you think about Amazing J just sitting on this phage for quite some time? Do you think that he effectively sort of identified the fact that he needs to be tankier faster?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. I think that when he got a kill, he was like, okay, maybe I can go a little bit more aggressive, but then he saw exactly what the enemy team was bringing, the fact that they're going to need to team fight. He's not going to be allowed to split push continually, and that, I guess, forced him into more of a build. And you can see once again how much vision is being controlled and denied from this Energy Pacemaker lineup. A lot of the wards from LGD right now are so deep, and you can see 3 pink wards completely useless because they're on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, and this creep wave is pushing up right towards that inhibitor turret here as well, as Amazing J continuously just rampaging over these creeps. You can see the rest of Energy Pacemaker moving as a team. Imp going for a submarine play. Actually gets hit by a rampage as Amazing J gets stunned up there just a little bit. Going to use his ultimate to get out. Howling Gale not going to find him. Amazing J trying to run and sort of cantering about like a strange person. But in the end, he is going to fall down.
Yeah, he fell down and this push came out mid lane in response. They were able to pick up a turret. So once again, Energy Pacemaker recognizing that one of their members are caught. They couldn't get across to support, but they had enough members in the mid lane to be able to push that one out. Tier 2 turret in the favor of Energy Pacemaker. That mid lane turret was on a breath of health, so it was always going to fall. But overall, very nice play. All the outer turrets gone now, but the map is opened up for LGD, and that's what they've been waiting for. They're in a position now, if Abyssal Scepter comes through from Acorn, he's going to be completely fine in these team fights. They're just so strong in, I guess, the 5v5s that Energy Pacemaker, whilst playing the early game well, still need to be extremely careful of this late game.
Yeah, and there's the fact that, Energy Pacemaker have managed to move around this map beautifully well. We've credited them on that quite a lot. They've taken out every single inner and outer turret, but, of course, haven't been able to be matching the farm here of LGD, and the gold is incredibly close.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you can see they're getting a little bit more desperate. They started up the Baron, trying to sneak that one away. They're looking for a way to be able to close out this game within the next 5 minutes before Imp grabs that Last Whisper, before the Abyssal is finished up, and it's just 5v5. Whoa.
Yeah, Imp just destroys Raphael, goes on to Shu afterwards there as well, and this is what you were talking about. I mean, before Imp finishes the last Whisper, I mean, I think it's already getting to danger point.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you just saw how much damage Imp was able to put out there against no armor on this Lulu, and Kane might be careful here.
Yeah, actually, Kane gets Assault and Battery. Valkyries over the wall brings Schwen very, very close to the enemy team. Drizzle taking a lot of damage from Imp here at the same time as Schwen just chases out the members of Energy Pacemaker. Kane, nice QSS, going to get him to safety, but not quite, as Acorn just going to get Tibbers after that auto attack comes through. And LGD, this is their time to shine. Finally, they're getting the team fights they're looking for.
Yeah, and fighting an AoE team in a choke point in a jungle, that is complete suicide from Energy Pacemaker. So much damage coming out in the confined spaces will lead to another turret. Now they've secured a 3,000 gold lead, and this is what I was speaking about, Atlas. It can get so dangerous if there is so much standing gold available. Being able to win small team fights just lends itself to be able to catapult yourself into the lead.
Yeah, and as you can see the replay, we've got Kane getting caught out here and Drizzle trying to do some work, but they just can't in this choke.
Yeah, Energy Pacemaker are just fighting in completely disappointing terrain for themselves. You saw that Slicing Maelstrom took up the whole area. All of the AoE coming out of Wayless were able to secure it, and it was just not a favorable team fight.
Yeah, it's sort of impossible, of course. Shu did manage to survive, so that is something, and the gold's still very, very close here from Energy Pacemaker, but it almost feels like their time to shine is now a little bit over.
Yeah, it certainly does. It feels like the team fighting comp that comes out of LGD is just too good at this point. Last Whisper is picked up. Abyssal is picked up in the top lane for Acorn. Void Staff is picked up in the mid lane. Wayless was waiting on that. That is just such a massive 3-item spike across 3 champions.
Oh, the steal coming through from Drizzle, though, as the Ring of Frost going to try and do some work locking him down. They do get the kill in response, but Shu's going to get exploded. That is 2 for nothing in favor of LGD, and they could even turn around and take a Baron off that.
Yeah, they certainly can, because they didn't have to use all of their ultimates. Yeah, they used the Vi and the Lissandra ultimate, but Slicing Maelstrom still available, Imp's ultimate still available, and to chase a team like that into a Baron pit is just going to end up ugly. But it looks like Energy Pacemaker don't really have much of a choice.
Yeah, Acorn does still have his Slicing Maelstrom, as you mentioned. It's going to be very, very frightening, but Onslaught of Shadows is there. Of course, the Wild Growth as well. There's actually a zoning Slicing Maelstrom to come down. Only hits Amazing J. He onslaughts right into the middle of the team as Acorn Zonyas himself, but Kane, he's going to die. Imp is going very, very low, but he's got so much damage. Finally falls down as Wayless comes through. Not a lot of mana here on this Lulu, but it's enough to be able to secure this horse. Drizzle finally comes back around. The Baron ended up falling as LGD took that one, and Shu again, the very squishy Annie in a lot of trouble. Tibbers to come through, but there's no stun. And Drizzle, it's the opposite situation because now he's the only one alive.
Yeah, and Imp's play in that team fight was beautiful. He actually stealthed past the team to get onto Kane and make sure he was taken out. Otherwise, the team fight could have gone horribly wrong. But fantastic play from the Twitch player, making sure he's securing the key targets, using him almost like that assassin. And LGD now, 6,000 gold in the lead. We were speaking about how well Energy Pacemaker played the early game, but it just looks like it's run out of time.
Yeah, it's almost like they've past the expiry date, and you were talking about desperation moves towards Baron, desperation plays to come through from Energy Pacemaker. They know that they've got a bit of a time limit here with these comps, and we've seen things be turned around, I mean, despite the champion pickups, but at the moment, Energy Pacemaker look to be definitely on the ropes, and LGD's comp, I mean, they just play this Kennen Lissandra so beautifully.
Yeah, they certainly do. Acorn's a great Kennen player, and you saw even in the lane swap, he's now been able to get himself a 30 CS advantage over his other team member. And Raphael, we said that he was playing very well on the Victor. Different champion, yes, but 4-1-6 on the side of Wayless, 50 CS advantage.
Yeah,
He's come to play Lissandra, such a key pickup for this LGD lineup, and just really augments exactly what they want to do in the team fights.
Yeah, and, you know, Wayless's Lissandra yesterday was equally as impressive. Just, I find it really strange that LGD seem to be able to get these comps so incredibly often.
Yeah, such a good team fighting composition, and really was no downside. They were able to get the lane swap, and that was the only thing you really felt would be able to keep Energy Pacemaker at an even footing. And now, even though they don't have a great siege composition, Baroned up minions make it so much easier.
Yeah, Amazing J finally able to go towards that Trinity Force, has the Sheen almost completed as Frozen Heart and Spirit Visage are there. So he's pretty tanky as Schwen taking a little bit of Gatling gun damage, but not going to worry about it too much.
Yeah, and they have to back away there because look at how poor their wave control is over the top half of the map. That massive minion wave about to crash into the turret, so they want to get someone up there as soon as possible to be able to secure that. All the creeps in the mid lane going over to Wayless, who will just grow his minion wave, minion lead even further.
Yeah, things looking a little bit dangerous. Has another needlessly large rod on top of the fact that he has 40% cooldown reduction, some extra stasis in that Zhonya's Hourglass. This is a very, very scary Lissandra, although he's now trying to survive a very uncomfortable position.
Yeah, he certainly is. They actually were able to catch him out, which is fantastic, but they need to be careful here because Imp's still in the bottom lane, so he could push at any moment. No objective going to be able to be picked up, but at least stopping the about 50 seconds of the Baron Duff team to be able to, I guess, capture one of their members.
Yeah, Akon just going to head back to this top side of the map, try and get that one pushing out as Amazing J going to take away these puppies. Now just going to canter throughout the jungle. Just wants to become the big horse that we've seen just get invincible towards the later stages of the game, but not really having the impact as this Hecarim as he otherwise would like. Actually used his teleport on to pick up the kill onto Wayless, of course.
Yeah, so we saw right there that now LGD with their leaders starting to play around their vision. Energy Pacemaker at the start of this game were controlling majority of the map, but since the swing came through, LGD, a lot of deep pink wards, those 3 pink wards still there in the bottom half of the jungle. Were able to make sure they had Twitch in a position where he was able to, I guess, get in a position to be able to stealth past. And they need to, they're exactly aware of where Energy Pacemaker are, just because they've got so much of the jungle lit up that there's not very many areas they can be. Energy Pacemaker need to be careful around this next dragon because if they try and fight out in the open, LGD might just be able to win this game.
And remember, Energy Pacemaker have had fantastic control over that dragon. 3-1 now after Drizzle's impressive steal across the wall. But you have to think that this could be dragon number 2 easily secured by LGD if they play their cards right.
Yeah, it certainly can. So they've set up very well for this. Denied a lot of vision. Energy Pacemaker got vision in their own jungle, but nothing in the other side. And looks like they're making a call to maybe push top lane instead of try and contest the dragon. Or maybe even just secure some vision around the Baron area because they recognize in a 5v5 fight, they're just going to be torn apart.
Yeah, and they just want an opportunity to get something done while they know exactly what LGD are distracted with. The second dragon, not really a big deal. Not something that Energy Pacemaker are too worried about as Amazing J continues the split. And LGD, I mean, yeah, they got second dragon, but Energy Pacemaker, they got a lot of respite here.
Yeah, they certainly did. And I think that whilst second dragon isn't a massive deal, fourth dragon maybe is worth trying to go for a miracle steal because it puts a lot of pressure on LGD that if they lose a team fight around when the next dragon came up, they are in a position where they might get fifth dragon, and that could be something that tips the game back in EP's favor. However, not going to be the case, just electing to get even more farm onto this top lane Hecarim. LGD pick up the dragon, now looking to clear out some vision around the Baron area.
Actually, Schwen going to get caught here by Amazing J just a little bit, but of course
ridiculously tanky.
Yep. Actually, Randuin's Omen and a Banshee's Veil here for this Vi. Okay, yeah, it's not really getting caught, is it? Like a wall doesn't get caught when someone crashes into it.
And we see that, although Energy Pacemaker's been able to, I guess, secure much more control over the map. They're down 8,000 gold. They lost the Baron. The game looked like it was slipping away, but as you said, they've been able to secure a lot of farm for themselves. That is even maybe the Trinity Force finished off by Hecarim whenever he wants to go back and pick that up. So he's at a nice stage. 3 items, equal with the Cannon nearly in gold still. He is about 1,400 behind, so that's not a lot to write home about here. And Amazing J is a force to be reckoned with.
And not to mention the fact that Last Whisper now completed for Kane does have that Bloodthirster on top of it as well, that QSS, that all-important QSS for the Frozen Tomb to come through. It doesn't really help him too much with that Assault and Battery, of course, Schwen, if he manages to get that tether. There's nothing that this little Corky is going to be able to do. But what I want to talk about is Wayless, because he now has that Rabbidan's Death Cap, and He almost has every item he could ever want. I mean, what does he build now on top of this? Just a luxury Abyssal Scepter?
Yeah, something along those lines. Maybe an Abyssal Scepter. Maybe he wants to go for some defensive stats and make sure that he can keep himself alive even after all the stasis. The persistent damage that comes out of Lissandra can never be undervalued. But yeah, he's farmed completely amazing. 333 CS at 37 minutes with how much grouping they've done as a team, as well as being able to pick up that impressive scoreline of 4, 2, and 6. And now LGD have complete control of the Baron area, and they're just looking to bait it. The problem is top lane pushing against them, bottom lane pushing against them. They need to be careful that they don't overcommit to this Baron area, because that is a huge couple of creep waves.
Yeah, and you were talking just before about LGD having some lackluster wave control, and yet again it comes to bite them. As Energy Pacemaker now have an opportunity to get this vision control back. This has been a battle of vision and side wave control almost this whole game.
Yeah, it certainly has been, and that is complete control of the Baron area given straight back to Energy Pacemaker. Only the Scuttle Crab really allowing LGD to have any idea what's going on there. So, as you mentioned, just through poor execution of their side lanes, they give up all of their wards, have to recall, stall the game for another couple of minutes. And the danger about this is, yes, you have a superior team fighting comp. Yes, you should be able to win the fight because you've got a Twitch that has an infinity edge now, and he's going to tear everybody apart. But if you don't, and something goes wrong, someone gets caught out, there is a lot of damage on the side of EP. And with a Lichbane Lulu and all of the outer turrets gone, they can push through extremely quickly if they manage to get a good team fight.
Not to mention if Energy Pacemaker managed to pick up a Baron here as well. If they get any free time with those super buffed up creeps and these double... Oh, this could be a catch to come down. Assault and Battery comes through onto Raphael here in the back line. There's the teleport coming through from Akon. Immediately uses his ultimate as Kane comes through and tries to get the damage down. Imp gonna get rid of Raphael. LGD though, they're exploding. Frozen Tomb onto Schwen of all people. As Drizzle gets out of there. It wasn't Schwen, it was Shu, and Kane's still alive, but the rest of his team is dead. Wayless is going to fall down. Kane, can he make the miracle play as Schwen doesn't have a lot of damage? The Flash Vault Breaker, that's going to do it. And LGD, it was a difficult fight, but they managed to pick it up.
Yeah, it certainly was. A lot of damage coming out of Kane. The impressive thing was how they dealt with Amazing J. That pony dove straight onto Imp, and the collapse from PYL was absolutely amazing. So, overall, a very good team fight from LGD. Acorn did his job of zoning Kane out of the whole fight. In fact, slicing Maelstromed one person just to make sure he tied up all the damage out of Corki. And in the end, if Amazing J and Corki aren't together hitting the same turrets, there's just not enough damage coming out of this EP lineup.
And they got the catch that they were looking for here as well. This is the thing that's scary, is that Energy Pacemaker wanted that.
Yeah, they certainly did. It was a three-man Tibbers on the back line that started off that fight, with Schwen going extremely deep onto Raphael, who honestly didn't have much chance of dying because he's a very strong Lulu at this point in the game. So much flat AP coming out. Really does need to pick up a Void Staff, though, if he's going to become effective in these fights. Has 500 AP.
The thing is, though, I mean, both Amazing J and Akon now have their teleports down, but LGD, they got nothing after that fight.
Yeah, so they weren't able to pick anything up. The reason for that is they just didn't have enough damage to quickly secure the Baron, and you never want to challenge Drizzle to a smite for. He's just so good at being able to pick up those errant smites when he has the opportunity, and because they knew that he was still alive, the only remaining member of the jungle just didn't allow them to have the luxury of going for that objective.
Yep, Kane getting whimsied, going pretty fast on this little Earth scooter. He's going to be all okay as LGD want to set something up now. And do you think it's up to LGD to maybe do what Energy Pacemaker just tried to do? Because you have to think that if they manage to get the out position onto Energy Pacemaker, that could almost be an instant ace.
Yeah, it certainly can, but look at how well Energy Pacemaker are still controlling vision over this Baron area. They've seeded bottom half of the map because they realize that it's still 2-3 dragons, I think, away from LGD having that 5th dragon. I think this is their third. Yeah, so this is their third now. So that's them equalizing dragons. So unless this game goes for 55 minutes, LGD aren't really at risk of getting that 5th dragon and putting the game out of reach. So it is all about this Baron buff and whether they can get a catch around here in Energy Pacemaker's favor, or whether the superior team fighting comp will come out from LGD and I guess win this game.
Yeah, Energy Pacemaker are coming through, trying to get some vision down. Of course, PYL adamant about continually having wards to put over the backside, but I think he may have ran out of Sightstone options. As Energy Pacemaker just going to start off the Baron.
Yeah, well, Acorn's hit recall, and that's a very bad person to get sent back to base at this point in time. He's so far away that if Energy Pacemaker just roll the dice here, they'll pick up a free Baron.
Yeah, it's down to 3,000 health. Wayless wants to come through. Frozen Tomb's available, but Drizzle gets the Baron. Wayless doesn't do anything and dies. Him now getting collapsed on. He's going to die as well. 3 already dead. Kane is still alive in this fight. The shield's there as well, as Schwen's able to secure it, and somehow 4 are dead for 1.
Yeah, and Acorn was nowhere to be seen, has not used anything, trying to pick up the AD carry off the back so they can't end the game, but he's been caught as well.
Yeah, slicing Maelstrom to come through. He does have that Zhonya's if he wants to use it. Shu needs to be careful, but he's burning. The rat dies, and the ace is secured for Energy Pacemaker. Somehow, 10,000 gold gap, who cares?
Yeah, and all of a sudden, there is a perfectly prepped top lane minion wave that is now Baron's up.
Minion wave.
That is the game, definitely for EP. And in a team fight, they've somehow won it against Alessandra Kennen Twitch at 43 minutes.
And with a Baron call out of nowhere as well. Balls of steel here for Energy Pacemaker. At a massive gold deficit, they take the Baron and destroy the game. And it looks like the LPL's just turned on its head.
Yeah, it certainly has. That was LGD's game to lose, and lose they did.
Yeah.
By just a bad recall timing. You mentioned they were running low on wards, and they sent back the top laner without all of that AoE CC with no teleport.
It's ridiculous. LGD, we were crediting them. This was one of the most strategically well-played games from Energy Pacemaker I have ever seen in the early stages. But LGD, they managed to come back. They secured the lead with the team comp that they knew how to play. We saw this yesterday. They had dominating performances, but it just wasn't enough. Energy Pacemaker just able to make the sort of miraculous play in the end.
Yeah, it certainly was, and it was all about controlling vision over the area that was important next. They completely gave up on the Dragon. They recognized that they weren't going to get to the 5th. It was a poor objective to fight over for Dragon number 4. So they put all of their effort into that top side of the map, secured control over the Baron area, and in the end, they were able to take it away, get an advantageous 4v5, and any team comp, even if it is the best team comp, is going to struggle in a 4v5 team fight, and they weren't able to pull it out.
Yeah, especially when Kennen is such a massive part of any kind of team fight. Of course, that slicing Maelstrom is so important to have in these team fights, and Acorn, of course, wasn't there. But I think you have to go back and credit Energy Pacemaker for making the call, for knowing what's going on, for having the tools in order to prep for that Baron and take it exactly when they need to, because this is not an Energy Pacemaker we've seen. And I want to see whether they're going to come back in Game 2 and manage to actually do it again, because I'm starting to believe in the Energy Pacemaker lineup, and we'll see after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. Energy Pacemaker just managed to take down LGD in what was almost an unwinnable game. Beautiful play coming through from the underdogs here in our first match of our final day of LPL here for week 6. And I don't know what to expect coming into this next game. Of course, Energy Pacemaker going to be on the red side, so maybe something will change.
Yeah, hopefully something will change because LGD really need to look at how they lost that game.
Yeah.
They lost it with really poor vision control over the important parts of the map. Good overall control, but in the important areas, the bottom side of the jungle during the early phase of the game, then around the Baron area later on, they just had absolutely no control. And their minion wave control was absolutely abysmal. They had 2 situations where they were forced to, as a team, recall because the waves in the top and bottom lane were that big that they had to go deal with them during pushes and just weren't able to get anything done. So I think there certainly are things they can take away from that game that are easy to fix up and get back in their control. Their team fighting was a little bit shaky. Of course, the last team fight wasn't even a team fight. It was a 4v5, so you can't really count that one. But overall, good pick ban phase just went horribly wrong.
Yeah, and you know, they managed to ban away the victor, of course, Raphael's key champion in the last matchup that they went through. Of course, we'll see whether that hits the ban list yet again. But you have to give so much credit to Energy Pacemaker because they haven't had this level of wave control. They haven't had this level of knowledge on their win conditions here as well. I mean, they moved their Corki around and took everything that they wanted. Again, LGD immediately getting rid of the victor. And this is actually going to make the sort of champion pick phase a little bit shallow.
Yeah, it's going to look very similar to what it was last time around. Kalista and Na being taken away in the exact same order. If I am a magician, I will say Viger will go next.
You are a magician. Look at that. Actually, no changes to the bans coming through just yet, and this might actually work out in LGD's favor depending on what Energy Pacemaker decide they want to go with, whether they're going to put as much emphasis on this FLICKR and pick up for Amazing J, who was fantastic towards the later stages of that game, but struggled a bit earlier on.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what they go here. I think the Annie is the key pick away here. Shu played that very well, was able to impact ganks much better than what the Janna was able to. Rotated around the map, had those quick mobies, and there goes the Annie.
Beautiful. You're like a prophet today.
So yeah, that was just such an impactful pick for me. I think that his CC in the early game, he really turned around the collapse in the top lane that got Amazing J back into the game after being so far behind. And as I said, PYL had a good game, just wasn't able to impact on his champion as much as that Annie was.
Yeah, and we have to go back and remember the fact that LGD picked up first blood at about a minute and a half into the last game. So already things starting off in their favor, sort of unable to really make that one work. But it is actually going to be Flame sitting here in the top lane. We didn't know whether he'd come back, of course, didn't play yesterday. But this time they're going to need the carry pants, and you think that Flame often wears those.
Yeah, and if there's a person that will pick Kennen again, it will be Flame. He's a very good Kennen player. I wouldn't be surprised to see that one come out. I like the ban away of Lissandra. That just makes the AoE team comps much harder to run because there's not much you can really put in the mid lane there. And wouldn't be surprised if PYL once again took the Janna.
Yeah, that being said, I mean, Wayless has a champion pool that stretches further than most would actually expect possible here on the side of LGD. Amazing J does get his horse again, though, and he wastes no time locking that one away.
Yeah, and in the pick away for the Lee Sin, Drizzle not going to be able to see that one this time around. So 3 games in a row that was picked, 3 wins. They decide that is the key component that they need to control. Rek'Sai is still available, of course. He can go back to Rengar if he so pleases, but Drizzle, as we mentioned in Game 1 pick ban phase, his Lee Sin is just heads above the rest of his champion pool. They elect to go with Kane's Corki, and this gives them, once again, that nice Trinity Force spike if they both get solo lanes.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Amazing J is able to actually manage to get that 1v1 situation that he's looking for. Of course, Flame, just in general as a player, wants to be able to get that one. But he is looking at maybe picking up a Rumble. We'll see whether that comes through. Of course, you'd think that that might be the option if they have Acorn on the team.
Yeah, I started laughing because that would be hilarious if Acorn picks Kennen and Flame turns around and picks Rumble. It just looks like they're a little bit confused. But Flame, of course, has had some terrific games on Rumble in the LPL. Definitely cannot take that away from him. But a very old school bottom lane coming through here.
What is him doing? Which season is he in?
The Nami Lucian, the bully lane from last season, coming out in the LPL.
Yeah, you know, Lucian's gone through a few changes, often seen as a little bit of a poor man's grave some of the time, but Imp deciding he doesn't want to go for that one, wants to have a little bit of extra mobility and I guess weaving of spells and long-range wave clear.
Yeah, so Lucian's still not a horrible pickup. He's certainly still playable, so he's not to the extent where, as I said, you can't even take him into the lane, but he will struggle a little bit against Corki early game. And once again, Shu, he's gone for a playmaking support, now hovering this Thresh. That will be locked in. So nearly an identical lineup coming out of Energy Pacemaker, with just the Rek'Sai being swapped out for the Lee Sin, and of course, the Thresh being taken over the Yanni.
Yeah, and of course, Rek'Sai still with so much mobility, and Wayless now can't pick up his Lissandra, is looking at the 5.2 Ahri, a terrifying champion to come through to the mid lane. That is going to be locked away. Of course, Raphael has the option to counterpick this one, does have almost anything that he'd like available to him, apart from Victor, Viger, and Lissandra there for the mid lane, but of course, not necessarily the meta demonstrated in those champions. And 1 second to go, and it looks like we're going to have Flames Rumble to follow up from the Acorn Cannon.
Yeah, but there's not really much to hold them in the equalizer this game. Maybe used for more of a zoning tool, unless there's a fantastic tidal wave or maybe even a Lee Sin kick across a couple of people. There's not, as I said, not really a lot of hard CC to hold these people in the equalizer. So it's going to be a tough game for Flame to really be able to get the impact he needs. He does give them a lot of early game pressure around the dragon area, and use of terrain has always been something the equalizer can rely on as well if you fight in the jungle. But head-to-head against the Hecarim, Hecarim will just be able to go a Hexdrinker early and survive the lane very nicely. So once again, would not be surprised if we saw a lane swap. And it looks like Raphael is settling for the Lulu again, and he played it well last time around. Once again, two very good targets to Wild Growth in the Rek'Sai as well as the Hecarim in these team fights. So I really do like the pickup, and it makes Wayless have to be worried about being polymorphed. He was getting polymorphed so early in the team fights last time around, wasn't able to get into stasis, and Ahri is going to suffer the exact same thing. If Wayless goes a little bit too deep, dives in, there is always that potential that he just won't ever be able to get any spells off. Yeah, and they now have that double knock-up combo coming through from that Unburrow into the Wild Growth that can really keep a team just bouncing around these fights. And now it's going to be Flame versus Amazing J, potentially going head-to-head if we don't get any of the lane swap shenanigans from the last game. And Xuen now going to be on Drizzle's Lee Sin, and we'll see whether this is what has been holding Energy Pacemaker together. Yeah, I certainly think that that's something they will take into effect. The Raphael versus Wayless matchup, Lulu into Ahri. Have to give it to Ahri on this patch, but Raphael played a very admirable Lulu game last time around. Yeah, and Lulu does a great job in sort of equalizing a lane as well. Just able to farm that one out, has a lot of defensive tools. And we'll see whether he can just sort of weather the storm that is Wayless' Ahri and stop him from being able to roam around. Because, of course, you give Lulu some time with a turret and she'll be able to take it. Yeah, she certainly will, especially when she goes that Lichbane build. Just able to destroy those structures nice and quickly. And we had a look at the bottom lane. Lucian Nami versus the Thresh Corki. Sort of like a mid-season 4. I actually haven't seen it in that long that I'm going to give it to Corki because Corki just wins so many lanes. But the sustain coming out of Nami really will help Imp get through a lot of the early pressure. Yeah, and we'll see whether that Tidecaller's Blessing is going to help as well as far as Lucian getting the double taps. But let's hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with LGD taking on Energy Pacemaker for Game 2 in our first match. Week 6, Day 3. And LGD now down a game against what was one of the bottom teams in the league. But Energy Pacemaker have really looked fantastic. Now 4-1 over the week. The biggest week that they've had. And Xuen, he's going to find Shu here, but Amazing J is hanging around with a Rampage. Yeah, he certainly is in there. Now just got nice deep control over the top side of the jungle. Imp going to be able to get a nice deep ward through. Actually, it's Xuen that gets sent up there. On the other side, Raphael will answer with his own deep ward. So it looks like maybe a lane swap coming in for both lineups. Everyone recalling back to base. No one wants anything to do with this level 1. Yeah, and actually it is just Energy Pacemaker trying to make sure that they manage to get that 2v2 situation. Of course, they do have one line that they can go for, but they're actually going to head back to the bottom side. Yeah, so everyone on the bottom side of the map, though. Hecarim down there as well. maybe going for a late invade after recognizing all the early wards were spent on the top side of the map from LGD, now looking to catch someone out.
Yeah, and of course the early vision control was achieved here by Energy Pacemaker in the bottom side of the map. Nothing going to be available on the side of LGD, and as you mentioned, just happy to sit in that lane swap situation, but it does mean that everyone here on this bottom side, and they can capitalize. It is going to be a red steal on both sides, so of course no team really getting too much of a change in what's going on, but Flame actually gets his lane sort of pushing now towards Energy Pacemaker. Gets caught by a hook here as well, already down to 200 health.
Yeah, and that was with them being able to secure the lane pushing in their favor, so Flame in even more trouble now after being chunked out. Has gone that cloth 5, so has a lot of sustain to keep himself healthy. As we see Amazing J and Drizzle double jungling in response to that, so not electing to send Amazing J to the top lane just yet. And ooh, PYL needs to make sure he doesn't get spotted out here, because if they see the support coming in, the Unburrow is devastating.
Yeah, actually he's going to find it here as well as PYL forced to flash straight away. Only level 1, that Ebb and Flow not doing enough in order to keep him alive, but does use the flash and escapes to safety. Energy Pacemaker now going to proxy out this wave just a little bit as Flame and PYL at level 1 looking to try and let a few more of these creeps die so that they can possibly get to level 2. Flame makes it there, and they are going to be safe for now. So dive going to be mitigated, but that is a flash down here on the bottom side.
Yeah, so they saw that Wayless was cheating down to the bottom side of the map. Didn't want to dive with the possibility of an Ahri being able to play cleanup duty. So wisely averting that. Amazing J now back into the lane. Picked up the experience for that cannon, but that is a very deep freeze going on. He needs to be able to shove this one out.
Yeah, and Imp able to put on a lot of pressure as well. Of course, that piercing light doing some work. Now that he's hit level 3, he can weave those light slingers in between all of his attacks and really get something going on. We'll see whether this is why he picked this Lucian, whether he wanted to have sort of some 1v1 potential on this champion.
Yeah, certainly will be able to fare a lot better in the lane 1v1 against Amazing J, but Amazing J looks like he's nearly got the wave to hit the turret up there, but they're sending Schwen. Ooh.
Another Descent's going to land onto Flame, and he takes a lot of damage for it. Bubble not going to land. Everything going to go back to normal, but Flame has to stop getting hit by these hooks.
Yeah, he certainly does. Nearly out of those potions. He started 5, and it's only 4 minutes in, and Imp's been able to maintain control of this minion wave very nicely. So Amazing J still only on that 3 CS, so Flame doing better in terms of getting farm, but looks a little bit more in danger of dying.
Yeah, sacrificing his health bar in order to get a few of these creeps. Definitely fine if he doesn't die. Of course, your health is a resource. Oh, Descent's going to find that caster creep. Did something wrong to Shu, I think, in a past life. Kane going to continue farming out. You can see, actually, it's Imp with a lead here as far as the farm is concerned. And now, of course, having a level advantage as well, considering the fact that he has the 1v1. And Scuttlecrab going to be answered here by Schwen as well. So our jungle is very, very even thus far. Just an extra longsword here for Drizzle as he went back a little bit later. Going to spot the fact that his red buff was not denied. And not going to take the Krugs. Wants to try and get some pressure here towards his top side, or at least protect Amazing J.
Yeah, so they've seen the pink ward has come in there, and now they're putting both members under the turret. That's just a lot of CS. If the dove came through successfully, Amazing J would be in a lot of trouble. So they're looking to push this one back out, get as much of the wave equalized as possible.
Yep, Spirit of Dread being used just to make sure that Amazing J can clear out all of these minions effectively. Actually, Drizzle unburrowing on that wave here as well as Schwen's coming around. Raphael whimsies himself. Oh, Charm walks back into it, forced to use that flash. He's gonna die. Just the tip of the Orb of Deception secures first blood.
Yeah, and a really nice play coming out there. The Juke actually went back into the Charm. Didn't want to burn the flash early. Had to burn it anyway and still died. So that is horrible news. But Flame in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, speaking of horrible news, forced to use that flash. The Ignites on him here as well as Imp in a lot of trouble. The Unburrow to come through, but Amazing J, he's tanking creeps. He's taking so much damage. The Ardent Blaze not quite enough as PYL and Schwen trying to get something down onto Kane. The exhaust comes through. So many creeps. Schwen taking so much, and PYL gets hit by a hook. Shu is definitely MVP for this whole series. Beautiful hooks thus far, and they pick up a kill 2v3.
Yeah, so able to use the creeps as that quasi third man, and Flame was that low that he just couldn't commit to the fight. Really nicely played for the bottom lane, and they've been the star across these two games for me. Kane and Shu playing terrifically.
Beautiful stuff. Imp now has a BF sword that he can now put into his arsenal. 51 CS to 50 as far as this bottom lane matchup now on other sides of the map is concerned. Flame now trying to clear out this minion wave. Still has the creep advantage here as far as his lane opponent, but struggling a little bit in that lane. We do have the Sheen completed with almost that Phage here as well. Just the Ruby Crystal. So it doesn't quite have that longsword as well as far as his last back timing was concerned. But Raphael just going to continue to farm out this middle lane, and he's going to be fine. We'll see whether Wayless can continue to put on the pressure. Oh, Orbit Deception now starting to really chunk Raphael.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you can see that he's got that Forbidden Idol over him as well. So a lot more of that mana regeneration coming through. Amazing J still being zoned out of this lane. PYL joining Imp now, so in a lot of kill potential. Being able to be put down in this Hecarim. He's relegated to going back into his jungle, trying to pick up those Krugs. Just needs as much experience as possible at this point. And once again, really nice job from LGD sticking with the lane swap, even though Flame's been getting picked on a little bit. He's got a CS advantage. He's more importantly got a level advantage, and that just means that he's able to get much more done at this point in the game than what an under-level, under-farm Hecarim will be able to do.
Oh, shoot. Giving away the position of this little dragon attempt to come through from Energy Pacemaker, but the rest of the members of LGD are very far away, of course, with two in the top side, and the fact that Amazing J is further towards here, that this could easily be the first dragon being taken by Energy Pacemaker. It is going to be seen. Schwen tries to come in. He gets the steal so easily, and he flashes his way out, and all of that effort for nothing.
Yeah, and really poor play this time out of Drizzle. Not able to secure that dragon. Panicked, smited when he saw him come over the wall. Only has to use a summoner spell. And with a duo lane in the top lane, not even committing to going up there in a level 5 Rumble, that is a great situation for LGD to now find themselves in.
Yeah, and PYL zoning Amazing J with Imp now in this lane. Equalizer going to be used just to clear this one out. Flame gets caught by another hook. There's the dive coming through. Flame, one more auto attack or two will secure the kill. Shu doesn't even die. And Flame, you can't afford to get hit by these hooks.
That is the fourth hook I've just watched him tank and absolutely face tank at that. That was never going to miss, and Flame just not respecting the amount of burst potential that can come out of the Corki. Now 2-0-0 in a fantastic position, and yeah, they're winning the lane swap. Amazing J is getting further and further behind, but this Rumble is just getting Corki further ahead, and Corki versus Lucian on this patch, we've just seen the power of Corki over and over.
Yeah, that's exactly right. 1,200 gold is now all he needs to be able to complete a very early Trinity Force here as well. And we saw that was a lot of the reason why Energy Pacemaker were able to do so much work in the last matchup. And Imp, although he's got this solo lane, he's level 8 in comparison to the level 7 of Kane. He's actually probably one of the highest levels in this game. But still, struggling here just a little bit. Amazing J, though, struggling a little bit more.
Yeah, Imp is the highest level and highest farm on the in the game. Raphael just getting past him, shoving in at this lane, and he has done a fantastic job of controlling the top lane. He's really punished Amazing J, and he's using this Lucian beautifully. You can see any opportunity he has, just trying to get as much harass down as possible, but just once again, the pressure coming out of LGD, you feel out of EP, you feel that they're just pressuring LGD at every point and really trying to keep him. Wow.
Yeah, Amazing J is going to be able to dodge that charm, but Wayless going in with the Spirit Rush. Amazing J able to survive this one as the Raptor just wants to get involved. Wayless does have his ultimate down now, of course, not on a high cooldown, and he's got the blue buff and Morellonomicon. I mean, Spirit Rush is going to be up as soon as possible.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it was all over a pink ward, so able to secure his pink ward and a lot of extra vision for his team, allowing Imp to now proxy out this wave. That's 2 CS, 2 minion waves crashing into that turret, a lot of CS denied. As we see, maybe a gank in the mid lane.
Yeah, Schwen looking for something here, but Raphael just nimbly moves aside. Allows Lee Sin to come through. Still has a CS advantage here in this mid lane. We were crediting Wayless for some fantastic farm in the last matchup. Amazing J makes it under the tower, but it's in a lot of trouble here. Actually, LGD. Yeah, there's the flayback. Onslaught of Shadows here as well. The death sentence to come down. Shu so good on this thresh, but it might be a little bit too much as Imp just relentlessly pursues into this one. so slow, doesn't secure the kill, and Amazing J, he gets PYL, but he may be in trouble as Flames teleported in. Amazing J is going to have to run as quickly as possible. Wayless somehow dies in the mid lane as that double knockup play to come through. Amazing J now just on a wild goose chase now through this map, and the last turret shot going to be able to secure it for Flame.
Yeah, but he burnt every summoner spell because he was going to be executed. He hadn't been hit in that long that the heal had to come through, and just so much more had to be done to take Amazing J down. So much wasted time. He's played that perfectly on the gank. They've picked up a kill in the mid lane and the bottom lane turret. Really nicely done in the end by the top laner of Energy Pacemaker. He's being punished hard, but he's doing the best he can with the limited resources.
Yeah, and he's got a Glacial Shroud for himself here as well, so a lot more cooldown reduction and a little bit more help as far as dealing with Imp's damage. Just foregoing that Phage, not wanting to go towards that one at all. Trinity Force completed now from Kayn as he comes out of base, and a lot of minions actually lost to that inner turret towards the bottom side of the map here as well on the side of LGD. So both teams very, very close. This gold about 600 at this stage, despite the fact that Energy Pacemaker have picked up an extra kill.
Yeah, and now Amazing J has a choice to freeze out the wave if he so wants to, sending Wayless up there to maybe try and stop him from doing that, but he's just in a position now where there's more caster creep, so that will continue to push into him, even though he's trimming the wave nicely.
Yep, just going to be last hitting from here on. Wayless now just going to use that Foxfire to clear out this wave. It's just a bit of a clear off between these mid laners as Amazing J
actually electing to stack the wave now. He's left up to 3 caster creeps only, so they will not... 2 of them shouldn't die here. So what will happen is there will slowly become a bigger minion wave on his side of the map, and he's just trying to exert pressure once again through his minion wave and make that crash into the turret.
Yep, Flame and POL now buddy system towards this bottom side. Dragon another 40 seconds. You have to think that is what they're looking for. Drizzle using that bottom lane. Oh, it's a struggle. Of course, Kayn taking a lot of damage, but Imp as well. He has a red buff, but Kayn's still able to fight back a lot. Equalizer there as well. EP with almost nowhere to go. Tidal Wave comes through. Shu in a lot of trouble. Oh my goodness, it's LGD tearing Energy Pacemaker apart. Oh, Amazing J coming in under the turret. 1v4. This is a very dangerous play, but manages to get them off the turret now fully, at least.
Yeah, so they save the turret potentially. Imp now going to be able to clean that one up, so they don't even give that. They're going to lose Dragon as well, so this will be the second Dragon of the game, and LGD finally coming up with a heads-up rotation, being able to 5v3 turret dive and pick up everyone with only losing the top laner.
Yeah, beautifully orchestrated as well, using all of their abilities perfectly. That tidal wave was fantastic.
I think they've overcommitted here. They went for the blue buff over the Dragon, and that's going to cost them because Wild Growth's still available. Kayn is heading down, and they had the Rek'Sai ultimate. They're not able to fight this one because they've got no cooldowns, and they've lost the Dragon for only taking the blue.
Yeah, and Flame now, he's over towards the top side because, of course, as you mentioned before, the minion wave he prepared earlier. Another godlike steal to come down from Xuen. This is what LGD thought. They're like, all right, Xuen, just go and steal another one, and we'll preserve the top turret. Okay, no worries.
And pick up a huge minion wave as well for Flame on this Rumble. And his equalizer there was at the turret was absolutely brilliant. Forced the Energy Pacemaker team into the 2 members and not able to get anything done as Wayless takes a lot of damage but able to clear out the wave.
Yeah, it's going to be okay, but you have to think the next push could be when that turret is in a bit of trouble. And Energy Pacemaker now with 2 dragons that they haven't been able to take for themselves.
Yeah, and an interesting item build coming out of Imp here. He's actually gone for the Bloodthirster over the Infinity Edge. So after, I guess, just wants some sustain, some persistent damage.
A little bit more flat damage as well for his abilities as Raphael trying to dodge out of the way of the Sonic Wave does find it. Tempest not going to land either, and Xuen just going to walk away saying, yeah, well, at least I was here.
Yeah, and he was able to protect the turret for a little bit longer, not able to get a hard shove in there, and now they have to be careful of this Ahri, who's starting to ramp up, picked up a needlessly large rod and those boots too. As soon as the level 11 comes in, that is the roaming assassin that we're used to seeing on this 5.2 patch.
Yep, that is right now as level 11 is just hit. Of course, that turret now at about a 3rd health, so needs to sort of defend that one, make sure he can shove out the next wave before he does anything here. Amazing J again with another opportunity to freeze. We'll see whether he does go for that option or whether he's going to, again, try and stack this one out.
Yeah, so it looks like he's just last thing at this point, trying to get as much CS as possible.
Yep, Drizzle going to use that Void Rush just to get back to the river here. Of course, they've had control over this dragon, but they haven't had control over that smite button, which is very, very important here for Drizzle. Imp continuing to have a CS advantage, and now has that Avarice Blade here as well. Might be building towards a Ghost Blade, but might even be a static Shiv here as well.
Yeah, and we see a lot of pressure in the mid lane now. Flames there, but 3 members of Energy Pacemaker trying to shove that one out. And in the bottom lane, Culling used again, nearly on cooldown. And this is just a lot of pressure being exerted across the map on him, but it's so hard to push into a Cork. He's just got such great wave clear.
Yeah, but speaking of wave clear, that Culling is definitely good at that, and maybe it might be LGD sort of looking at their last game and saying, yeah, our wave control was terrible, let's just bring a Culling and just destroy waves. Yeah,
maybe, and they're looking to crush down the mid turret now as well. They've forced them away, 5 members there, no teleport on Amazing J. Able to pick that one up, so all 3 outer turrets down now for LGD. They've got a 2,000 gold lead, and that is the turrets, because there's still 2 up on the side of Energy Pacemaker for them to be able to take down. And, ooh, Charm just missing Kane there.
Yep, Kane not going to be going too far forward, though, so it'll be safe for now. This top outer turret, though, is taking a lot of damage from the caster creeps and Amazing J. Amazing J not wanting to get caught, so he isn't going to commit to that one, but has caught up in farm. This is a big deal because, of course, was about 20 CS behind. Oh, Descent's just going to touch the tail of Whaler's Tidal Wave to come through. No one's going to get hit by it, but Imp, he's over the wall. The box catches him. He may get thrown back in as Raphael gets exhausted and destroyed. Shu as well going to go down. And LGD's team fighting has been beautiful. Imp is somehow still alive. Finally goes down to Kane, who picks up a double kill. Actually, no, it was Drizzle that picked that one up. Amazing J finds his way into the fight, but Kane goes down. And Imp, he's dead, but P-Whale, the rest of the team of LGD are just kiting around. Wayless was a god in the front line of that fight, and there's the charm to solidify the point. Chilling Smites in there and Sonic Wave for the kill.
Yeah, 5-1 and 4 on Wayless, 5-1 and 4 on Schwen. They've played fantastically throughout this mid-early game, and now they're pushing in on another turret. Might even be able to pick it up because that's a lot of damage coming through, and what a horrible team fight. Everything went wrong there for EP.
Yeah, Energy Pacemaker sort of thought that they had a man advantage there just a little bit with Amazing J coming around, but unable to make anything happen. And when Kane dies that early on, and when they have to expend so many resources to get rid of Imp, who had that Bloodthirster shield that was doing so much work, because his Light Slinger passive does apply lifesteal, so he's just able to keep himself so healthy even when he doesn't have all that much attack speed built up just yet. Of course, didn't have the Zeal.
Yeah, and maybe that is what the lifesteal item was about, recognizing that only Kane really is the damage threat in this team comp so far. Lulu hasn't started to ramp up, doesn't have the Lich Bane as of yet, and of course Amazing J forced into that very defensive item build through a very good lane swap. So just saying, if I can put out persistent damage, I can get the work done that I need for my team, because they can't blow me up.
Yeah, well, it hasn't been happening. We've been able to see that Imp has been playing beautifully this game. Now has the static Shiv. Kane has equalized that CS gap there just a little bit. Both of these carries on sort of similar item thresholds, considering the fact that this Trinity Force is very expensive. Amazing J now continuing to put pressure here on the top side. I mean, he's had a better game this game. His Drizzle might get caught out just a little bit. Tremosen's going to let him know that there's a lot of people there.
Kane is very caught out. There are 5 people on that side of the map.
Yeah, Schwen looking for him here. Oh, dodges out of the way of the Sonic Wave beautifully, but Wayless is here. There's a few creeps around. He wants to try and land the charm, and Kane just dies straight up out of nowhere. P-Whale picks up the kill somehow. Top outer turret is going to fall. Amazing J picks that one up, but Kane can't be that deep when there's no turrets.
Yeah, but a turret for a kill, that's in Energy Pacemaker's favor. So unless they're able to pick up an objective here, LGD have actually been beaten around the map. So they're looking to rotate, looking to maybe grab something around the map. Left Imp to try and solo out the bottom lane. But the wave was so far away because Kane was pushing that one up.
Yeah, Amazing J now finds himself towards the inner turret here on the top side.
Teleports are available for Amazing J, not available for Flame. So if they can maybe get a fight around this mid lane turret, they could take it.
Yeah, Orbit Deception going to clear out the wave, but of course that outer turret is very, very low. P-Whale gets caught here. He's gone down so low. The culling to come through, but doesn't quite find Shu. And the rest of Energy Pacemaker able to disengage. They get a few ultimates for it. The box was used. And, of course, the culling going to be in exchange. But Wayless doesn't have his ult back up. Of course, that Dragon Rage kick not there as well. Equalizer's available for Flame. But this Dragon fight could be interesting. Void Rush. We've got every ult apart from the box for Energy Pacemaker. And LGD still waiting on a couple. And Spirit Rush just coming back up. So Wayless now has some tools.
Yeah, and really, I think this fight comes down to the top laners. Who is going to do a better job? Is Flame's ultimate going to be impactful in a very difficult situation? Not much hard CC. Oh, PYL's been caught.
Oh, dear. The Little Mermaid that could is just going to fall down here on the backside trying to get some wards. Flame doesn't land the harpoons.
Schwen take 3.
Yep, we'll see whether he can do it. Energy Pacemaker, they're going to know that he's going to attempt this one. Of course, the Stealing God trying to at least get back a little bit of what Drizzle was able to perform. Oh, actually, Onslaught of Shadows. They just want to turn this into a fight. Imp's going to die immediately, but look at the flame spitter damage. Kane is so low. Amazing J is huge in this fight, but Drizzle can't do anything. The rocket comes down, and a dangerous game actually saved Kane's life through the Ignite. That was beautiful, but that is going to be LGD winning that one.
Yeah, Onslaught of Shadow is still available here. Can choose to ult in if he so wishes to one of the tunnels, but not going to do so. Doesn't want to ult to one of his tunnels. Rek'Sai just going to chill out of the base, not go for a steal.
Yep. No, I think Drizzle's definitely feeling a little bit demoralized as far as the Smite steal is concerned. Doesn't want to go to another one of those situations.
And it's because there was no tunnels available. Looking at the map around that area, normally Rek'Sai is so good at controlling their own jungle and getting some tunnels, but absolutely nothing available for Drizzle to be able to go to.
Yeah, that might have been what PYL's decision was early on, of course. Trying to clear out some tunnels so that Drizzle couldn't come back, but we will see. Of course, he did get caught out and killed, but LGD still managing to do fantastically in the fight. And you have to say that after a difficult early phase of the game, Flames had some fantastic equalizers.
Yeah, well, that equalizer won the fight. We said it would all come down to the top laners, and Flames was amazing because in that fight, that was a 4v5. PYL got caught out, and Schwen was around the backside, so really there was only 3 members there. And Flame landed nearly the perfect equalizer to completely turn that in his team's favor. So he's played very well. 2, 3, and 8, having a great game. Now going just for as much flat penetration, you would think, as possible. Maybe going into the Void Staff next. Although it could be a Rylai's Crystal Scepter as well.
Yeah, he has noticed the fact that Energy Pacemaker has built a lot of magic resist here. Of course, the Spectre's Cowl completed for Amazing J, and the Banshee's Veil already there for Drizzle. So it would be a good idea to go for that Void Stuff. Needs to cut through a fair bit of that magic resist. But 40 CS is the lead now for Amazing J in the top lane.
Yeah, so he's certainly been spending more time by himself up there as Kane, he's been...
Potential catch to come down, but Sonic Wave into the culling. Not going to do anything at all as they sail past Kane. Now Valkyrie going to do enough work in order to keep him safe. Raphael continues to be a little bit ahead in this farm, but of course is behind full Sork Shoes and the Void Staff to this 5, 2, and 8 Ahri.
Yeah, it is about 2,000 gold, the difference between the mid laners at this point, but Imp probably dead.
Yeah, the Umbar to come through here. The flay back at the same time, and Imp just dies to Drizzle, and Drizzle just going to take a red buff.
And once again, Tremor Sense is such a unique ability like that. No wards over the area, but seeing Imp wander through with that Tremor Sense, they knew he was by himself, able to pick up a kill.
Yep, no worries at all. That's why Rek'Sai's still so strong. Again, Energy Pacemaker need to take care of some minion waves as Kane going to head towards this bottom side. Decided to go for the Blade of the Ruined King onto Kane. Wants to have some extra mobility, wants to be able to survive the onslaught of Wayless.
Yeah, certainly does want to be able to, I guess, kite out as well. Be able to get it back as far as possible. Doesn't want to be kicked in by Lee Sin. And more of a standard build coming out of Corki this time around. Of course, we saw the second item QSS last game. And really just trying to survive as long as possible, be that persistent damage threat.
Yeah, and Ward's still on the bottom side of the map, Energy Pacemaker, but LGD looking to try and get some pressure towards this Baron side. Wayless now with these 3 items, able to clear out a wave incredibly quickly. And they can use that in order to put pressure wherever they want. Actually going to start off the Baron. There are pings all over it from Energy Pacemaker, but it's going down so incredibly fast. No vision available whatsoever. It's down to 3,500 health. Is Energy Pacemaker going to be able to make it in? Drizzle wants to tunnel, he flashes, gets the steal blind somehow! That was godlike! Shu going to try and come over there. Wailers takes him down. They maybe didn't want to start that fight, but that steal, oh my god.
Yeah, so they're able to get 2 kills, but the Baron goes over to Energy Pacemaker. Drizzle saying, yeah, you got a couple of dragons off me, I'll let that go, but I can still smite when I want to. And it just turns out whoever starts objectives in this series ends up losing them.
Yeah, it seems to be how it works out just in general, of course, if we look back to the last one as well. So it's just really, really chaotic. Kane going to find his way here. Imp just going to disengage completely as Raphael actually coming over the wall. Flashes everywhere.
Triple Summoner spells burnt. Raphael also used his flash to get in range for that double Glitter Lance. But overall, you'd have to say the heal and flash out of Imp is worth much more than Raphael's heal, of course, because he's not as much of a primary target in these fights.
Yeah.
So very well played by Energy Pacemaker, able to defend a turret as well. And there's so many objectives available on the map now that they have this Baron. They can siege through mid. They can try and push one of the outers either top or bottom and try and equalize the gold lead. This game has been chaotic and back and forward, but you feel it's on a knife's edge. If Amazing J can really start impacting these team fights in the same manner that Flame is, I feel that really is the difference here, that Flame's just been so much more useful in these 5v5s.
Yeah, and we'll see whether it's going to be sort of Flame maybe getting caught by a hook somewhere, but that tower was extraordinarily low. Some easy gold to be picked up from Energy Pacemaker. Flame has his teleport. He's just chilling out here on this bottom side, trying to move that wave away from the turrets so that Energy Pacemaker have to push so much further forward. They've got this time limit to use this Baron. They've managed to pick up an outer turret, and we'll see whether they can collect anything else. It's Raphael forced to use that Whimsy on himself in order to get himself to safety. Glitterland's going to find PYL, and they can't really close the distance too well. Sonic Wave going to find Kane, but would be very, very gutsy to follow that course.
Yeah, it certainly would be. And we see now in the top lane, unfortunately, Amazing J was one of the members that died, so he doesn't have that Baron buff available to split push. So not going to be as useful having him in one of those side lanes. Maybe use Drizzle, who still has the buff and potentially his ultimate to be able to rejoin. But it looks like they're setting up a little bit of a trap here around the blue.
Yeah, it looks like LGD with a lot of control. The Dragon has been started here from LGD. It's going down very low. Drizzle's found his way in here. There's the wild growth to come through. Amazing J teleports in the backside. Schwen does pick up the Dragon yet again, but Energy Pacemaker, they're falling down throughout this fight. Kane's in amongst it. Wayler's going down so low, but he doesn't mind. He's just going to pick up the kills. Amazing J taking some time to die, but that is 4 dead. Drizzle limping out, and LGD have just had complete control of these team fights.
Yeah, Wayler's had perfect positioning throughout that whole fight. Able to get the flank, was completely unharassed. So many members used abilities to try and take out Imp, and this 8-11 Ari just completely destroyed the back line. Able to dive in. They're going to pick up the first inhibitor off this one, potentially. Although members starting to respawn, maybe just settle for the turret.
Yeah, Drizzle is here. He's going to clear out this wave here as well, as PYL just going to remove some tunnels. And this is very difficult for a Rek'Sai at this stage because, of course, when you're behind, it's very hard to have that tunnel network available. Make that Void Rush as impactful as possible because the enemy team is just rifling through your jungle, and it's very hard to keep them there.
Yeah, it certainly is. And off the back of that, gets very aggressive fight. Actually have some action around PYL.
PYL's just going to get caught maybe. Oh, that double bubble was incredible. PYL just going to swim his way out.
Yeah, so able to keep himself alive, of course. Not much damage coming through from a mainly tank Rek'Sai. And we see there's just a lack of damage on the side of Energy Pacemaker. Without this Trinity Force finish for Amazing J, no Lich Bane out of this Lulu. Actually having to go with a defensive item third, just not able to match the raw power that's coming out of a 4-item Ari and nearly a 4-item Lucian.
Yeah, and Imp's really starting to do some incredible damage here as well. Might be building up towards that Infinity Edge for his next item. And see that red buff, it's punished.
Yeah, 3,000 gold the advantage in mid lane, 2,000 in the top lane, and that's a very poor Amazing J. Actually, nearly 2,000 gold poorer than his jungler at this point in the game.
Yeah, and that is not great, of course. A lot of the kills have been going to Drizzle. Schwen going to be able to clear out this Scuttle Crab. Baron up in a few minutes. LGD making sure that they have as much vision as possible. They're pinging out the top inner turret here. Of course, one of the last 2 inner turrets available. And LGD, they need to find a place to break into the base. You have to think, though, the exposed inhibitor in the mid lane might be their option.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that will be where they go. Although they're favoring the top lane, they recognize at this point they are very strong. So they're able to take down meaningful gold objectives at this point. Maybe looking for a little bit of a siege here.
Yeah, there are no turrets available. That bubble was fantastic here as well. And Drizzle's split pushing. It's going to be pretty difficult for him to use that Void Rush in order to get there. But of course, wanting to keep the pressure off his team, and Energy Pacemaker looking to try and stall for as long as possible.
Yeah, and in response, they start pushing this mid lane up, recognizing the fact that they weren't going to get much work done in the top lane. So they collapse off, push into the mid lane, force Drizzle back to base. Get Flame down there to maybe sort out the bottom lane, although it will push in its own favor. Flame wants to go down and pick up some gold, however.
Yeah, he's going to go down there and clear that one out. It does leave LGD a man short, but that teleport is going to help him out. Amazing J does not have his, so he's forced to hang around here. Can't be on split push duty as Energy Pacemaker would want to use him for. You can see after this wave gets cleared out, Flame just more than comfortably ahead now of Amazing J as far as that farm.
Yeah, and Shu just missing that as they start a fight.
Oh, the onslaught of shadows onto Wayless. He uses Azonya's Hourglass. Is he going to be okay? Flashes out of the way here as well. Drizzle just gets destroyed. Imp was ignored in this fight. He's doing so much work. Schwen ripping the members apart. Kane going to die. And Lucian, I think, is probably the best AD carry in the game because I don't know what is going on. Imp is ripping people to shreds.
Yeah, that was once again a fantastic equalizer, really setting that fight up. Flame's positioning of that ultimate has been perfect, and it just allowed Wayless to be able to dive through the whole team. Everyone was sitting on top of it. Everyone was slowed, and it just did so much damage. Turret inhibitor, probably Baron. Fantastic fight for LGD once again after Amazing J engaged it.
Yeah, and Amazing J trying to do the desperation move. They have to do something here, Energy Pacemaker, but of course Flame, he was just tickling that teleport button the whole time he was in that bottom lane, always managing to come through exactly when he needs to.
Yeah, it was really, really nicely played there. They pick up another Baron for themselves, 11,000 gold in the lead. And really much better control coming out of LGD this time around. Very good play coming out of their mid laner Wayless.
And you have to give a whole lot of credit to Schwen here as well. 7, 1, and 10 on Lee Sin. Stealing away the first 2 dragons. They've had a complete monopoly over that one. They're on 4 currently. And 40 seconds, they may have the 5th dragon and a Baron.
Yeah, they certainly look like that will be their objective. And from there, how do you lose the game? They're just so much stronger. 4,000 gold in the mid lane. 2,000 gold between the junglers as well, just across the board. Energy Pacemaker, after a very good game 1, has just been outclassed in this game 2.
It's been very, very difficult for them. Abyssal Scepter was completed by Raphael, but that's not the Void Staff that he probably wanted here. Maybe noticing the fact that there's not quite as much magic resist, but there's a Locket, so he probably really wanted that Void Staff. LGD just going to move back towards this dragon. 2 seconds up, and this is going to be a very, very easy take. Of course, Energy Pacemaker don't want to give it over to them, but look at how fast it falls.
Yeah, just such a quick control. Super minions in the mid lane. Even if they did use the teleport to get there, that probably would have been their base in shambles. And
oh, Imp getting caught out there. Actually gets polymorphed up as well. Tidal Wave comes down. It does land onto Kane, but Energy Pacemaker not going to lose anything. They have to use the ultimate. Oh, actually, Schwen trying to come through. The answering flash is there, though. Schwen getting taken down solo. Look at the Wild Growth doing some work here. They've traded 2 for 1 thus far. But look at Imp just wrecking this fight. A triple kill already. Takes down the turret. Kane's alive, but only just, as LGD just going to destroy this base.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that will be the game as the tap the mat comes through. And what team fighting prowess out of LGD in this game 2. They played a team fighting comp game 1 and weren't able to pull it off, but game 2 looking so much better.
Yeah, and putting Flame into the lineup, playing Acorn's signature champion, and those equalizers, as you mentioned, just beautiful, exactly where they needed to be, when they needed to be there. And 9-2-15 for Wayless on Ari here as well. What a fantastic performance. And his Lissandra, it was fantastic in the last game. Able to farm up a Storm, did manage to get some catches, but that Ari performance was something else.
Yeah, it certainly was. 24 out of 28 kill participation.
Yeah.
Very good across the Rift. Of course, Xuen needs to be mentioned. 20 out of the 28 as well. Only died twice as Lee Sin.
Yep.
Very aggressive play coming through from the jungler. And LGD, they're very polarizing. They're definitely a good team when they perform and get, I guess, play on the same wavelength. Little bit of miscommunication in game one, but Energy Pacemaker, I can't look past them this weekend. 4-2 in 3 games against Vici and LGD, able to split. They've played fantastically.
Yeah, Energy Pacemaker have really turned their whole LPL experience around. And if they start going this positively each weekend that they play, and this was a tough weekend for them as well. 3 matches in a row on every single day. I mean, you can't prepare quite as much when you've got that much League of Legends to play with a whole lot of different teams. So credit goes hugely to them, but congratulations to LGD. They do manage to tie up the series, but we do have a lot more LPL to come. 3 more matches up, of course. EDG taking on King right after this break.
but you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. Here we are, don't turn away now. We're the warriors that build this
Hello and welcome back to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We are straight into the action here for our second match as King are taking on EDG.
Yeah, when this is a big one, pastry time. King had a very polarizing game yesterday against Vici. I misspoke earlier when I said that was Energy Pacemaker. It was, of course, King. They were able to go 1-1, and it was a very one-sided affair both times around.
Yeah, I mean, King have been looking a bit better this weekend, have picked up some wins, actually have a positive record so far. They would maintain that record unless they lose 0-2 here to EDG. And EDG have been on form for a lot of this LPL.
Yeah, they certainly have. EDG are probably the most consistent team. They have been at the top of the table for the last couple of weeks, taking that one off OMG. And you have to say, it's been across the board that every single one of their players really is playing well at the moment. Pawn and Koro are probably the two standouts, but Def, Clearlove, Mako, they're all across the board. They're spectacular.
Yeah, they're kind of bringing back form they had from last season in 2014 where EDG just dominated the regional scene. Now, that was a different team. Of course, Name, their star AD carry, no longer playing actually at all so far in the LPL. Still suspended, unfortunately, for Royal Club. But EDG have still looked on top again with new Korean players.
Yeah, they certainly have, and they've incorporated them into the team very well. And you would have to think because Deft is a very comparable player to Name in the style he plays. And then Pawn is just a straight-up upgrade in that mid lane. One of the best in the world, and we see just how good these guys are. Koro, he's been a beast.
Yeah, Koro's really evolved into just an amazing player. You know, he was maybe pigeonholed a bit before, but you can see 5 unique champion picks there in their last 5 games. He can just do anything in the top lane.
Yeah, he certainly can. Clearlove, of course, always Mr. Consistent. That 9 KDA just jumps out amongst junglers, and once again, 5 independent picks, just making sure that he's got a lot of coverage and been a lot gank heavier this time around.
Yeah, he's definitely mixed it up a bit more, can carry a little bit more, been a bit more aggressive. There's Pawn as well for their mid lane. Actually played a lot of defensive mid laners recently, 2 Nidalee games and 2 Lulu games, and of course the Kassadin to round it out. But Pawn is very flexible. In fact, this entire EDG team, as you can see from their top laner and jungler, very rounded and very deep in terms of champion pools and strategies.
Yeah, and Pawn, definitely one of the most dangerous players. We take a look at Deft. He's started to slowly get back to his old form. Had some terrific games at the start, but his Jinx plays been great. Corki, very good. And I like the Cogmore pickup. A very deft champion, very safe in his damage.
Yeah, and Deft has just been so strong here. There's Mako as well. Actually has stood out as a kind of an unknown support coming into the LPL, but has come out especially big on engaged supports. You can see 2 Annie games there along with a Vega. Seems to excel when he can get aggressive, but can also play Janna as well.
Yeah, he certainly can. And the Veigar flex pick for EDG is massive because Pawn, one of the few mid laners that will take it into that role and has had some dominating performances. So really is an overall, like, top to bottom, you cannot fault EDG's lineup. If people were going to pick a weakness before the season, it would have been Mako, as you said, but even he really has arrived. And overall, King, if they play anything like they did Game 1, this is going to be a horrible series. But Game 2, they really turned it on yesterday.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing. We look at King as a team. We can't look at an individual player and say, oh, they're really carrying for their team in wins. Or look at an individual player and say, oh, man, they're really dragging the chain. They win or lose as a team, and it seems to be in the draft stage where that really falls off.
Yeah, it certainly is. The Game 1 draft, they took a lot of comfort picks, but then gave away Na and Lissandra and just completely lost in the team fight portion. They got caught out at Dragon. Fantastic 3-man Na ultimates coming through. But then Game 2, they were able to win the pick ban phase. They grabbed themselves the Veigar support and 20 out of 20 kill participation for Liam in that game. Wuxian went off in Game 2 on Kalista, also had a terrific game. So, yeah, I definitely think that a lot of this does come out in the draft and whether Wuxian and Liam can get favorable and really get their team ahead.
Yeah, and that translates pretty well into just King's story kind of moving into the LPL. They were the top LSPL team, of course, moving into this season of the LPL. You know, an amateur up-and-coming team that played well together. They're still one of the few all-Chinese teams competing here in China, playing in the LPL. And it shows. When they win or lose, it's always as a team.
Yeah, it certainly is. And they look like they make good decisions when they're ahead and then pretty poor decisions behind. So it is about them as a team incrementally building their gold advantage. I like the way King play when they're ahead and how proactive they are around the map. Their vision control out of lane was very good yesterday, but need him on an engage heavy support, I think, if they're going to have success.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they do want to go for here. King on the blue side here for the first game in this best of 2. EDG over on the red, and an immediate ban of the Viger.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way, taking that one off the book. King actually not banning here. They might be penalized. We'll see if they actually do throw anything through. Nah gets taken away from Koro. He's been so strong.
Yeah, I mean, probably the best performing Nah player in the LPL. And this is in a region for some pretty carry-heavy top laners. So for that to be true of Koro is very impressive for him as a player. But we are continuing now. And I love what you talk about King, especially in draft. They do look much better when they're ahead. And a lot of getting ahead early comes from good drafting.
Yeah, it certainly does. And that's the point about King. The fact that they're very good at picking... They rely very heavily on picking comfort picks, and that's sometimes counterintuitive to how they want to play the early game. The double Trinity Force just didn't work because they never got to that spike early enough. Nah took over with all of his CC, so I like the fact that Kalista maybe was a better pickup in the bottom lane, allowed Wushin to get on more of a hyper carry, and he had a fantastic couple of late game team fights.
Yeah, it's funny actually, Woosh in the early games of the LPL was actually playing very well, mostly on Sivir, one of the better performing Sivir players, but Sivir sort of rotated out, actually a fairly poor laning matchup against Kalista, especially early on, so unsurprisingly, Sivir kind of got figured out, and Woosh has looked a little lost since then.
Yeah, it certainly has, and Sivir, as you mentioned, the Kalista's a big one to point out. Jinx was the other one that really came back in and just absolutely steamrolled, so ever since then, has gone back to more hyper carry play, which doesn't allow the team to, I guess, build those gold leads that we spoke about. I think Kalista definitely is the best faring early game hyper carry because that Ren just provides so much utility in lane, especially level 1 when you're jumping all over the place. That passive nearly a second ability at that point in the game. So we'll be interested to see how he goes against Deft, who is typically a very passive laner, likes to sit back, but his damage per second in team fights is just so high.
Yeah, it's been a bit more aggressive, especially when Clearlove has visited him, and he's done it a lot there on the bottom side of the map, but the bans are almost through now. So he just popped back in the champs like Nah, Lulu, and Kassadin, the 3 there for King, and a Vega, Aurelia, and Ari EDG's 3 bans.
Yeah, so taking the Ari off the board, respecting it on this patch, Viger being taken away as well, that's just such a good support pickup, and Sky being hit with probably the only target ban this time around, getting rid of the Aurelia, that's a lot of respect. Koro has been playing well, but doesn't want to go up against that one.
Yeah, we talked about King's comfort here. Sky's looked most comfortable on his Aurelia, was actually undefeated in LSPL games, in competitive games before moving into the LPL. So again, King still a team that's finding their feet here in the professional scene in China, and EDG on top of the leaderboards right now. But King are going to first pick themselves a Rumble.
Yeah, so taking that one off the board with the Kassadin gone, not really many counter picks, at least hard counters. Aurelia is the other one, and that's gone as well. Clearlove instantly locking in that Rek'Sai. That's been one of my favorite champions to watch him perform on.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a go-to jungler for a lot of these junglers in the LPL. We do see Lissandra, the second pick there as well for EDG, so some strong stuff done already. But Clearlove, he was one of the first players, along with Beast from Snake, to really bring out Nunu. Big control jungle style coming out from them as well. Clearlove has always been known as a bit more of a passive jungler, and Rek'Sai really fits the versatility and just the global control that he wants to get out of it.
Yeah, exactly right. It allows him to use that Tremor Sense for a little bit of vision and utility, and then that ultimate to get around the map much quicker than you would expect out of a jungler. So I do like when Clearlove plays it. He goes to the bottom lane a lot more than expected when he does play Rek'Sai in particular, so look for Wushin to be camped out in this game. And the Xerath and Kalista being picked up here. Blind picked Xerath, maybe respecting Pawn's Azir play, who is still very strong in this patch, but that's very brave at how good Pawn is on Assassins.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what Pawn picks up here. LeBlanc, I guess, notably open here, but Ari banned out, so a reasonably safe blind pick here on 5.2. But King already picking up their 3 cores, basically. Rumble and Xerath for the top and Kalista down for the bottom. Those are the carries already done for King, so EDG have a lot of information, and they'll keep it safe still. Ezreal actually coming in as a flex pick, and Janna there as well for Mako.
Yeah, and an aggressive draft out of King, picking up your 3 carries first and letting your jungle fall this late in the draft, especially when there's things like Lee Sin, things like Jarvan that just fit majority of compositions and don't give much away, shows that they have a specific game plan against the EDG lineup. Looks to be very teamfight heavy and revolve around only one AD threat in Wushin, so he can get going in this late game.
Yeah, and he's definitely shown he can get going in certain games, but we'll have to see what EDG want to do. They actually have a pretty squishy team right now, and this Clearlove on the Rek'Sai gets very tanky, so Kalista going to have a field day against this comp, and King are going to make it pretty interesting, actually, rounding out the team with a Jungle Nidalee and Support Leona as their last two.
Yeah, and once again, this is a team that pokes very well, kites backward extremely well. The only real hard engage is Leona, and I guess she also can throw out defensive solar flares if needed. So I like the lineup out of King here. Very good at sieging down turrets, very hard to get on top of. And unless Koro performs particularly well, and that TF comes through, that TF will be interesting. There are responses here out of EDG, but not much hard engage. TFs come through, that's a lot of hard engage out of the mid lane player.
Yeah, I actually like that EDG had so much flexibility kind of moving through their drop, but like you mentioned, Twisted Fate is going to be the pick here, finally coming through for EDG. So we are going to move Ezreal actually into the AD carry position. Lissandra in her home in the top side, but Pawn is going to play TF here. Very interesting against this lineup.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think that they picked it because they realized that there is so much kite and the ability to move backwards in these team fights that if Koro doesn't get a priority target, then they're going to, I guess, lack the follow-up CC they need. So now, Twisted Fate, as soon as he picks up that Zhonya's Hourglass, he becomes the primary engager, and Lissandra follows him into the priority target. They also have some good wave clear to deal with the siege comp coming out. That's always important.
Yeah, I mean, I love it in the team fighting, but even moving through, it's interesting that Twisted Fate feels like he can pressure a lot of these lanes as well.
Yeah, and 2 global ultimates, 2 of the last left in the game, longest range at least. Shen, the other one you have to throw out there, but being able to get in and help out Clear Love, maybe, I guess, be able to pressure this Nidalee from different areas as well is just going to be very important as we move through the mid game, especially if MLXG commits to that tier build that we've seen so often that kind of hampers the early game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of Nidalees. We saw Spirit yesterday playing it amazingly, just so much pressure that you can apply with that champion.
Yeah, certainly. If you hit that spear, you have some of the best early game ganks because of that gap closer and raw damage, but it is also very risky because no hard CC.
Yeah, and the issue there is that if Nidalee gets in your jungle and starts harassing you, though, it just falls apart so quickly. She's got such good control, so you have to keep her out. And that's why I do like the globals, like you mentioned there.
Yeah, and the clear speed is very quickly, can catch her out as she tries to go and get that counter jungling done.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Let's get on to the Rift. Welcome onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. It's King versus EDG on our last day here of Week 6 for the LPL. King are on the blue side here for Game 1. EDG over on the red. And EDG, can they collect even more points? They have a massive lead so far at the top of the standings, and all they'd want to do here is extend it.
Yeah, exactly right. They're looking for another 2-0, and they've done it so many times so far. Deft and Wushin in this bottom lane, the Kalista versus the Ezreal matchup, the pushing power that comes out of Hurricane Kalista might be able to give Ezreal some challenges in the early game, also some high damage threat with that Ren. So looks like Pawn coming down here, maybe trying to bait some aggression out of the Kalista.
Yeah, Pawn actually has an early boots here as well, so getting aggressive. Wush actually has to be very careful, gets stunned up there. Great great tornado, there by Mako. And first blood easily goes to Pawn.
Yeah, and that was just Kalista recognizing that very good level 1 wants to jump around and get all of that harass down, but just drawing people into the bottom lane, and what a great response out of EDG.
I mean, I don't know if Pawn did the boots thing on purpose, but he's going to go back with a Doran's ring and a pair of boots, so ingenious first buy there from Twisted Fate.
Yeah, it certainly was. Gives him a lot of sustain in a lane that's going to evolve some poking as well, so he's in a fantastic position. We saw how fast he ran down there. You'd have to think there's some utility points in there to just increase that movement speed as well, and getting Pawn ahead, always going to be a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about star players on EDG, how it's really hard to pinpoint someone that's really putting the team on their back, but Pawn has probably consistently performed above and beyond here for this team.
Yeah, he certainly had. He's after a fantastic world, making a very good case to be considered one of the best mid laners in the world. You say one of because of the likes of FLICKR, and of course, Cool can never be overlooked as well over on OMG, but Pawn really has been performing extremely well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good mid lane talent around the world. A lot of it's anchored here in the LPL, and Pawn, one of the best players here in the LPL. So a strong pedigree already, but we are going to break back out into standard lanes. Whoosh will return with a death in his column, but he'll just be fine here with Leona Kalista versus Ezreal Janna.
Yeah, and Def didn't go back and buy, so no extra sustain, meaning if they hit level 2 here, they still have a very high kill threat against a passive lane. So already, ooh.
MLXG in a bit of trouble, actually does hunt the minion very well calculated. Just going to get it, Pounces back in, needs a Q, Pounces back on top, and that was close, but just gets level 3.
Yeah, that was ridiculously close. Nidalee actually farms the jungle really well, so getting that low might have been a little bit of a misplay, but able to survive in the end, and he'll be able to heal himself back up.
Almost wonder how aggressive MLXG's Runes of Mastery done. In fact, he's keep going here. He's got the smite, he's got a bit of extra health on the red buff, and there's the Nidalee clear we know and love.
Yeah, exactly right. Nidalee's abilities just allow her to farm through that jungle so heavily, and with the heal coming through at level 3, it does allow for a much quicker route. Must have gone the Q and the W first up.
Yes, we pull back down to the bottom lane there as well. The pawn's actually rotating in, so going to try and affect another lane at level 3, but we'll just back off there instead. We've seen a lot of players here start to pick up Kalista in the LPL, but unlike Siva, who was seeing a lot of play in the early weeks, I feel like we haven't quite figured out the best way to beat her in lane yet.
Yeah, Kalista's really strange because she takes a matchup even long range and uses that passive to get in your face, and it's so hard to avoid her. I think that Corki maybe is the best matchup. Is an extreme bully, so you can say that about a lot of things, but shoves back very well against Kalista as well, uses those rockets to great effect. And the Sheen versus the Hurricane is what really does it for me, because Hurricane adds so little in the regard of burst damage, no raw AD stats there, really is consistent, and allows Corki to just use the burst potential from his kit and that item to take control.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on Def's build there as well. We'll see if he does want to go for an early Sheen at any point, either for the blue bid or just even the Trinity Force we've seen from the likes of Kid from IG in the LPL as well. But as things are, Def is always handling his lane very calmly.
Yeah, he certainly, and he went a little bit aggressive there walking forward, maybe because they'd spotted out the fact that Nidalee was on the other side of the map. Clearlove able to get eyes on the jungler. That's always extremely important when you're going against a Leona lane, because 3v2s are so dangerous.
Oh, actually, a little Raptor stolen away there. Clearlove will defend his camp there. MLXG trying to apply some pressure, but we talk about it. Rek'Sai going to really try and control this Nidalee moving around his jungle.
Yeah, and anyone watching to play mid lane here, look how often Pawn leaves his lane. Not to go anywhere, to just put implied pressure around the map, and he's so quick here. Even with Nidalee chasing him, probably not going to be able to catch up.
Yeah, those early boots again paying dividends. Spear going to come through, just missing there. The hitbox not quite large enough, extending there. And I also love that Pawn's walking off his minion wave, because Assassin has to make the choice. Do I poke him or do I farm?
Yeah, exactly right. And he's that confident in his ability and that additional movement speed he has that he's playing very far up, even in early levels where he needs a couple of wild cards to clear out. But this is the first game coming through from Nidalee in the bottom lane.
Yeah, actually, Deft just dodging the spear there as well. So we'll know what's up with the jungler. MLXG probably going to have to give that up here, and a bit of pressure, but EDG's bottom lane just kind of walk out.
Yeah, and Pawn, because of the amount of times he's walked side to side, actually just found the pink lane in, pink ward in mid lane as well, so that one will fall quickly with Assassin going back to base. So overall, a very even early game, maybe in Koro's favor in the top lane, but everywhere else very even across the board, and not much pressure so far.
I mean, Clearlove might try and make it work here as well. Is he going to line up a gank here on Sky? We've seen Clearlove, he doesn't gank that often, but he's very effective when he does. So we'll see when he does want to pull the trigger here. Korra already looking good. Twisted Fate going to come up here as well. Pawn's going to move in, gets the stun, knock up to follow. Korra there with the snare, and Sky's going to get first blooded by Clearlove.
Yeah, and that ultimate was that good out of Twisted Fate. In the bottom lane, there was a little bit of a scuffle, and Wushin thought it was coming for him and blew his flash to just get away because of how far they'd overcommitted. So across the board now, EDG starting to use this Twisted Fate to get advantages.
He'll make it though. He's going to get locked up. A good double tornado, but Def moving in. MLXG, right time, right place. And now Korra's actually teleported in, but it's 4v2 right now, as EDG could be in some more trouble. Korra is forced to ult himself. Def gets speared in the face for it though, and Korra going to move in. Sky going to try and look for the die, but EDG just escaped. No, Assassin gets the first part. Can't find Korra though, but does get Def.
Yeah, so that is a 2-for-nothing trade, equalizing kills and gold. Fantastic reactive teleport out of Sky, and that was a level 5 versus level 6, not even equalizer available. Mako just going over aggressive in that skirmish.
Yeah, we talk about the Nidalee spears from the jungle. Those are the sorts of things that can apply so much early damage and pressure, and MLXG is going to go for the early tier.
Yeah, so able to pick that one up, not as early as we have seen. Of course, we've seen that maybe even before jungle items in a couple of games, but being able to stack that one up is definitely a good thing. The fact that he has that extra assist means that it's not an extremely greedy buy. He is fairly ahead. in terms of jungle passage at the moment with that 100% kill participation. So he's just looking to, I guess, start his late game very early.
Yeah, we'll see now as Pawn will grab up the blue buff as well, return to his lane. Actually, even in CS, despite all the movement and the roaming, and actually up a couple hundred gold, probably due to his loaded dice passive. So Pawn playing very well, and you talked about the pressure that he's applying, even the implied pressure in the bottom, forcing the Kalista flash.
Yeah, and it's just so important as a Twisted Fate. You can see he's picked up boots too extremely early as well to be able to get around the map and use the fact that you have that very early CC and high mobility to help your team out. His passive used to do it inherently when it gave everyone gold. Now, of course, only affecting Twisted Fate, so that's why he's so far ahead. But yeah, I like the way Pawn's played this lane so far. Definitely looking to get his team ahead, not being selfish.
Yeah, so off to a solid start there in the mid. Checking in the top corner, about 20 CS ahead, so not too bad there. And Deft a little bit behind now, actually, in the bottom lane, but has gone back for his first shot. Kalista there on King's side. Woosh has gotten parts of the Hurricane, so a Recover plus a dagger with a spare longsword for presumably the early Vamp Scepter, and a Tear's already done for Deft, so he is at least going into Manamune.
Yeah, he's going into Manamune, but this is the reason I don't really like the Ezreal-Kalista matchup, because it doesn't punish Kalista's weak point of the game, which is the fact that she doesn't get AD on her first shot, because Ezreal mirrors that. And even as far as offensive stats go, ooh.
It's called. Deft is going to Arcane Shift out. He's in the blade. Very good attempt, but Mako just disengages with a nado.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of a misplay from Mako because he had his ultimate available. So after the Arcane Shift came out, could have just thrown that Solar Flare out. No flash available from Mako, so would have maybe been able to get on top of him. Instead, ultimate used for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Liam didn't want to use the cooldown there, it seems like, so going to have to just use the ulti and walk away slowly. There is back in the top, Korra versus Sky. Lissandra getting quite far ahead in this early lane.
Yeah, it certainly is. Korra is an absolute beast. He's, in my personal opinion, probably the premier top lane in the world at the moment, along with maybe Smeb from the LCK, but he just plays every single lane in such a controlled fashion and never goes over aggressive, as we see the fanciest footsteps coming out of Pawn.
Yeah, Pawn's dancing really strong there. And I mean, the early move speed that we thought he has in the boots here is actually going to get ulted. Just dodges all three of them, walking in a perfect little triangle. Dodges the stun as well. All right, can't dodge that one.
Finally gets hit by a long-range Q, but that was a lot of mana used for absolutely no reward. And yeah, he's just putting on a clinic here in the mid lane, able to keep up in CS against a very good laner in Xerath, and absolutely no pressure.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of skill shots in this game, so good thing that Pawn seemed to have calibrated his boots there properly to dodge them. But King, instead, is going to move into the Dragon after a bit of pressure, but the rest of King's bottom lane move it. Twisted Fate is here with his ult. He does pop it. Knows they're on the Dragon. Ulti comes in. They're going to try and steal, but MLXG secures it with a smite.
Yeah, and uses a TF ultimate. So the first one was successful. Second one only used to scout. Not much going to come from that. So that is a win for King. Able to pick up the first Dragon of the game, and they did it just because of how powerful Nidalee's early jungle is.
Yeah, we've seen this a lot yesterday, especially with Spirit's Nidalee game. Yesterday for World Elite, just so much early game pressure you can apply to get neutral objectives. Clearlive in the top, going to smite onto Sky. We'll find the knock up there as well, and there's a very easy solo kill almost there for Rek'Sai.
Yeah, but Korra had done so much of the work already. That's a huge minion wave crashing into that turret, so Sky having an absolute shocker at the moment. 0, 2, and 1, down 100% CS nearly. It's 90 to 53 up in that lane, and Lissandra, we've seen it take over games before, in a very good position to do so. Looking for a teleport behind the bottom lane one more time.
You've got to equip Morel and Nomicon as well, but MLXG going to try and huck some spears there. Mako just dodges the first one. They need to feel some pressure, but just back off and start last hitting under their turret. And we can see Korra looking so strong early on. Is this a matchup that Lissandra's expected to do this well in?
Yeah, it's certainly a matchup that Lissandra is expected to win, but it is salvageable by Rumble because of how short range Lissandra is. You can actually put on a surprising amount of pressure at the early points of the game by making her spam spells to keep up with your damage output. Just because Rumble is, of course, resourceless, able to get in that danger zone, overheat, and get a lot of work done, but just doesn't look like Sky's been able to do that. Very good control of the lane by Korra.
Actually, ulti, they're going to come in. Does not cancel the recall. Woosh just uses it shortly after getting hit by the ulti, but Pawn continuing to pressure now. 15 CS ahead, done with the Athenes and the Sork shoes, and is walking back up towards top lane.
Yeah, it certainly looks like he wants to get some more work done up there, but Liam, he's on his tail, hot in pursuit, looking to make use of this Leona roam, clear out some vision on the top side of the map.
Yeah, it does find the Pinkle. Will clear it out of the little brush there next to the Scuttle Crab. Clearlove trying to find Lamb, but can't quite do it yet. An Assassin also with the blue, and an Athene's done for Xerath.
Yeah, and this is a really cool tactic coming out of EDG right now, recognizing that maybe Kalista is stronger, so don't allow MLXG to camp that side of the map. Get as many pink wards on the top side of the map as possible, pressure turrets, even taking one down there, and just allow Deft to farm unharassed. They've been forced to draw Mako away from that lane, and it's given Deft a lot of time to catch back up.
Yeah, I mean, he's a bit behind in CS, but Janna Ezreal with a few levels in Janna and a Sheen now for Ezreal. Things are going to get a bit easier now that Callista's just got a Hurricane.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Kalista, still a very big kill threat in this lane with the Leona. Just so much follow-up CC comes out. And, ooh. Deft trying to push out this lane. He wants to go back and shot.
Pawn actually got chunked out there off screen by Assassin's ulti, so he's going to not be able to affect the rest of the map. That might mean Koro's going to back off here, and Lamb posturing aggressively, trying to find an ulti, just going to force the blink back. And again, King's bottom lane maintain control down here.
Yeah, so they've definitely got control. However, they're losing other parts of the map harder than they're winning the bottom lane. They're up 20 CS, which is a very good result. But in the top lane, that's 50 CS and a turret, let alone in the mid lane where Pawn has been able to influence all of the map to much better effect than Assassin.
Yeah, and Pawn, despite all the movement, still up in CS, about almost 1,000 gold ahead of Assassin Xerath there. And I love this adaptation for his build as well. He knows what he wants to be doing. He's got a very fast distortion upgrade.
Yeah, wants to make sure that he can get in there with that Ghost more importantly than even the Flash. It just adds so much movement speed onto the Ghost that enchant. So really wants to be able to impact as much as possible. And with that, Athenes has all the cooldown reduction he needs in his kit as well.
Yeah, Deft is going to get poked out a little bit in the bottom side here, but We're just continuing to hop around, keep control of the lane here. It's a bit hard to not auto-push the lane with the Hurricane Kalista, but you do want to apply as much pressure as you can.
Yeah, you certainly do, and they need to maybe try and start pressuring this turret as well, but you just see the hesitation with how well in the top lane again.
Yeah, Pawn going back in the top there. Korra already ultis up Sky. The stun will follow, and Clearlove is here once again, and Korra going to get the kill this time.
Yeah, completely picking on Sky. That's 3 deaths now at 14 minutes mark, so he's getting bullied at this point, but good reaction coming out of King here, taking down the mid lane turret.
And I know we used to joke about Clearlove, you know, camping the lanes here for Deft and setting up a little resort on the bottom side. Not needing to do this game, Deft very self-sufficient on the Ezreal, but I have to say, Clearlove, the gank engineer, he's very good at camping a lane.
Yeah, he certainly is. He picks a lane and solos them out, and really in this game, Koro has been the beneficiary of that, but he built the lead himself, and then Koro just came in to secure it. Bringing in both globals, we spoke about how important that is to be able to use them to great effect, and recognizing that they don't need to win bottom lane, happy to just equalize, although the turret now will be taken eventually, which is a very good sign for King. And they've just put a lot of pressure over the top side of the map to really keep this rumble down.
They're going to even up the gold here if the turret falls. A big shield from Mako might keep it alive. And now Korra's actually down here, has walked down from the base here with, I believe, yes, an early home guard's done as well there for those cooldown boots. So looking to get into the next dragon here in about 45 seconds time. But I like that you mentioned the comps here with the globals. This, to me, gives me some chills back to the Clearlove's World Elite days where we used to play with Messiah, of course, the big TF, with Nocturne back then.
Yeah, he certainly did. They used to be able to zip all over the map, and the added movement speed that came out of Nocturne really suited him well. Rek'Sai, very similar champion to how old Nocturne used to be played, so definitely appreciate the reference there coming through of how this team used to be put together. And at the moment, Sky is just that much further behind Koro that even if they choose to fight here, they're going to be against an absolutely massive Lissandra. So Sky opting to keep the lane as even as possible, draw Koro into this wave and try and get him to push up, maybe make himself susceptible to some more ganks.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Sky actually about 1,400 gold behind Korra, so it's really starting to stack up there as well. Deft actually, I think, 600 to 800 gold behind in his bottom side, so I guess thankfully for him, he seems to be going for the cheaper blue build, although could go into Trinity Force as well. Another second dragon going to get picked up here by King.
Yeah, it actually looks like he is going into that Trinity Force because he's picked up the longsword there, so that will probably be the makings of the Fade. Second dragon going over to King, but they've continued their tactic. Have EDG not going away from it whatsoever, continuing to bully the Rumble. You see Clear Love really have made that top side of the jungle his own, but MLXG in a good position for a gank here has been spotted out by Award.
Yeah, gives it up there. Mako will spot them. Spear again going just wide there for MLXG. Deft going to farm up the Gromp with the wave, pushing back towards him. Mako going to get speared there. MLXG might try and chase him, can't quite find over the wall. Actually, Mako attempted a Monsoon, predicting it, but it didn't go through. The shield comes in. Now Assassin Dolty's going to move. A good flash air is going to keep him out. The last bolt lands, and good dancing shoes there by Mako. And Koro in the top lane. Another kill onto Rumble.
Yeah, and that'll be a tier 2 turret. They're just sticking to their plan of continuing to push on that lane. Pawn going to be able to push out mid lane as well at this point, so they'll grab 2 turrets for 1, and they're the team that picks up the kill.
Yeah, I mean, Mako with no health there after getting speared, but Pawn gets a turret, another one there, and actually EDG is still pushing, so a tier 2 coming through, but that's not quite enough here for King.
Yeah, and now they have to make the hard decision. Do they respond to the top lane push or the mid lane? Because Pawn's pressuring a tier 2 as well at this point, and all across the map, EDG forcing King to make poor decisions.
Yeah, quick pause here, but you're right. EDG are just constantly throwing hard choices here at King, and we've talked about King as a team that execute best when they're ahead and really on the front foot with their game plan. This is a very good way to disrupt a team that plays best when they're playing like that.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they're another team that plays through their top laner, so picking on Sky is definitely a worthwhile tactic. They targeted his Aurelia, and now they've just continued to take members into his lane. 0-4. He's got 4 of the 5 deaths of his team. And remember, that first kill came through before minions had even walked out. So very impressive play out of the EDG lineup to execute to their game plan.
Yeah, and you can see very cute scores here for Koro and Clear. 2-0-2 so far, sharing that score. And that's no surprise. All of those are onto Sky's Rumble.
Yeah, it certainly is. They've been together the whole way through and even brought in Pawn every now and again when they feel like they need a little bit more support. Of course, taking friends with you places is always fun.
Well, Clear loves to take his buddies around the map with him. And Pawn doing well, like you mentioned as well. Need to see Loud Rod done there as well. So probably a Zhonya's for a bit of that engage that you talked about in the draft.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. As we see a little bit of action in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Clearlove going to run down here looking for the bottom lane. Finally, Lamb going to move in Mako here as well. But the teleports have come through. Cole actually on top of a tunnel, and he might go in for the tower dive. Death going to move in there while Whoosh and Soba, but a beautiful solar flare going to lock them up. But Kalista going to try and hop out. Korra ults himself. Twisted Fate going to come through. Assassin though picks up Deft and Works is still moving through. Koro does get the next kill story onto Rumble, and they're still chasing this Kalista who's got so many Rensecks, but a stun finally comes through for TF, and that's 2 for 1 EDG.
Doesn't look like they're finished. They want to try and get some form of a flank through here with MLXG, although he's been stunned up as well.
Yeah, has to be careful. Lamb though does land the Zenith Blade. Mako gonna get sucked there, but Koro just blows up the Nidalee. Lamb goes down to Rek'Sai, and Assassin forced to flash a slow, just missing there, but the Prey Seeker does hit Pawn. No mobility left. They're gonna throw out some wild cards, but they're not quite there. The tower's still there. Clear the flash on Burrows and gets the last kill.
And what a fight out of EDG. That was a turret dive where they got held there for such a long time, able to juggle and Pawn with the flash onto the Kalista, completely shut down any form of a counter-aggressive out of Wushin. Terrific play. They only lost 1 member and aced the lineup.
They did, and you know, Deft actually died quite early in the team fight. Hasn't had the best start to his game, actually falling still behind in CS now. His build still going through. He's about 550 mana through his transform for the Manamune, and not even up to his Fade yet for his Trinity Force. But the rest of his team putting Deft on their back this time.
Yeah, certainly are. That Zhonya's Hourglass has been finished in the mid lane, so that's Pawn exactly where he wants to be, able to engage on this Kalista. All of a sudden, Wushin doesn't have the same freedom he thought he would be afforded in this game, and Zhonya's Hourglass now finished up on Koro as well. They're at the exact point in the game where they want to be.
Yeah, so we talk about double AP. Lissandra Twisted Fate, haven't seen it in a while, but a very potent comp, especially at this point in the game with those 2 item spikes coming in. There's the Seraph Stun, though, for MLXG, so things are stacking up, and it's funny. We look at Deft's tier, he's been stacking it all game, but Nidalee just that much faster at stacking it.
Yeah, it certainly is. Has the advantage of being able to use non-mana intensive moves and that pounce to use it for mobility to just stack it so hard. And yeah, it definitely is going to get to a bit of a later point for Deft. He's got his Phage now as well as those Lucidity boots. Still hasn't been able to finish off that Trinity Force. So he is a little bit further behind than where he would have liked, but has the luxury of, I guess, being able to take it slow this game. Doesn't really need to do much heavy lifting.
No, I mean, there's just so much mid-game power here for EDG, and probably the best news for them is that translates into this Dragon that's going to be back in about a minute 20 here. EDG are going to find a very straightforward fight, you have to think, for the 3rd Dragon here. They do want to deny it up from King, and they'd love to get that objective rolling for themselves. themselves.
Yeah, they certainly would like to be able to pick up their first one with all of the raw stats that are coming out of this Lissandra and Twisted Fate especially. And the movement speed's only going to help Wuxin's Kalista try and survive these fights. So a lot of pressure there. Wuxin's picked up his second item as well, and Deathcap's been finished off for Xerath. So they have good poke potential, but it looks like this Dragon will be firmly in control of EDG.
Yeah, I mean, we always look at Nidalee and talk about poke. I feel like she's very powerful, but maybe a little bit linear as Pawn. Hoping Wush would walk by, but did not happen. Instead, we'll clear the wave out. But when you have all that poke, it doesn't really beat all this hard engage.
Oh, and there's some continual poke coming out of here. So we'll see whether they can go head-to-head with it. I definitely agree. There is a lot of hard engage now to the fact that Twisted Fate has been brought in. One of the best hard engaged mid laners. So they definitely made a good adaptation, but they're just trying to chunk Koro out here before the Dragon fight even begins.
Yeah, good movement there by Koro, but the Deathcap doing work there. So King getting the poke in early. Now Fate's calls, but his Pawn could be in trouble. Lame going to try and find the ultimate. Pawn dodges it. There's a skill shot as well. We talked about the movement. Ghost getting popped, and Pawn again just dancing around in style.
And look how quick he is with that Ghost from the distortion. That's 2 ultimates used to try and catch him off guard. Will mean that they can probably pick up the Dragon here, but rest of EDG closing in very quickly.
Yeah, actually, Pawn is going to ult in now if he wants as well. And King immediately pull off the Dragon. They're too afraid of the Twisted Fate coming in. It's actually just down the bottom lane. Now he's going to move back in, actually trying to get a flank here, but can't quite find anyone, but does get them off the Dragon. In fact, the first one does go to EDG.
Yeah, so EDG able to pick up their first Dragon, 2, of course, on the side of King, and that minion wave in the top lane, as it's just been pointed out, getting bigger and bigger, starting to crash in. King need to get control of their side wave, start pushing them back in their favor.
EDG have already rotated to the top side of the map as well. They have a great option select here of continuing to push, or maybe even just getting vision or onto the Baron. Pawn doesn't have his ulti, but he is going to back here, and EDG just so good at moving around the map, especially with these 2 globals.
Yeah, will nearly be able to pick up a Void Star for himself as well. Actually goes for another needlessly large rod, so looking for that death cap, looking to be more of a carry Twisted Fate this game. And yeah, we keep going back to it. Deft, sure, he's fallen pretty far behind, 50 CS, but across the board, Pawn absolutely smashing his way through this map. Koro is an absolute monster at this point. He's going to go for the Abyssal Scepter, and I don't know if there's a way a double AP, triple AP really with this Nidalee comp can deal with how beefy this Lissandra is going to be against magic damage.
Yeah, and I like that you bring up Deft. For me, he has certainly fallen a bit behind, but I feel like he just understands his role this game as janitor, because he actually has cooldown boots on his Ezreal.
Yeah, exactly right. He's just trying to skirt the fight, get as much poke down as he possibly can, and then allow Koro and Pawn to take care of the dangerous members. As long as he's able to avoid all of the poke damage coming out, hence the lucidity boots, he's going to be completely fine. Yeah,
we normally see that with the blue build, but just going to be fine here with the trendy force book, which is almost complete, if not have enough gold for it now. So again, a little late here, but the man is in. Still not transformed, by the way, but Deft finally going to hit his 2-item power spike.
Yeah, so Deft's got his spike. He's about 1 ability away from getting that transform through. So that will be a big point for Deft. He all of a sudden is relevant, although still a little bit behind Wuxin. But the advantage of your team being ahead, Deft can continue to go aggressive. Wuxin's being forced into a 3rd item, defensive item. Just not confident he can survive all the CC that's coming out.
Yeah, I mean, Lissandra ult just so strong that even the Twisted Fate's done. Likely a QSS coming through there for Wush, which will be a great pickup here as well. Murumana has been transformed now as well for Deft, so like you said, he's relevant. And even a Mikhail's here for Mako, going to make sure they can keep any of these carries alive.
Yeah, certainly. I think that's for the fact that they want to make sure that Koro can hit stasis. So probably more of a Mikhail's for Koro, not getting locked up. As we see 3-man gank rush being set up in this bottom lane.
I mean, Koro snuck in here. Actually just throws the Cubit a little short there. Could have maybe just waited there and probably altered that Callisto, would have died instantly, but there is a QSS. Maybe she would have been okay. And Deft actually poking his head around. Does get poked off a little bit. Will back off towards the Baron area.
Yeah, but did a lot of damage with that Q with the full mana coming through. And we see a little bit of a version of a 1-1-3, kind of, trying to put as much pressure on Wuxin as possible. But he's completely fine, farming up a Storm in this bottom lane. And a lot of pressure now on the AD carry from King to see whether he can, I guess, recover this game.
I mean, I like that you're trying to identify the push structure here. 1-3-1's probably the best way to describe it, but Monte Cristo would love this game. There are so many rotations going on by EDG. They are constantly moving around the map together.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're using their superior control of vision very well to duck into dark areas and make King chase them. Now even starting up the Baron with 3 members, and TF ultimate coming through, he's going to be able to join them as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, maybe even force them back. Assassin actually does know they're there now, so EDG have to pull off the Baron. A good attempt there by EDG to sneak it away, but King are definitely on top of that objective.
Yeah, just with no lifesteal coming through from Def, taking a lot of incidental damage, so not able to pick it up at this point, but the idea's there. Now it's in King's mind. If they disappear into Fog of War, are they doing that Baron? What is going on? So definitely the mind game starting for EDG, and the response from King, it's a good one. They've cleared out all of the wards in that Baron area.
Yeah, and I love their defensive vision here as well. Pretty much all across the map for them, because EDG, again, they've pushed down some turrets. They do want to get aggressive here. As we look at the gold, EDG actually crept up pretty nicely to about 6,500 gold ahead, and that's reflected a lot in the mid and top lanes especially. But King still has some room here, and, you know, we talked about them playing from behind. They're playing actually very safe right now.
Yeah, they're playing very controlled. I like it just because of how big Kalista will get as this game goes on. If able to shrug off a little of the damage, will be relatively safe. I think that the next major item that needs to come through from Lamb is that Mikhail's just needs to be able to keep Wushin alive. And if Wushin can clean up these fights after a great Sky ultimate, there definitely is still signs of life. But with how well, especially the top and mid laner have been playing for EDG, you just feel that they're in the driver's seat and they're the ones that are dictating the pace of the game at the least.
Yeah, and the pace right now, dragging up in a minute 5, so EDG going to look to equalize the objective and make it 2 for 2 if they can pick up the next one as well. Of course, it'll be King's third, which we always talk about as being very important here in these matches, especially with any champion really, but especially with the likes of something like, I don't know, Kalista, or even someone like Xerath that's a bit immobile.
Yeah, and yeah, that I think it's more important with their team comp as you're speaking about, because they want to kite backwards so much. They want to be able to wear the first layer of CC, kite back and continue the fight, and then I guess they chase terrifically as well. So I definitely think the movement speed is a big thing that will come out for this team. Just not sure if they can control that area of the map because of how much poke will come out of Pawn, and I guess the ability of Koro to start a fight from absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, going to check in with the rest of King as well. We actually have 2 items done for Rumble, Sork Shoes, Haunting Guys plus the Zon is done. Magus Enchant and almost avoid stuff done for MLXG, so Nidalee getting off there as well. Assassin also 3 items. We've talked about Kalista already with 2.5 plus a QSS, so things looking good now. EDG still ahead in items, but King have certainly played a very safe 10 minutes of farming.
Yeah, they certainly have, and they saw the AD in the bottom lane, so they tried to start off the Baron, but that's not going to work. Just took too much damage, and now the fantastic rotation out of Pawn into the mid lane, picking up a free turret.
Yeah, Deftive in there as well. Pawn so good at threatening with his ultimate. Hasn't actually used it that many times to, you know, for a gank or to really pressure someone when he's activated it, but always uses it for vision, which is a sign of a very good Twisted Fate player.
Yeah, and now they send 2 members into the bottom lane to complete their rotation, pick up another outer, and the response can't even be Baron, because if it is, they'll just take the base.
Yeah, and EDG just playing, again, so well together as a team. So much fluid movement here all across the map. It's quite hard to keep track of it. EDG are making it work with the Rek'Sai, Twisted Fate core, and even Janna especially moving in so speedily around that. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Captain Enchant coming through.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't. And we see Dragon, that's a 3rd unanswered objective just from these 2 guys running around the map. Deft and Pawn just putting out so much pressure. Deft even throws the ultimate across a minion wave just to ensure it keeps pushing. They're not done yet, probably looking towards Baron next.
Yeah, nice little play there from Deft. Going to keep it pushing through. Shades of Wei Zhao from Wadley, who used to always snipe the caster creeps for the slow pushes.
Yeah, of course, being able to influence a creep wave to continue pushing with Ezreal probably is one of the better uses of the ultimate, of course. Does a lot of upfront damage if you don't have to throw it through a minion wave in a team fight, and you can never underestimate the ability of it to stack up your passive extremely quickly. But if you're not going to fight for the next 30 seconds, why not just chuck it out there?
Yeah, we've had EDG go back and spend some gold now as well. Koro is unbelievably ahead right now. He's got his Zhonya's Emerald Anomic he's had for a while, but he's actually got both the Negative Triangle Cloak and the Need to See Loud Rod just for some flat stats. Locket's on there for Clear Love. Sheen now up for Pawn, working on a Lich Bane as his 4th, and Deft is almost done with his Bloodthirster.
Yeah, so I guess the only thing that you can really say here is the fact that maybe no Void Staff or Abyssal coming out makes Wushin MR a very valuable pickup in this game, but that's grasping at straws. Otherwise, they have an absolute smorgasbord of items at their disposal and in a very good position. Even Deft has got himself to a position where he's comparable in gold, only 300 behind now, and really will start doing his job as that AD carry much more effectively.
Yeah, down the bottom. Pawn has actually snuck his way into the bottom very sneakily here. Koro was almost babysitting the wave for a shot while now Pawn's going to move in and just destroy it.
Yeah, so he's able to push that one. He's looking to use his ultimate as that split pusher. get Koro into the top lane and then keep 3 people grouped up. Janna, we speak about being the best probably 1-3-1 support because it's so hard to engage on her, particularly without a Morgana in the game to mitigate that Monsoon coming through. And they're looking to clear out wards once again, as we see Pawn hiding in some vision, trying to get as much farm as possible.
And it's funny to me, we normally see this sort of pushing when, against a big AoE team fight come to break up all of the wombo. You separate some of the ultimates and break up the enemy, and they just can't realistically fight you if you don't give them a 5v5. But that is almost the same of poke as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I guess not committing to playing King's game plan. And Pawn actually gets a lot of poke damage down onto Sky there as well. He is just so far ahead, even in terms of levels.
Clearlove going to pop over there. Now the ult's going to get popped by Pawn as well. Lamb could be in trouble. MLXG, though, he's going to get locked up with a Frozen Tomb. Good shields coming in, and Koro supports the bottom zones, but Assassin gets destroyed there by Pawn and Def. Now Koro still kiting Sky. Going to go down. There's the double for Ezreal. 3-0 right now. Whoosh in trouble. They're going to have to get away. Lamb almost dead there as well. There's 4 kills for 1. Def gets the triple to finish out the fight, and an ace comes through for EDG.
Yeah, clean ace. They're going to be able to pick up a Baron. Koro goes bottom lane to try and even pick up a turret. Complete control over the whole map, and Pawn just does ridiculous damage at this point in the game. Got onto the back line and completely tore them apart. What a game out of EDG. You can tell why they're the top of the table, just so controlled.
Yeah, I mean, they can play so many different styles, and they play them all very well as a team. Koro is going to get that inhibitor up there with the Baron buff helping him out. So, very strong rotation once again by EDG. It's been a while since we've seen a Twister Fade from Pawn, but he is performing today.
Yeah, he certainly is putting on a clink. 350 CS, above that 10 CS a minute mark at 33 minutes. Top gold in the game by about 3,000. Just having his way with everything. Now finished up that Lich Bane as we actually see the ultimate coming out of Assassin, not really achieving all of that much.
Yeah, unfortunately only got poked there onto Clearlove, who's very tanky on the Rek'Sai right now. Got a Banshee's Veil, a Giant Spot, and the Locket plus Merc Tread's done on top of his Chilling Smite with the Warrior. So Rek'Sai at 5-0-8. Actually, the Randy one's done now for Clearlove, so a good purchase there. Going to ulti back now and maybe look for the next objective. No Dragon or Baron available right now, but plenty of lanes for EDG to push in.
Yeah, and to just give some the viewers a comparison, as Def actually going aggressive.
MLXG is in a lot of trouble here. Pawn's going to move in. MLXG gets destroyed there. Def goes in and just kind of solos that Kalista as well. And EDG, 2 quick kills.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Def is looking like an absolute monster on Ezreal as well. Just so much upfront burst damage coming through from those Muramana procs. They'll be able to grab the first inhibitor of the game. Wouldn't be surprised if they rotate into the top lane, try and grab the second one. Very controlled fashion of play coming out of this EDG lineup. And look at how much work Deft is getting done.
Yeah, Deft is going in. We know him mostly for his Corki, but eking out every single point of damage with the Ezreal as well. And we thought about it. It looked like sort of a weird lane matchup. Kalista, strong both in fights and in lanes here, but EDG just skirmishing all the time and never giving King a 5v5.
Yeah, exactly right. And trusting on, I guess, not Deft to win the team fight against the Kalista, but the Pawn's Twisted Fate as well as Koro's Lissandra. And that was an aggressive pickup by Wushin to take a very big hyper carry as Liam looks for an engage into the hard counter of the Lissandra.
Yeah, and that's what I love about the pick here as Ezreal for EDG is that they just force constant skirmishes, and sure, Kalista in a big 5v5 with a front line there, or you get poked out and you get snowballed, and you're going to lose that fight to Rand. But if you're constantly skirmishing back and forth using Ezreal's mobility, Ezreal is the king of skirmishes.
Yeah, it certainly is, and he's just able to get in and out of the fight at will and just dictate, I guess, exactly how it's playing.
Just looking over some of the builds here as well, as we do move through some of the other purchases. Assassin actually has a Hextech Revolver.
Yeah, which is really confusing because all of his spells are AoE.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, but that's what he has in his inventory. Maybe needs a little bit of extra sustain. But EDG, they don't need much more to win this game. They've got Baron up, he's pushing in. Whoosh in trouble down the bottom. Pong and maybe going on once again. Clearlove is very tanky. Lamb going to get blown up here. MLXG going to get killed off by Def. Whoosh now in trouble. The Fate Skull does come down, but the exhaust is on. Pawn just destroys Kalista's health bar. Sky gets locked up by the Frozen Tomb. Pawn still wants a few more kills. Going to chase a 4th there for EDG. And game over. Edward Gaming still on top.
Yeah, Koro actually dives the fountain trying to pick that one up. Def gets it. 2 members go down, but it doesn't really matter. EDG able to take the game.
Yeah, Def padding his scoreline there. 7-3-7 he ended on after diving headfirst into the fountain. A little bit of swag there at the end from Edward Gaming, but again, another strong game.
Yeah, and I'm actually really mad at Koro right there because it was nearly a flawless performance by the top half of the map until Koro dove the fountain. Clearlove, Pawn, and Koro were all without deaths in that game, and it just shows how much control they had over the top side of the map.
Yeah, and even for the bottom scores there as well. We talk about Def 7-3-7, 7-2-7 before diving into the fountain for his last score. So I guess 6-2-7 maybe as the real score. 1-2 and 13, sorry, there for Mako's Johnna. So again, not a big performance in the bottom lane, but a very consistent one.
Yeah, exactly right. And just understanding the fact that they didn't need to carry, they just needed to scale up, be able to contribute to these team fights. That's exactly what they did. And overall, the aggression that was coming out of Wuxin was just answered by complete decimation of the top lane.
And for me, the big question now moving forward for Edward Gaming is, first of all, they haven't picked up a 0-2 series loss in a long time. That's not going to change today. They lost to Snake, I think, in week 3. That was the last time they lost 2-0, and their last split was OMG last weekend here as well. So, this weekend, actually. Yes, on day 1. So a lot going on there. But EDG, they can almost play everything, it seems like.
Yeah, exactly right. They don't have to limit themselves to a particular play style, and they played very controlled that time round. And I like the Twisted Fate. The hard engage that it provided was very surprising. I think that took the King lineup by surprise. But hey, King this weekend also have shown that they can bounce back. Once again, they lost that game by about 20,000 gold, which is a massive margin. But if any team can really swing this one around, have a couple of pocket picks to bring out, it might just be the King lineup.
Yeah, we do have a replay from that game as well. So let's dive back in and see just what EDG did this game.
Yeah, so this is when they're still very far ahead, about 8,000 gold, and Clearlove is looking for an engage. The important thing is to note where Pawn is on the map, and he starts running as soon as his team wants to get in there. And the engage comes through very well executed, but Assassin, who thinks he has a great position, just gets collapsed on by Pawn so quickly, and Pawn just takes over the whole fight. Def and Pawn on the back line, all of the consistent damage you would like, and go absolutely crazy in that. That's the fight that pulls Def really back into the game. Quasi, there was such a very good performance out of the whole of the EDG, but Pawn really just understands exactly where he needs to be and how to position in these fights.
They really do. And EDG, another strong game, but they've got one more to play here up against King. Can they keep the winning streak back alive? We'll find out after this quick break.
motherfucker 던져도 맺지 마.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're here for Game 2 between EDG and King after a stunning performance for EDG and King. We're straight into Champ Select as well. So EDG now on the blue side, King over on the red, Aurelia Ari the first two bans, and Na Lissandra the next two. Spawn, what do you think about this next draft?
Yeah, I just think that they take everything away from Koro and hope they can somehow equalize top lane, because that went horribly wrong last time around. The persistent pressure out of both Clearlove and Pawn just allowed Koro, after getting himself ahead in lane, you have to say, didn't need the help really, but they just absolutely smashed Sky.
Yeah, and the adaptation's already there. 3 top lane bans, actually, arguably a 4th with the Cassidy ban there as well by EDG, and the Lissandra being taken away. Vega, the last ban there. Pretty standard stuff this weekend for the LPL, and EDG can have their pick of first pick now.
Yeah, so certainly wouldn't be surprised if they go over to the Rek'Sai, which they do straight away. Clearlove having a great showing on that champion, and I like this response out of Sky. If he does go something, I would expect maybe a Maokai, maybe a Sion, something that is just that tanky that just doesn't die.
Yeah, you've always got to worry about hovers, though. EDG actually quickly hovered the Sion and then moved to Rek'Sai, so maybe even a mind game thing here coming through. I wonder if EDG have something prepared specifically for that pick, but King are at least considering it here.
Yeah, certainly looked to be that way, although goes back to the Rumble afterwards and really did struggle against the Lissandra last time around. That, of course, is not available for Koro to take, but just didn't work.
I mean, no, Rumble, Janna look to be the picks here for King. They will lock those in now as their first year for the draft. Never mind, Rumble, Siva actually tricking me there, so Janna not coming through. But is there another pick Sky to worry about here in the top lane as far as counter picks go?
Yeah, you certainly look... people have tried Annie to mix success against the Rumble. Looper comes to mind in regards to that one. I actually think it is a reasonably good matchup. It just hasn't been demonstrated to be one. I think across the board, Rumble doesn't actually win many lanes in the top lane. Cannon is another champion that historically has just bullied Rumble in lane, so definitely are some answers there as we see. Now, on the side of Clearlove, locking in that Janna, getting that one in, and maybe even going towards a Lulu. They could be looking for a Razor Deft comp here.
Maybe. I mean, it's funny how often EDG go back to protect the Deft for their Game 2 especially. I don't have that exact stat off the top of my head, but I can tell you right now, over games currently played by EDG in the LPL, their Game 2 Let's Get Deft ahead on something like Jinx is a very high number so far. But Janna and Lulu are the picks here. Pawn did taunt us for a while with a Talon and potentially a Teemo, but it is some solid, very flexible picks here early on.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it could even be a top lane Lulu. We haven't seen it in a while, but it is something that can definitely be still taken into the top lane. Much more popular in the mid lane at the moment, and wouldn't be surprised if it was Pawn playing that. He has a couple of Lulu games in his recent play.
Yeah, actually has 2, I believe, in the last 5 games played, so definitely has experience on that champion. King, though, going to look for some different champions now. I like that Wish does have Sivir in this game. MLXG is going to go back to Lee Sin, and Zed is the lock-in now for King.
Yeah, and that is a very strange pick going with Zed, because there is a potential Lulu mid lane here. So unless they know that is a top lane Lulu for sure, that is a counter pick that Assassin has just put himself into. Cause not much kill pressure against something that can polymorph and make themselves huge with lots of health.
Yeah, and that's, I think, part of why Lulu started picking up in popularity again, is all these assassins that were very popular. Lulu's just very good against all of them.
Yeah, it certainly is that way, but it looks like it will force death away from a hyper carry like that Jinx, because Zed can get in there and just disrupt so much of it. And wow, Pawn rising to the occasion, locks in LeBlanc. I'm not going to say it's definitely a mid lane LeBlanc. We are watching the LPL after all, and does fine against Rumble, so hey, you never know. But definitely looks like a very well-rounded comp, again coming out of EDG. Maybe a little bit low on damage after the upfront burst comes out of LeBlanc, but if Deft can get ahead and start rolling in this game, does look relatively good.
I mean, Deft is having one of those Let's Play Ezreal days, it seems like. It is one of his favorite champions. He's gone to it a couple of times, especially early on in the LPL. Was a bit sad to see the Game 2 Jinx percentage go down there for EDG, but going to stick to something a bit more mobile here for Deft, and King have to consider their last pick now as well. That would be exciting, but we'll have to see if that's what they want to go for. Lame is going to bring it back, I believe. Fiddlestick support is back.
Done this once before, I believe, and it went horribly wrong. He just runs around the map and tries to fear as many people as he can. Tries to put it into the players himself. And it does look like Pawn, after having the counter pick, actually takes the skill matchup. Quasi, I actually think that Zed wins this lane outright at the moment, just because of the Hex Drinker counters a lot of what Pawn wants to bring to the lane. So we'll be interested to see how this one goes. Of course, if anyone can deal with a mid lane assassin, it will be Pawn.
Yeah, he's not too bad in the mid lane, as far as mid laners go around the world. But I do like the Fiddlesticks there for Lamb. I mean, you can at least see the theory behind Sivir Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, you certainly can. They have a lot of control in the laning phase especially, not able to be pushed out very easily. I also like the fact that with a LeBlanc on the map, you have that fear. If she jumps in and you're very quick, you're able to get that going. And the silence really messes with LeBlanc.
Yeah, it's actually not bad against the double AP that EDG are running here, I guess. What do you think of Lulu versus Rumble, by the way? We just saw that matchup there.
Yeah, I think that Lulu actually has a lot of trouble early on in lanes at the moment, so might lack the mana to be able to push the lane in, but can harass terrifically if they get it pushing under turret.
Yeah, we'll see as well. Def's going to take Ezreal into another wonky matchup, I have to say. It's kind of like the Corki matchup against Sivir, where things just don't line up the way you want to in that lane.
Yeah, they certainly don't. It's just because of how hard Sivir pushes early game and the fact that Ezreal doesn't have a steroid really to get rid of all that shoving waves. And that spell shield, as soon as they try and poke with the Q, you just get as much mana back as you could possibly dream.
Yeah, I mean, I believe Def does have a solo kill in lane as Ezreal versus Sivir, so has at least some familiarity with the matchup. Yeah, sorry, Vasily. That's the one who suffered under his tower there. Again, Def seems to be taking Ezreal. I'm assuming, given that they've picked it twice now into unfavorable, if not losing lanes, that they have a plan here, but we'll have to see. We're going to get straight into game 2. And welcome back on the Rift for Game 2 between Edward Gaming on the blue side and King over on the red. A big 5-man stack of King players there in red. And we'll see if they can bring it back to 1-1 and hand EDG another split this weekend.
Yeah, and the Bandito Fiddle back on the Rift, charging into the front lines. He's terrifying to look at, waddling around. We'll now recall.
Yeah, he's going to go back here. So Lamb going to give Fiddlesticks another revisit on support here. And again, we were talking a little bit about it moving into this game. Dev going to pick himself into another at least unfavorable matchup.
Yeah, it's not a terrific matchup. So they use their wards to get very deep vision, and they're trying to scout outer lane swap. They've got it both on the top and bottom side, the deep ward. So they have very good control over the entirety of the map. In saying that, if a late invade comes through from King, particularly on the bottom side of the map, there is very little vision available.
We'll have to see. Pawn, though, going to revisit LeBlanc, who have seen him play just absolutely fantastically throughout the LPL. He has been one of the key players in a team just full of fantastic players here in Edward Gaming, and he's on a very finesse champion like LeBlanc here.
He certainly is, and it brings back memories straight away of the rookie versus a cool matchup, and we saw how strong LeBlanc is really when they get ahead. And EDG is a team that when they get ahead so successfully that when they pick assassins and things that really snowball games, you really start questioning how King can get their way into this game. They've got an assassin in their own right. We'll be able to deal with the Ezreal relatively well in the mid game, but this might be a game where Deft has to go the blue build just to be able to survive them.
We'll see what he does want to go for. Junglers are starting their buffs. They're going to start on the same side here, so clearly they're going to go Krugs into red and Gromp into blue there for MLXG, but the lane swap does go in favor of King, so we're actually going to have the matchup that we assume King wants here.
Yeah, exactly right. And level 1, Fiddlesticks does a lot of damage if you stack on top of each other. So you can see that Mako already playing a long way back, making sure that that Crow doesn't bounce in between them to get a lot of that damage. Clear Love walking through the jungle, much healthier than MLXG at this point in the game. MLXG taking a lot of damage.
He's very unhealthy, actually. Should be able to clear out the Wolf camp as well. He was actually on Nidalee doing a similar sort of thing last game, so capable of navigating some pretty precarious jungle patterns, but he is super low in the jungle.
Yeah, he certainly is, and it's the exact same point where he's going to do 3 camps, have his smite available for red, so still might be able to go over to the red. Looks like he will be in a position to pick that one up, but It just looks like he uses his potions extremely late when he does camps.
Maybe. I mean, he might also have very aggressive runes and masters as well. We can't confirm that, but he's at least early on. Deft actually in a whole host of trouble here. Whoosh, though, down the bottom. Heel's getting popped. Deft with a good shield there by Mako. Teleport's coming in. Whoosh tries to flash out, but he dodges the boomerang. Great flash over the top, and Lamb is running in. He gets the fear. Can they get a second kill? Mako gets it again. Koro not even needed, and Deft gets a double kill at 3.5 minutes.
And once again, dangerous game. MVP saves Deft twice. As he got the last auto attack, the heal came through and kept him alive, and then kept him alive again at the very end. So Deft playing that very well. The flash over the top of the boomerang definitely was a little bit of a cheeky play there, and that will give him a kill and assist and double the CS. So all of a sudden, he doesn't care what's a winning and losing lane. Let's take a look at it again. So he goes in very aggressive, and both the summoner spells are burnt early on. Wushin tries to dodge that Q with his flash, goes a little bit early, but Deft dodges the return of the boomerang blade, and you can see dangerous game just doing work both times as that came through, and very nice outplay in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Lamb actually here, though, in the mid side of the map as well. So Pawn going to get running on by a Fiddle. Assassin going to move in. Good damage moving in, actually a lot coming in. But Pawn going to throw some chains up. Mako is now here as well. It's the standard support ganking the mid lane at 4 minutes, but no kills forthcoming this time.
Yeah, and I know it's one of my favorite things to talk about, but that passive out of Zed is just so strong early on in the game. You could see as soon as he was poked out of lane, the big chunk comes through from that first auto attack. So that puts the lane a little bit in Assassin's favor, but Pawn, he's not going to go back. He's very comfortable. Yeah,
always comfy, especially if he's near his tower. Just such a strong, consistent laner. We saw Deft in the bottom, gone back and picked up a tier after a very successful early kill. So no real combat sets, just a longsword there to add in as well. But he's going to go for a very quick stacking tier and, make the most out of the power dip that he's kind of forced into anyway.
Yeah, and in the top lane, Rumble just went absolutely massive, punching Lulu a couple of times, getting a lot of control over that wave. Of course, has an earlier level advantage because of the fact that Koro teleported in the bottom lane and Rumble didn't necessarily follow. If did early on, might have been able to pick himself up a couple of kills, but Clearlove, once again, continuing the strategy from last game, pops his head into the top lane to have a visit.
Yeah, going to take out his Grump instead, but Clearlove's going to be looking at one of these lanes coming through, depending on where he does want to point in his ganks. He does like to be very specific and directed there. But they're just moving back again. EDG up to another great start. Deft, we've talked about it so many times with Deft, but he holds his summoner spells just so late.
Yeah, he certainly does, and that heal was really a good example of it. Used it much later than what Wushin had, as well as the flash at the very end, and he really just understands exactly the damage output, not only of his own champion, but the other champion as well. So I guess that's what shows you when you really have mastered a specific role, and Deft is... He's one of the premier AD carries in the world at the moment, and takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's a master for sure, though. Deft down the bottom are getting in aggressive again there. And another great trade by EDG's bottom lane.
Yeah, and the return damage coming out of Deft, recognizing that they traded over onto Mako, so had a lot of time to get some free harass down and able to trade back evenly in a matchup that he has every right to be losing at this point.
And it's funny that we keep talking about Deft and thinking about, the player from Worlds, the very passive, consistent laner that really shows up in team fights. Deft in the LPL specifically might be something in the water in China because he has gotten more aggressive in quite a number of games.
Yeah, he certainly has looked to get as aggressive as possible as Mako maybe shields himself a little bit accidentally there and Deft takes a boomerang. But I like the way he's been playing. He's still very controlled, but yeah, he is going aggressive when he thinks he does have the winning advantage in these little skirmishes. So he's definitely stepped up for his team and performing very well.
Yes, Skyler actually now has his ulti available. Koro forced to pull back immediately. Doesn't quite have level 6, just dinged at Pawn now. Up in there as well, flashes for good while growth to knock him out. Pawn going to move in, a great snare moving in. The ulti comes through, but Koro gets the kill.
Yeah, Pawn has to burn flash to get out because he had to stay in for the second mark of his chain, but Assassin just loses sight of Pawn so often in these games. Wasn't able to match a roam. Pings out Dragon to try and get that done because of how low both laners were and the fact that teleport still isn't available. They might be able to pick this one up in response, but overall, once again, mid lane going in the favor of EDG.
Yeah, but Kingdom going to get another early Dragon. It looks like Deft's still getting aggressive, dancing around all of the boomerangs he can. Minion actually blocking those Qs there, so being a little bit unfortunate, but King are going to get another quick Dragon here, just under 8 minutes.
Yeah, so very early Dragon in the game. That will be up at about the 14-minute mark, which coincides very well with, I guess, the 2-item power spike that comes out of Rumble, that double magic penetration build that he will look to pick up early, and of course didn't have to use that teleport to get down there, so we'll be able to impact the next one very easily. But across the board, you just see the amount of control that's currently being put out by EDG. The vision is completely non-existent from both sides, but Sightstone has been picked up from Clearlove now, so look for him to start getting aggressive before he's even finished off that jungle item.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't got the warrior enchant, sorry, which was a great observation there. As Pawn is back in the top lane here, going to look for Sky once again. Does back off here, but you keep talking about Assassin just losing side of this LeBlanc.
Yeah, he really is getting pushed in very, very successfully, and it just means that they need to be so careful here.
Yeah, Clearlove actually might look in for a 2v2 down the bottom. Though Def going back in. Lame is in trouble, but Pawn going to dive back in. A good knock up there. Assassin actually going in on the Clearlove, but a great kickback. The ulti does come to an Assassin, picks it up at Pawn, trying to find MLXG. Lee Sin going to run for his life. Pawn will try and chase him now. That was an amazing outplay by King.
Yeah, a very nice play coming through there. MLXG needs to be careful here. Caught between a rock and a hard place. He was probably going to die.
Yeah, nowhere to go, unfortunately. Just caught behind enemy line. Pawn just moves in for a Mimic Distortion and cleans him out with a couple of orders. So does get the trade kill, but Lee Sin and Zed did everything to get just one kill and get out.
Yeah, they certainly did. So they're able to get a kill onto the all-important mid lane. And more importantly, maybe even is now that Assassin has double buffs. So we'll be able to try and dictate the pace of this lane. Has eked a nice CS advantage, but Pawn across the map has just been a little bit more beneficial for his team. And once again, the rotation out of Koro, he was into the mid lane looking to, I guess, help in any way that he could. Just EDG so willing to pack up, leave lanes, and travel around the map.
Yeah, and in a lot of cases, still ahead in there as well. It was Pawn in the last game on the Twisted Fate, keeping ahead in CS, and it's Koro in this game still roaming, but ahead of the Rumble once again. So Sky struggling on one of his signature champions here in Rumble today.
Yeah, and look how quick Mako is in the bottom lane with those fast Moby boots, just streaming up the lane to get a W onto Lucian. But in the top lane, have a little bit of a gank going down. 3 members.
Yeah, Lamb's here as well. Equalizer already down for Sky. Koro does have his ulti, but no flash. MLXG going to move in. There's the Wild Growth coming in. MLXG going to try and get behind him, but doesn't have the kick. Koro taking so much damage, though, and Lee Sin cleans out the kill.
Yeah, really nice roam out of Liam there. Just a long fear tether that comes through. Able to pick up a kill. Cleans out a Pink Warden. A lot of pressure returned in this top lane now, so at least they're starting to give Sky some support.
Yeah, Pawn, though, getting aggressive in the mid lane now as well. And trying to jump onto Zed, but Assassin at least farming comfortably despite not getting outroamed a little by Pawn in the early stages of the game. 20 CS ahead on the Zed.
Yeah, farming very well is Assassin at this point in the game, considering how much action's been happening on the map. Gone for an extremely aggressive item build, though. Hasn't elected to go for that Hex Drinker against the double AP comp instead.
Pawn is, looking for someone, but doesn't find anyone. Clearlove again, using the Rek'Sai. Actually, that's something we didn't talk about in the draft. The great synergy between the Rek'Sai and the LeBlanc.
Yeah, being able to transverse, I guess, roughly the same amount of terrain with that gap closer puts them in a relatively similar area. And, of course, LeBlanc just does well. Ooh.
Pawn actually is going to find Assassin. Lamb, though, going to come in, but Pawn will just back away, using his distortion to get to safety.
Yeah, and there was a 3v2, and Lamb just showing up to really scare people away from their deaths. Had a lot of time in this lane, still up in CS, and a lot of action happening around the mid lane really benefits the top and bottom side of the map for EDG, you feel, because they're starting to eke out small advantages for themselves.
Yeah, and if we have to think about why is this happening for EDG, I think we have to look to Clearlove's Rek'Sai. We talk about Rek'Sai being a good control jungler. We do have an early sidestone done here as well. Tremor adds a lot of additional vision value, and the thing when you're getting a lot of vision, which EDG loves to do anyway, that enables Pawn's LeBlanc so much.
Yeah, it certainly does, and Pawn's LeBlanc has just been able to, I guess, disappear off the map, have a lot of inherent pressure. You look at their pink wards specifically around the mid lane, just creating pockets of space for Pawn to disappear into. Really means that he's been able to, I guess, once again, help dictate the flow of the game. And whilst it's only a 900 gold advantage with those 2 extra kills being picked up. Ooh.
Yeah, actually, Koro in trouble. Equalizer down there as well. Lulu going to run away. Wildgrowth available again. Sky going to come in, but Koro going to take so much damage once again. MLXG going to get close, but a good Wildgrowth will disengage. Rek'Sai will even move in just a bit closer, and Koro survives that gang.
Yeah, that was actually very smart play from MLXG, though, to keep roaming forward to make sure that he had to use the ultimate. Of course, not very much danger of dying there, but just making sure that they at least trade ultimates, and Pawn is a beneficiary of this, able to press aggressively into this mid lane. He's going to take out that turret.
Yeah, zoning Assassin off his own turret now as well. Assassin has to be careful. Dives in there. A great ultimate over the Deathmark. Going to keep him safe. Now Amalek's G going to dive in, but Pawn has managed to get away. Not taking too many turret hits there after the Mimic goes through. The chain will land. He kites his way back to the creep wave and just escapes the Q.
He's so level-headed, just sidestepping enough to escape that Q. Great chain coming out as well to make sure no further chase was going to come through. And that's a lot of damage done to the mid lane turret. And
Lame is pretty funny here on this fiddle. I mean, he can't do a whole lot else other than wander into lanes. He has been roaming aggressively, which is great to see, but Fiddle just can't impact the lanes as much as he'd like with the CC.
Yeah, he's certainly not able to get in there. Deft, of course, is very slippery, but that was just a drive-by fear. Very funny to watch Lamb play this Fiddlesticks, and he's been able to go into the top and, I guess, get Sky a little bit of help up there, but apart from that, really hasn't been able to get much out. Haven't seen his ultimate yet, of course. Crowstorm, very funny to watch support Fiddlesticks do no damage with that ability.
Yeah. Pawn actually going to move in. Goes for a very fast Zhonya's Hourglass here, so really respecting the Z pick here in the mid side. But Crowstorm down the bottom. Def could be in trouble there. Does get feed up. Exhausted there as well. They'll chase him in. Def still alive for now and somehow escapes that.
Yeah, and double summoner spell still available for Wushin, and he doesn't dive in for the last 200 health. That is very bizarre. Maybe respecting the fact that teleport was available as well as the ultimate coming out of Rek'Sai. But now, Def just going to be able to clean up all that turret farm under the turret and not lose out on anything.
Yeah, Mako here as well. Deft actually about 500 gold ahead in that lane, and Wush is actually going for a quick average play to try and catch up a bit in gold here. But again, Pawn going for a very defensive choice, and Clearlow's back in the top side.
Yeah, so looking to use all that CC from the double knock-up to put even more pressure on Sky, who unfortunately isn't having a terrific game here. With the mana regen coming on Koro, just so easy to harass out this Rumble player.
And EDG intelligently going to wait for Pawn. He should be in touching distance now on Sky. No really where to run. Does get Chilling Spider. Throws his ulti down. Pawn's here as well. Koro, though, he's going clear of a great late wild growth to keep him safe. And Pawn collects the kill.
Yeah, and 4 members up there. Everyone was there for the support. No collapse being responded through. And the walk up was the impressive thing there, not using the abilities to get in range of the turret, instead just choosing to roam underneath the Rumble. Sky had a very well-placed equalizer to try and get away from that one with at least a kill, but in the end, it's going to be a kill and a turret, and only the turret in the mid lane responding. Assassin not following again.
Yeah, I mean, he's just farming here at this point and pushing in. It's good that he did get the turret maker, unfortunately, with the low-level Johanna Shield. Couldn't quite defend it there, and King are going to be back for their second Dragon. So again, EDG, a team that we would have credited in the last X weeks of the LPL with stellar Dragon Control, started giving up at least the first 2.
Yeah, so I think that they've just decided that Sky is the person they need to keep down, and that they value, I guess, the fact that he won't be as relevant late game more than they do the early Dragon Control. So I think it definitely is a tactical choice coming out of EDG here, and that they're making it, they're not giving away, they're not being beaten to the Dragons, they're just deliberately giving them up instead.
Deft almost got the transform done on the Mana Mune there as well. Sheen here this time, and alongside, so it looks like the same build from last game with the Mana Mune into Trinity Force, more of the mid-Ezreal style coming in.
Yeah, still looking to grab that Trinity Force, even against a very, I guess, high-pressure Assassin, not going for all the cooldown reduction that Iceborne Gauntlet does bring, but is just farming out very safely with his Q currently, and Liam and Wushin need to be careful in this lane. They're starting to fall a little bit far behind.
I mean, this is the thing. Deft has managed to keep up very well in this lane, and for me, I almost feel like Liam's roaming has just caused Deft to get another free lane here.
Yeah, exactly right. That's what it appears to be in a 2v2. Wow, good mechanics.
Yes, that's actually going to dive in, but a good distort away there. Pawn just going to kind of trade ultis back and forth, but LeBlanc versus Zed ulti with a blue bunk. LeBlanc, you'll take it.
Yeah, exactly right, and Pawn's just on so much more of a shorter cooldown as we see there, but Assassin able to dodge out the first distortion, showing that he definitely is comfortable on this champion coming through. And I guess his target becomes Deft now, with the fact that Wild Growth's available for Lulu, the fact that Pawn's picked up such a quick Zhonya's Hourglass. It really is only Deft that he has the option of ulting at this point in the game. So I'm surprised they haven't swapped out of the current lanes and put Wushin into the mid lane to farm up against the LeBlanc and thrown Zed into split push mode already. It's a little bit bizarre.
I mean, they might start to do that now. Assassin has finally finished his Blade of the Ruined King, so a good option there. Like you mentioned, available to King. MLXG actually hunting around there as well, trying to clear out a bit of vision around the jungle, but just sort of hanging out near the red buff.
Wow, and Def recognizing that he is the last person that can be ultimated by the Zed, actually picks up a QSS at 17 minutes into the game before he's even finished his phage. Just understanding once again, he doesn't need to get miles ahead. Just needs to be able to survive and consistently put out damage in this team composition. So very selfless play coming out of all the members of EDG. The worry here, though, is that they lack a lot of damage in the mid game if Pawn doesn't get off the assassination he needs. Lulu, of course, not going to contribute as much as what that Rumble is. And the Infinity Edge versus just the Manamune is going to be in Wushin's favor.
Yeah, and so I feel like the last game when EDG, again, kind of went through 2 dragons, just traded it for map pressure effectively there and a bit of flat gold from turret pushing. That worked out in that game. Good Ezreal's actually going to cancel some backs, but EDG doesn't feel like they have the same amount of pressure this time. Pawn is certainly exerting a lot of it on LeBlanc, but if your plan's to give up, 2 dragons, trade it for some pressure, and then move into contest the third, EDG's lineup, as it stands right now with the next dragon lining up, is significantly less equipped to handle the contest there for that objective.
Yeah, I certainly agree, and I think that with the item builds that's come out, they just... If they play the fight perfectly, I still don't know if they have the amount of damage needed to consistently take down the members. Rumble at this point is probably the strongest he's going to be all game. Level 11 with that double penetration build is definitely his spike. The Blade of the Ruined King, as well as the, all the armor penetration has been finished up by Zed. So it's just at this point in the game, they need to stall out a little bit further, continue to be patient, maybe bleed a couple more objectives before they really start going into that fight-heavy mode.
Yeah, and I'd love to see this from EDG, getting aggressive and getting vision around the objective, because, they can't fight 5v5, but they can get a pick if they've got good vision. But King are going to try and pick of their own here, actually. MLXG and Assassin hiding near Pawn now. Lamb's down as well. He dives into the brush. He gets speared out immediately. Kicked there as well. Cute in the face, and Assassin gets the kill. Mako tries for the ulti, but can't get it done. Lamb, though, in trouble. Mako going to get that kill, but Death does QSS the death mark. Assassin coming in, but a great ulti there from Rumble. Wild Growth onto Death, though. They can't protect him, and Whoosh gets the next kill. Korra now in trouble, going to move in. Clearlove low as well. The Rumble going to burn down the Lulu, and there's the double for Siva. MLXG still chasing on. Does safeguard toward, kicks Clearlove in the face, but can't go any further, but still 3 for 1 King.
Yeah, completely zoning them off the bottom turret as well, so they'll grab an objective for themselves. More importantly, nearly equalizing gold, only 500 in it. And that's exactly what we were talking about. Get the pick onto the person that does a lot of damage, and then there's just nothing EDG can do to respond to it. And what an equalizer out of Sky. Let's take another look at this. So Pawn dives in, gets feared up, and CC'd. That silence really does mess with LeBlanc because of the way her clone allows it to bounce. And then from here, just fantastic use of the equalizer to clean up the rest of the team fight, landing across 3 members. I think that Assassin needs to press tab before he ults people in the future, because he could have probably cleaned up Mako there with his ultimate. Didn't end up doing any damage to Death, but overall a very good team fight for King.
Yeah, really strong stuff there, and they'll pick up not quite the gold lead, interestingly enough. EDG still ahead there, but they got a tower, they got some kills for themselves, and we're going to reset almost for the Dragon that's coming up in 35 seconds. So gold a lot close now, in fact, very close.
Yeah, exactly right, and they've finally gone towards the split push. Maybe they've recognized the fact that, hey, we don't really need the Dragons at this point. We've already got our first 2. What we need is to start eking a gold lead back for ourselves. So they've sent Assassin into that top lane, trying to push down as many turrets as possible.
And the big question, of course, whenever you have a split pusher here, Assassin going to get the first turret. Pawn's going to pick up 1 down the bottom side as well, but who can actually match the split push from this set?
Yeah, maybe the wave clear out of Lulu will be enough at this point, because can't be dove due to the wild growth. As soon as that Zhonya's Hourglass comes through, I actually think it goes even further in Lulu's favor, just because of the fact that it doesn't need to use the ultimate to I guess, nullify all of that damage that comes through, but definitely is going to be hard to, I guess, ignore the turret pushing pressure that will come out of Assassin as the game goes on, especially on 2-0-2.
Yeah, Dragon back up though, so EDG going to see if they want to look in for a contest. Now King already grouped around the objective. A ward in the back there for Edward Gaming will give them vision, but King is ripping through. Death might try for a steal, doesn't get it though. A great smite by Lee Sin.
Yeah, but a lot of damage came through Death there, so they have to get out very quickly. Assassin is very low in his own jungle, so nice pressure being responded there. They'll at least be able to deal with their minion waves. No fight going to eventuate. And I guess that's what King really were looking for. They're on track to get a very early 5th dragon, but their team fight will taper off as Rumble gets to that late game point, as well as the fact that I guess the assassin in Zed won't be as useful late game, and deleting someone off the map still does a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, we already talked about Zed and how there's plenty of counters naturally, and both in item pickups, but EDG have clearly gone for lots of respect thrown to that pick, but things are starting to come through. The gold's still quite equal, about 500 gold ahead for EDG. Def still working on Trinity Force, but does have his more amount of transform. We've got a Morello Nomicon and some Merc trades done by Pawn. Love those choices.
Yeah, definitely love the Merc trades because of the fact of the fear just being able to keep him in place for longer than he needs to be. He needs to be that high mobile threat. Maybe even needs to get a couple of ultimates out per team fight, which is why you see that he's gone for that cooldown reduction as well. Deft has got enough gold to go back now and finish up that Trinity Force if he so chooses to. Maybe no objective up soon, so just wants to eke as much farm out before he does go back to base. And the really important item for me is the fact that Sky has gone for that percentage health shred that will be provided by the Leandry's Torment over something defensive like a Zhonya's Hourglass. Needs to make sure he doesn't get blown up very early in these team fights because there's not actually that much health stacking coming out of the EDG lineup, with the exception of the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I mean, a little squishy orbit for Clearlove here. Again, is going to be going tanky. Actually has quite a lot of ruby crystals there between the Sightstone, the 2 in his inventory, and the Giant's Belt that he's got, so lots of flat health. Very efficient there for Clearlove as well. Assassin has already picked up 2 items now as well. I love the Moby Boots as well for a bit of that split push action. So 2 items there. He's ready to go into other lanes here, and things starting to come together for King as well.
Yeah, King definitely in a good spot, controlling vision very well, looking to force fights. And they look like they might have got one.
Yeah, Lamb going to move in there. Does actually flash forward for the Fear Bear. Out of range, unfortunately, on the Fiddle. And EDG going to pick up a free Summoner spell.
Yeah, so free Summoner spell. And chasing a Janna is an interesting choice because even if he got in range, would be able to, I guess, disengage most of the lineup there. So Summoner spell down for Lamb. Maybe needs to look to get Distortion enchantments very soon if that's what he's looking to do repetitively. Get in range for that. But it looks like once again, EDG will be able to steal away the blue buff.
Yep, going to be able to take that away. Give that over to Pawn, presumably. Koro actually on top of orbit. Mako will clean it out for him. Def going to come in to assist with the blue buff still, and it does indeed go to LeBlanc. So some good objecting control, but Assassin level 14 now on this set. He is on the split push train.
Yeah, so it looks like he's gone back into the top lane, trying to get as much work done in split push as possible. Has enough, actually has very little gold when he goes back, so maybe just not liking the position on the map currently, not feeling comfortable where he is. And we see Def once again throwing out that ultimate, just getting as much damage down before he goes to base.
Yeah, Pawn actually quite at the forefront there as well. So getting a couple of cheeky autos down onto the turret. Koro returning to the bottom side now as well. Has got the Zhonya, so able to contest much easier against the split push of Zed. And it is a Warmogs actually for Clearlove for all of that health. So again, big items starting to come through now as well for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, so that Warmogs is a great pickup just because of the fact that it helps deal with all of the mixed damage coming out of both Layem and Sky, and then the fact that there's 2 very big AD threats. So very cost-effective build coming out of Clearlove here. Also allows him to go into something like a Thornmail as his item of choice for armor. Very cost-efficient once again for the amount of armor it gets you, coupled with all of that HP. So love the build coming out of Clearlove. Just needs to be careful at this point that he is the sole tank. He can't get chunked out before the fight begins.
And EDG in a very close game at this point. Seems like they don't have the same sort of game plan that they had in Game 1. Still playing very clean, you know, doing a lot of good map movement, keeping King pushed back, but Assassin's getting out to sidelines to push them out. EDG are struggling to get vision more than they normally are here. What's the plan, do you think, for the team comp they've got?
Yeah, so I think their team comp, the danger of it is the fact that they lack a lot of damage, as we see actually maybe a Baron sneak coming through here has been spotted out.
Yeah, Koro does visit the Baron Pit, and we'll see MLXG and Assassin trying to sneak it off, so instead a split push going to come in.
Yeah, so it looks like now Def puts in a lot of pressure in the bottom lane, but as I was saying, I think that the problem here with EDG's comp is they've picked a lot of high mobile people, but they rely on picking someone off and using some of their CC to isolate a single target, and they don't really have, with the item builds they've gone, as much damage as you normally would expect out of a mid-game composition. So just relying on their raw ability to be able to carry themselves through this little bit of a dip, the fact that they had to commit to so many defensive items to deal with Zed, just elongates the game, but definitely still in the lead. still looking very much in control as they rotate around the map.
Yeah, have good momentum, but things again picking up for King Woosh. Now 3 damage items done with the last Whisper completed. I do like the EDG are sticking to the bottom side of the map. That's where all their best vision is, and they feel pretty comfortable in Koro sticking to the top side to stop the split push coming through. And again, Baron is now a very real threat. King of plenty, basically the monopoly on vision over there. So the map getting split in half a little bit, and EDG probably have to look to make sure they get their first dragon in 30 seconds.
Yeah, they really do need to contest this next one, but the problem is with the fact that there is a Randuin's Omen on MLXG, there's not that many answers of how they actually deal with the tanky Lee Sin, because of the fact that Deft had to go with that, I guess, defensive item second. So they're looking to poke them off. Actually got very good position through that ultimate. They're looking to get Sky with the teleport back into the fight. So he's going back to pick up as much flat AP as he can beforehand, but maybe EDG picked this one up for free. Doesn't look like they want to contest.
Yeah, might be a little late here for King. Just mistiming their own dragon, it seems like, at this point. And EDG going to pick up a very wanted first dragon. Now, that was an odd steal almost.
Yeah, that was a really weird position. Maybe just a little bit too much poke coming out of Deft, but that was complete. Through the item thresholds that are currently on the map, you would have thought that King would still be comfortable competing for that one.
Yeah, Woosh actually could be in a bit of trouble. Pong going to dive in there as well. Another block almost gets in there, but Sky adds with Equalizer. Mako gets destroyed there as he almost loses his entire health by now. MLXG going to dive in there. A good knockup there by Clear. The Fleece in. It's going to go down there to That's a great reset ulti there by Mako. Now Liam going to get dove in there by Clear Love, and Woosh forces the Boomerang blade out. 1 kill there for EDG, but they back off easily.
Yeah, that's really confusing. They overcommitted so hard on a retreating EDG 4v5, and they had used the Rumble ultimate, really had no follow-up damage to be able to get themselves in there, so they lose the fight. MLXG falls down, and now they've lost position over the top half of the map.
Yeah, Clearly back in here as well with the Rek'Sai ultimate. Baron is available, remember, and Pawn actually looking for people. Assassin already off to the side, and Sky and Woosh all the way back towards their red buff now, so they will be safe. No Baron attempt beginning here. Koro instead just going to clear out the top side.
Yeah, so that's a lot of control wrested back by EDG, actually able to elongate the game as well. So when you kill one member, it's most of the time about the amount of time it saves you across the other part of the map. So because they were able to pick up a kill, Assassin had to stop committing to the split push, and that's what really that saved them. It was another 50 seconds to about 3 minutes where Assassin isn't in a side lane, making sure someone has to go answer him. So by picking up a nice kill there, really gives a lot of control back to EDG more than anything. So they get to, I guess, keep leveling up, getting to the point of the game where they feel like they're in control. And King now have to be aware of the fact that they're ahead at this point in the game, not in gold, but in, I guess, the where their team comp is at, and need to start forcing a little bit more.
Yeah, I really wonder what Deft is going to go for his next item as well, because he actually doesn't have that much gold. It looks like a Last Whisper is going to come in, but he's actually not even that close to completing it. Just has basically enough gold for the pickaxe portion.
Yeah, certainly does need to get moving on his offensive items, because not doing that much as, wow, we see a very aggressive play.
Yeah, Assassin diving in there. Deft are going to go in. Beautiful wrap around the wall, but Assassin just completely outplays him. Now going to go in and clean out Mako in a 1v2 double kill.
Yeah, and you see the difference between someone that's committed to an offensive build and someone going full defense, and Assassin might even be able to just walk away from this one.
Yeah, flash chilling smart there for Clearly, but Assassin answers with a flash of his own. The double buffs there should give him enough shadow cooldown to get over the next wall. He might even turn it around onto Clearly if he really feels like going in for it. Clearly though finds the knock-up shadow, not enough, but he's bought time for his team. King pick up Baron.
Yeah, what a move out of King, recognizing 3 members on the bottom side of the map. There's no way they can contest that Baron. Able to pick one up for free, and that was exactly what King needed, forcing a play down on the bottom side of the map.
And you can see the items coming up for EDG. Pawn especially now as a death cap done, but just his item timing's not hitting at the right times here for EDG, and King picking their spots quite well now as we move in towards the mid-late stages of the game.
Yeah, certainly look like they're now in a position where they can start pressuring. I guess the only good thing for EDG off that is the fact that Assassin won't have the Baron buff as he's split pushing, so Koro still is a good response to that at least, but we saw how much damage came out of that Zed. He's now added another Brutalizer to his build, all that cooldown reduction, all of that flat penetration.
Yeah, on top of the Black Cleaver that he just turned his other Brutalizer into here as well, so strong stuff there. Koro going for the nice utility build here as well. Actually got himself the parts of a death cap now with both the Needless Elator and the Blasting one completed, and again, Def still working on that last switch, but can't be too far off now at this stage. He's I think about 100 gold away from it or so, but he he does need that item.
Yeah, he certainly does, and maybe even needs some lifesteal. I'm looking at him thinking that Blade of the Ruined King might be a very real possibility for Def this game to just try and get himself a little bit more escape away from the Zed, because we saw QSS and Janna both weren't enough.
No, MLXG, they're going to get dive onto Clearlove, sorry, but actually just a knock-up, they're going to cancel the Lee Sin. We've actually seen a lot of Rek'Sai cancelling Lee Sin initiations today.
Yeah, we certainly have. An ultimate comes through, but do they have enough wave clear to really be able to deal with this? Of course, Siva not known as a good turret sieger, and really not an option to dive, so they will be able to force him away from this, but you can see those cannon creeps really do a lot of damage to turrets.
Yeah, they do. I mean, Koru's got great wave clear. He kind of really needs the death cap even just for that at this stage to make sure he can keep the waves clean. But EDG now getting pushed up against the base. The gold is basically dead even in this game as well. But King, just with the amount of pressure they're able to put out, the way their comp and item builds have flown out, and the fact that they're 3 dragons up to 1 right now, EDG have so much pressure on them this game.
Yeah, they certainly do. And I guess it comes back down to how aggressive King's been with their item builds. You can see that now the Zhonya's Hourglass is being picked up straight into the blasting one. No defensive option coming out for Sky in the top lane. No defensive option in the mid lane as well. They're really committing to how much damage they want to do, and I guess there's a lack of that on the side of EDG.
Yeah. Def, though, does now have his last Whisper, so finally gets himself to 3-item threshold now with his QSS, so a good jumping off point for him. Pawn as well, looking good. Koro not going to have his death yet for this next dragon, but going to be quite strong on the Lulu, so the time is now. Clearly actually doesn't even have his Randuin, so awkward shop timings here, but EDG have to contest for this 4th Dragon of King.
Yeah, definitely do need to get in a position where they're able to contest that one, because you never want to be against a 4-dragon lineup, just because of the fact that 5th dragon, especially on someone like a Zed, is just so strong. So it looks like they are getting in position now. Randuin still wasn't being able to be picked up.
Mako, though, could be in trouble. The Tornado does come in. MLXG a little too far forward, but Whoosh going to zone out everyone else. Cora actually almost went down there. Just 1v1, so EDG going to have to fight 4v5 if they want to contest.
Yeah, and look how far they're pulling this dragon back, making sure it's not in the pit. Wushin doing so much damage. Teleport coming through from Koro, though. He's back at full health.
Yeah, smart stuff. Got his home guards there as well. King going to move back in. EDG have to get this dragon. Liam's gone in, but a beautiful tornado prep by Mako does stop that. Now Clearlove in the pit. He's trying, but he gets kicked out by MLXG. 4th dragon goes to King, but EDG going to try and chase him out. LeBlanc gets 1 kill. Mako gets evaporated, though, by Wushu. Flashes out now. Pawn does land the snare. It tethered on for so far, and Pawn still going in.
Yeah, so deep from Pawn, as we see Def now wants some action as well. Nearly takes out Sky on the backside.
It does get it there. Now Assassin diving in. A great wild growth, though, and Assassin just gets crushed. And EDG at the last hour find their item timings.
Yeah, and all of a sudden Deft completely takes over the game. Pawn went very deep, but Deft able to get in there now with with the last Whisper finished up, just doing so much damage. They'll pick up an inhibitor turret here, maybe even the inhibitor.
I mean, they're going to have to get something, but King, remember, did get that 4th dragon, so game balanced on a knife edge almost at this point. Inhib does go down, maybe even a tier 2, as there's a big stack of minions in the bottom for them to use there as well. But EDG, they were waiting for a long time here, finally get a team fight they won.
Yeah, they pulled the trigger, and it was really off the back of the fact that they overcommitted once again to Liam's ultimate, and the equalizer just didn't have anyone locked down on top of it. There was no CC coming through to keep people in position, and they just ran away, re-engaged the fight on their terms, and took control.
Yeah, and as the death cap is done for Koro now as well. Pawn's actually finished a Void Staff there on LeBlanc, so massive items coming in. Deft, BF Sword, sorry. Probably looking for, actually, no, sells it for a Bilgewater. I do like that choice.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the fact that he has gone for the Blade of the Ruined King instead of the Bloodthirster. Bloodthirster's shield is nice as a defensive option, but it's all about being able to outrun Zed. He just moves so quick, and you need to be able to steal some of that speed, get some nice bursts of health back to keep yourself alive.
Yeah, and on the flip side there for Assassin, actually, I like the Negatron cloak that he's got here. So looking to, try and shake off some of Pawn's damage. A big target for Pawn is actually that Assassin to try and basically peel for death by killing people, which of course is the hardest form of CC. And Sky actually in trouble here on Pawn, who's done a good amount of roaming. does flash out there, but Pawn can't follow. No spells available, but good pressure onto the Rumble.
Whole team collapsing onto Pawn. Let's see if he can get out.
Oh, he just sorted out, but Lamb spotted him there. Now MLXG gonna move in. Pawn's got nowhere to go and gets killed by Sivir.
Yeah, and that was a really good collapse coming out of the whole of King. Pawn tried the fancy footwork to get himself away, but wasn't able to do so.
Yeah, a little too predictable with the distortion. EDG, 4-man strong, gonna push in with the super minions and rotate down maybe towards the bottom side to push in that tier 2. But King, plenty of room to play with here in this game. I mean, EDG have a good comp that scales here, but King are not that far behind.
Yeah, they certainly aren't. And this is one of my favorite things about Zed is how well he deals with super creeps as a split pusher. Just able to get complete control over that. And we see able to push these creeps out past the halfway point just because of all of that flat AD. Gives him a lot of control over the Baron area. And that might be the next objective. Pawn still 10 seconds on that death timer. Won't be able to get there quite in time if they start it straight away.
Yeah, Baron up, like you mentioned, 15 seconds now. Scuttle Crab done there for King as well. And King, we've seen it in the game. They've had a little trouble pushing out of their base and really pressuring turrets. Baron will change all of that as it is the Siege Breaker buff. So they're going to sit in the bush and start it up pretty much on cooldown.
Yeah, so they know that Pawn is about 5 seconds behind where he would like to be. And if they start it up right now, they have a little bit of a head start. But a nice scrying orb spots them out and won't be able to get it done.
Yeah, King will get spotlighted there, and EDG will move aggressively in. Remember, super minions still pushing in, so they can cut them off here. They'll buy a lot of time for those minions to do damage, but instead can't really find anyone other than MLXG. Pawn actually roaming quite aggressively, but Mako and Pawn sitting on top of some wards. Deft actually pushing in with the minion wave. EDG just trying to buy some time. No, Ezreal is going to back off now, and again, a big stack in the bot.
Yeah, but a really smart move there from EDG, making sure that those super creeps are now on the Nexus turrets, as well as that bot lane. That just puts so much implied pressure throughout the entirety of the map. Now starting up the Baron, and they're ripping through it.
Yeah, this Baron is getting absolutely destroyed. MLXG is actually in the area. He's going to pop in on the Lee Sin. Lamb going to ulti in as well. Who's going to get the Baron? It's 50-50 diving for the fight. Lee Sin steals it away for King. Mako low, and King going in. Clear up though, bouncing out, and Def's trying to get some work done. Pawn lived for so long, but Koro is going to get melted. A 4-for-1 team fight, and the Baron there for King. Deft running for his life.
Yeah, and just trying to stall as much as possible because the bottom lane turret is under fire. The mid lane turret is under fire. Deft even goes aggressive.
He's going in onto Whoosh, but Whoosh too much damage there with MLXG. The ace completed, and King get everything.
Yeah, so King able to get the ace, able to get the Baron and clean up the waves, and now a lot of pressure being forced down the mid lane. All importantly, a minute until the 5th dragon is up, and Deft still got 40-second death timer.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be available for that, and King just had such good neutral control this entire game. A tier 2 goes down there as well, and what a play around the Baron.
Yeah, it certainly was an impressive play coming through, even tanking up this mid lane inhibitor turret. They'll be able to chunk through that very quickly because of the double AD comp. Now leaving, making sure they're as healthy as possible for that 5th dragon, understanding exactly what they need to win.
Yeah, Mako here going to clean some things out. Clearlove going to do it there as well with the pings. Like you mentioned, out into the dragon. Their King are running there as fast as they possibly can, and big items picked up here as well. Abyssal Scepter done for Sky. Big tank items are including an Aegis crucially for MLXG. The GA done for Assassin, and fully stacked Sivir as well with the Banshees Veil coming in last. So much strength right now for this King lineup.
Yeah, and normally I would like the QSS over the GA for Assassin just because of the fact that it is very gold efficient and reusable, whereas GA is good for one team fight. But King only need one team fight to win this game. It's all about the 5th dragon that has just spawned. So why not commit very heavy, roll the dice, and they've done it all weekend. Let's see if they can do it one more time.
Deft is running in. Dragon, remember, gets absolutely shredded in the later stages of the game, and it's so crucial. EDG just haven't got a foothold on this objective this game, and King going to try and melt it down. Whoosh is just chunking it up. Pawn going so aggressive, though, poking him with his ulti on MLXG. The Dragon getting low. 50-50. Lee Sin gets it. King now exploding the fight with 5 dragons. Koro gets melted to pieces. Pawn has to move back, and Deft gets here late, but Lamb's in the back with a good flank. Moving in. Assassin going to get a double there. Pawn might be his 3rd now as well. 3 members already dead. Pawn's going to die for the Assassin triple, and King wipe the floor with EDG.
And I cannot believe how well King bounced back in games, getting absolutely decimated yesterday in the game 1, decimated today in game 1, but able to pull out the surprise win. There's a surrender vote.
Yeah, I mean, EDG know what's up. The game over from that point, all from the formality. And EDG, 2 splits in the same week, and what is going on?
Yeah, completely thrown on its head. Really got to give credit to the complete King lineup. Sky was held down, but Wushin and Assassin stepped up absolutely massive. And EDG, after a very consistent game 1 across the board, they struggled in areas, didn't really have the damage they needed to get it done.
You can see EDG looking a little dejected there on your monitors. Koru, yeah, everyone's kind of leaning back and saying, man, that really just happened. We split another series this weekend. First OMG, now to King. EDG apparently finally showing signs of weakness.
Yeah, exactly right. Maybe they are. That was a bad second draft phase, I actually think. I think that Pawn probably should have taken the Lulu into the mid lane. He rolled the dice on a LeBlanc pickup, and it really didn't pay off in the end. And I think that, once again, this shows that if King can get a draft in their favor, they're very strong throughout the game. It's just that they struggle in that particular area.
I mean, it was a weird comfort pick looking draft there for the last game, but when they're playing together and executing on the win conditions, you're right, they're absolutely they look so good as a team.
Yeah, they certainly do. And yeah, I like the fact that you call it to the comfort pick. It was the Ezreal into the Sivir that really started off, and then the LeBlanc into the Zed, opting into that matchup with a very squishy Assassin. So I definitely agree. A very questionable start to that game. They built themselves a lead, but in the end, King were just able to roll over the top because of the fact that everyone had to itemize around Assassin.
Yeah, we do have a replay from that last game as well, so let's jump in and see just what damage King got done this game.
Yeah, so this is the Baron fight that really swung it. Look at the gold. Game on a knife edge. EDG actually up at this point, but if you cast your eyes over the items, so many defensive stats. So let's roll this one out. Great TP comes in through from Sky, making sure that he can get in with his team, electing to not go super aggressive, but over the back. Lamb gets in and they pick up the steal. That just gets everything started off. From there, fantastic equalizer, and Assassin going absolutely nuts on the back line, secures the rest of the fight. And when you've got all these threats, Assassin, Sky, Wushin, every single one of them just outputting pure damage item builds, they're able to just put out so much more threat than what EDG can. Def gets very cute there, tries to pick up a kill. MLXG had held his ultimate the whole fight, probably wasn't expected to be getting CC'd in there, otherwise it might have gone his way, and that was just amazing.
It really was, and again, it's funny that in Game 1, EDG have such strong adaptive drafting with their flex pick and play at a kind of a weird comp in such an elegant way in Game 1, and Game 2 kind of picked themselves into a corner with flex picks again, and it's just a completely different game from them. They couldn't get anything done with the comp they cobbled together.
Yeah, exactly right. They just couldn't get rolling. They never looked like they were sure about it. In Game 1, very definitive. This time around, they were losing pockets of the map, and in the end, just very well fought back from King.
So an unlikely split, but a split indeed. EDG and King will go 1-1, but don't go anywhere. We have more LPL coverage coming right up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're 2 matches deep, and we're up to our 3rd one here today, and another upset to erupt into the LPL as King take down EDG in that last match, splitting it 1-1. But, man, I was not expecting that.
Yeah, definitely didn't think that would be a split coming through. EDG looked so dominant in the previous weeks, but King, they're starting to really get going, and I guess a very well executed team coming through there. Yep. Assassin on a very highly threatening Zed just forced them into too many bad item choices and were able to run away with it.
Yeah, looking fantastic, and maybe some of that hype coming through from the LSPL is really starting to show some dividends here on the Rift. But let's move forward to our next matchup. It's going to be M3 taking on Royal Club, and M3 yesterday had a ridiculous performance.
Yeah, they certainly did, and this is a game of 2 teams on very different trajectories, Atlas. M3 started to get going. On the other side of the Rift, Starhorn Royal Club kind of fell apart.
Yeah, they have, dropping a series 0-2 to Energy Pacemaker to give them their first victory. And, well, first 2-0 victory anyway. And Energy Pacemaker actually looking a whole lot better if we reminisce back to their final series of the week here today. Actually splitting 1-1 yet again, having a 4-2 week. Looking really, really good. So, honestly, we don't really have any idea what's going to happen this matchup.
Yeah, we certainly don't. And I guess M3, we just went through their lineup. Dade, Spring is coming. The Beast is awakening. He had a couple of great games, but it was really Candy and Love CD for me that did it yesterday. Love CD went 0-4-39 across 2 games. 80% kill participation, was an absolute monster.
Yeah, and Candy on the other side, 26-3-19 if memory serves. Absolutely ridiculous AD carry performance, but that's all augmented from the early game provided by Love City. You're exactly right.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's just such a good engaged support, and when they're able to get aggressive, he just goes absolutely off. Augment that with the top side of the map that is playing much better with Dreams on the roster now, starting to really take over from that jungle position. They just look very much more in control.
Yeah, and Looper, like you're talking about, the top side of the map, Looper is looking fantastic now. He really coming out, had one of the best NAR performances that we've seen in a long time just the other day. And yeah, you mentioned Dream, sort of the newest member of the roster, and seems to have really revitalized M3.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I guess Dreams and Love CD teaming up for a lot of the vision control really dictated the flow of the games yesterday. And they looked very good. But we're being taken now through the Starhorn Royal Club lineup. And Cola still playing particularly well.
Yeah, he is. And, I mean, we haven't seen his Cassidy all that much recently, but is fantastic on sort of those standard tanks there in the top lane. And Insec, he's had some rough times.
Yeah, he certainly has. He seems to be the player that is in a particular slump at the moment, and I think it is affecting the shot calling just looking from the outside, really not able to get in a winning position lately.
Yeah, it's been very difficult, and sort of Korn actually relies on Insec a lot to make plays around the map, especially early on, in order to get his leads. Korn fantastic at playing when they're ahead, but hasn't been able to.
Yeah, certainly hasn't, and their bottom lane is also struggling. This is the one that's particularly interesting for me because Zero and Well haven't been able to really get much momentum going whatsoever. Yeah. We kept talking about the free Name, but it just hasn't eventuated as of yet, and time is running out for Royal Club. They're in real chance of being knocked into that bottom section that is out of playoff contention.
Yeah, and word on the street is that it's not going to be for another couple of weeks before we could even see Name on the roster, and that is well past the halfway point here in the LPL, and Royal Club really need to start getting some wins on the board.
Yeah, so they need to start playing with pretty well at the moment, and it just looks like the fact that they're coming, as I said, this is 2 teams. Royal Club really are on the dip. They need to start getting it together, and M3 need to use this game to build momentum. If they're going to be any chance of catapulting themselves towards that top 5, top 4 spots, they really need to start making their push right now. And I guess they really have started at the right time of the season. You don't want to be going backwards, going over the halfway point. No,
well, you really can't. And Royal Club, I mean, it must actually play on their minds to be sort of waiting for this AD carry to come onto the roster. They tried HYY. His Corki was surprisingly good, got them some victories, but Well hasn't really synergized with the roster all that well so far.
Yeah, he certainly hasn't looked like he's been able to get himself in a comfortable position. And as I said, I think a lot of it is actually to do with their shot calling. I don't think individual play is lacking, but that is what really hurts the confidence of Royal Club. We see that when they're confident, when they're very aggressive and playing, in a proactive motion. They look much better than they do when they are, in fact, getting dictated to and getting bullied around the Rift a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, we have to go back to the last time these teams matched up here as well, because, of course, Royal Club came out swinging against M3 in the first week of play. The first game that these guys actually hopped onto the Rift was versus one another. So we'll see whether it's going to be a repeat, because Royal Club 2-0 in that match.
Yeah, and they certainly, with a sub at that time, we were very blown away with how together Royal Club were playing. They looked like a very cohesive team, whereas on the other side of the Rift, Dade and Lupa looked completely lost on their new lineup. So see if that is still the case. It certainly hasn't looked the same in the last couple of weeks, and as we see straight away, we're into Champion Select.
Yep, and 2 supports banned away. Of course, Viger, not necessarily standardly known as a support, but has been definitely heading down to the bottom lane and been doing ridiculous things. Out of End Horizon is stupid. Rengar going to be taken off the board here as well, and Janna on the side of Royal Club. And we'll see whether we see any interesting bans, as it looks like there's a bit of a jungle focus with both of the kitties being taken off.
Yeah, and this is really strange to me, because so far, the couple of bans that are coming through from Royal Club, Zero is a great Janna player, and they've banned it away from Love CD, and Italy's been taking away, and Dreams doesn't really value that pick as high. Cassidy and Lissandra also joining in on the bench. Cassidy's such a ban against Kohler. He's so good at that champion.
Yeah, you have to ban away the Cassidy, just in general, but against Kohler is a big deal. Of course, Cassidy bans on the blue side are a bit interesting here. Of course, Cassidy's still incredibly strong, but Lupa, we were talking about his Nah, and he first picked that so quickly.
Yeah, he's been managing to get it a couple of games lately. I think this is his 3rd in 4 times, and really is looking to get ahead in that regard. And I really do like the Nah first pick. It puts Lupa on a comfort champion, puts him on someone that impacts the lanes with his teleport. Just really suits Lupa's playstyle.
Yeah, it does. Kohler's going to answer with a Hecarim here, of course. As far as the Starhorn Royal Club lineup is concerned, it's more of Insect's champion pool, but we'll see whether he takes it back, because that wasn't a great game.
Yeah, it was an interesting game when he took the Hecarim. Didn't even run the flash with it. Ran the, I guess, teleport smite. And
yeah,
really,
the classic teleport smite.
If nothing else, he looked majestic on the Rift, but really didn't see that much success. So maybe give it a shot in the top lane, although wouldn't be surprised. Insect does like to stick to the picks that he thinks will work.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that he probably just wants to prove to everyone that, yes, this is a thing that he can play, and we'll see whether he can do it this time. M3, on the other hand, they're going for some serious hard engage if these are the lock-ins, and they are.
Yeah, and I'm really worried now for Royal Club, because they haven't been performing well in team fights, whereas M3 have started to get it together, and that is a fantastic, solid front line for any team fight going forward.
Oh, yeah.
The response seems to be maybe a pseudo pick comp coming through if they lock in the Ahri and the Thresh, being able to pick off one member and just avoid fighting as 5v5. But as far as team fights go, you probably couldn't get a better 3 champions.
Yeah, well, that's true. And as far as forcing fights are concerned as well, I mean, you pair that with the likes of a Sivir, which is definitely still available. Maybe not something you necessarily want to pick into a Graves, but we'll see whether that's what Candy wants to do. Of course, a lot has been hinging off the back of Candy, and Korn on this Ahri, that is quite scary, because of course Dade now has to take something into a 5.2 patch Ahri, which is just so scary.
Yeah, it certainly is very strong at this point, and Korn is a very good Ahri player in his own right, but Dade still has a Zed available. Not really that many, I guess, answers towards a Zed on their lineup, and is a skill matchup. Definitely Zed can win that one out, so we'll be interested to see what he takes. The LeBlanc, that is interesting. I actually am not a massive fan of Dade's LeBlanc, but that is what he has gone with.
Oh my goodness, and Candy gonna lock away the Callista here as well, and this can go 2 ways here in the bottom side. If they manage to get that 2v2, Graves has sometimes just decimated Callista.
Yeah, well, the thing about Callista is she likes protracted team fights, which is all well and good, but Graves kills you in about 2 seconds if he lands his spell, so you don't really get the chance to be able to do that. In saying that, there is a surprising amount of CC that will come out of the bottom lane, couple in the fact that Dreams is available as well. They still will be able to get on top of that, so I think that it is a challenging lane for Candy and Love CD, but with the way they've been playing, still very confident with them going into it.
And is this something that M3 might want to lane swap here as well, as Maokai gets locked in here for Starhorn Royal Club?
Yeah, it's something they can definitely look at. I always like lane swapping when you have Nah, because of the fact that he has a range farm, farms very well in a 2v2. And, of course, Leona Na has a lot of lockdown CC if they choose to team up, whereas Maokai will struggle against the fact that Candy can hop all over the place. Mid lane is where this match, for me, will be won or lost, depending on how well Dade can stand up against Korn on a very volatile matchup. I think that Ari, on this patch specifically, wins the lane portion of it at least very comfortably.
Yeah, do you think this will have a lot to do with Dreams coming in on that Vi, trying to make sure that he can lock down this Vi?
Yeah, definitely. If he can get into position to affect the ganks, it will be. But I think that pushing out early on in the game will just allow a lot more freedom in the mid lane for the Ari.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether he manages to do it. Of course, Insect trying his hand at the horse one more time.
Once again, has teleport as well.
Yep, teleport, smite, Hecarim, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to have the double teleports here, of course, sort of like a pseudo Rek'Sai situation where you can have multiple split pushes that can really turn up to a fight exactly when they're needed. But we'll see whether that's how Insect is going to use this Hecarim or whether it's going to be, a different capacity. I mean, we've seen him just sort of hanging around, and then as soon as he wants to get into a fight, he'll just teleport.
Well, the last time we saw Insect use Hecarim, he just used it to die repetitively, which I don't think is what he was actually going for. So
maybe not the game plan.
Yeah, maybe not the game plan, but it's definitely how it figured it out. So I think that, yeah, he's looking for aggressive junglers. He's looking for junglers that he can engage with, but it just hasn't been working.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether it works this time as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with M3 taking on Starhorn Royal Club. Of course, the first time these two teams met, it was a 2-0 victory in favor of Royal Club, but M3 definitely been on a bit of an upward momentum at this point, and Royal Club falling to Energy Pacemaker has to be playing on their minds. Dade, though, going to be able to secure that ward, not going to die just yet, as Royal Club are actually grouped as 5 towards this bottom side of the map.
Oh, and Dade needs to be careful here. Forced to take that distortion. Hook just misses, and Royal Club with a good early group together get some nice deep wards.
Yeah, they're going to have all the vision that they want. Of course, 2 members towards the top side in Vi and Na are going to be able to scout out this area just a little bit. But you can see they're trying to scout for that lane swap. We'll see whether Royal Club decide to opt into it, or whether they're just going to hang out. Because, of course, they didn't actually see either of the members of the M3 bottom lane. We shall see what exactly does go on. Of course, the ward and the tri-brush there means that Love City is sort of able to wander through this jungle unhindered.
Yeah, they've got both entrances warded up, so they definitely can continue to look through there. He has stepped on a ward, so it looks like now he's going towards that. That is a very good bluff coming through.
Oh, so cheeky.
And now the waves are too far gone, so they're going to crash unless they turn their bottom lane around right now. That is a duo lane bot.
So Love City, again, with some smooth moves, making sure that he at least toys with the brains of Starhorn Royal Club, faking out towards that top side, and lanes are going to be standard here. Insect just going to be hanging out, starting the Gromp up on his own here.
Yeah, it looks like he's able to get the Gromp on his own. Kohler was able to pick up the Wolves, so that's a quick level 2. We'll be able to teleport into the lane with some extra potions and wards. That's a very nice play out of Kohler.
Yeah, a little bit like a Suicide Scion play coming through, but the Maokai variety where he actually doesn't die, which is good.
Does it very quickly as well with those saplings, and we see standard lanes here. Love CD and Candy able to, I guess, mind game that one, or maybe it was actually Zero and well looking for it. Of course, we mentioned how well Graves does tend to deal with this. I think Leona swings the lane very heavily at level 6, though. Just so much CC that comes out of the Solar Flare as well as the Fate's Call duo.
Yeah, level 2 has been hit here by Royal Club as Candy has a giggle.
We've seen that twice from Candy now. Last game as well, he did it when he escaped a gank and was walking backwards. He seems to be a lot of a confidence player, and he likes to have a chuckle at people when he's feeling good.
Yeah, well, look, the emotional game is largely a part of it here in League of Legends, so making sure you can put your opponents off is important. Just make sure you do it kindly, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, Atlas approved message right there as we see Dade farming out this mid lane. Has already begun to be shoved in here by Korn, and Korn looking to just put as much pressure on Dade as possible. Has struggled in the past when he has taken the LeBlanc into lanes, and This is probably the strongest Ahri has been for a very long time.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever experienced an Ahri quite at this level at the moment, and also with so much mobility, landing these distortions onto Korn is going to be so difficult as well.
Yeah, it certainly is, and her Q just gives so many tools, and a surprising amount of damage comes out of the W as well. So definitely agree it's going to be a volatile lane. We've seen it played a lot of times, and it has gone back and forth depending on the skill of individual players, so it's not unwinnable. It's just something that I don't necessarily think is in your favor anymore.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Dreams is going to be focusing around there. Of course, Insec continuing to farm. Dreams ahead just a little bit, of course. Managed to get a leash for his first camp, so he's going to be okay. Scuttlecrab might be opted for as Insec takes away his red buff. A little bit behind as Dreams now actually going to enter the enemy jungle. See whether it's just to get some wards down or whether he wants to counter jungle early. Of course, counter jungling Insec, that's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, it's very, very challenging to do, and we see actually some good wards coming out of the bottom lane. Ooh, some aggression.
Yeah, Love City going very far forward, proccing the Sentinel there as well. Is Candy just going to get a reset on that Rend and get some extra harass damage down as well? Insec and Dreams have found one another. Dreams with a level advantage, but not the man advantage, as Dreams splashes inside the wall and dies.
Yeah, and the horrible thing happened. Korn picked that up, and there were so many assists that went across. That is actually a very expensive first blood. 500 gold the lead now for Starhorn Royal Club, and that was just a little bit of a misplay out of Dreams there.
Yeah, Dreams trying to take that Scuttlecrab. I believe he actually managed to get it, so kudos to him for that one. But sacrificing his life for it for first blood, probably not worth it.
Yeah, definitely not to his advantage at this point in the game.
But they got the Scuttlecrab.
They did, so a lot of extra vision for the cost of first blood. We'll have to see how it works out in the long run. But that red buff going to be very annoying to deal with in the mid lane. Ahri just allows her to line up all of those skill shots coming through with that additional slow, as well as the auto attack harass that will come through. Dade probably not the happiest man in the world.
Nah, he was psyched about it, of course. Able to hang out in that lane and get that farm back. You can see only 3 behind at the moment when he was losing by a little bit more earlier on. He was just saying, yeah, thank you for relieving the pressure. No, that's probably not true.
And a little bit of I guess danger in the top lane for Lupa when extremely low, was able to get a quick level 6 with Collar, because remember, he picked up that early camp and popped his ultimate, went in very aggressively, and Lupa lost half his health.
Yeah, does have Mega Nara available,
but he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, look who's coming up from the mid lane. Korn coming in here. Lupa's Mega Nara. Is he going to be able to get the Nara into the wall? The charm lands, and Korn begins his assault on the M3 lineup.
Yeah, and Korn really getting himself ahead this game with a great roam twice in a row now, and Dade stuck in the mid lane is farming up quite nicely, but not really much else to be said for it.
No, and yeah, he manages to get 3 creeps into the turret and gets 4 auto attacks or something like that, but does Dade need to be following? Is a Zero going down very, very low here on the bottom side? There's the flash forward from Candy, trying to get the reset. Double teleports to come in. Insec here as well. A third teleport to come down as well as Cola picks up the kill. Insect here at the same time. Love City explodes with that ability, but they are going to escape. The damage is done, though. That could mean a dragon.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it will mean a dragon. I guess the good news is the fact that Lupa still has his ultimate, so if they want to contest, there's a surprising amount of CC to come out of Love CD and Lupa. But it doesn't even look like they're going for it. First dragon picked up for Starhorn. 3 kills already. 2,000 gold lead. That's a very good early game.
Yeah, this is a beautiful snowball just starting up here from Royal Club as Lupa throws in a casual boomerang. Not going to get it.
Zero's got 5 health, and Zero got it with an auto attack. That was extremely close.
Ridiculous stuff. We are going to have even bottom lanes here. Candy actually deciding to go for a BF sword first item.
Yeah, so we saw a lot of Infinity Edge Callista when it first came out, and then it's kind of fell away for all of the attack speed, just noticing the ability that the Ren does with all of that stacking. But maybe against the Grave wants a little bit more burst damage with the Sunlight procs to be able to, I guess, win the short trades as well.
Yeah, that is a very good point. And of course, having that Sentinel sort of soul touch passive here as well. I mean, if a Leona gets in amongst it, having the Sunlight to be procced as well as that is a lot of extra damage.
Korn once again in the top lane looking for another gank, and it's a perfect timing of the transformation. Actually doesn't go aggressive there. Would have been a good chance for him to be able to do it, but call was made from Dade. I'm assuming that his laner was once again missing.
Thank goodness the MIA's finally to come through here as Zero takes a fair bit of damage. Candy now does have that BF sword, so a bit of work done, but oh my goodness, level 6 gets hit and he explodes. Dreams is here as well. Well is dead. Slam dunk straight up here for Dreams. They answer 1 for 1, but Candy would have wanted that one. Dade, nice Duke of the Charm there with the distortion. And then the Mimic in order to get out of the way of that Orb of Deception. So these mid laners met, yes. And that could have been an explosion, yes, but nothing actually happened.
Yeah, so they just used their abilities very defensively. Korn didn't even throw his ultimate out there, so nicely mitigated from Dade. Korn, of course, with that early Negatron cloak, will be extremely difficult to 1v1 for the Assassin.
Now, there's a question that I've been meaning to ask here as well, is a lot of these Aries have been building Fiendish Codex into the Abyssal Scepter as their first 2 items. Is there a reason why they don't just go straight for the Abyssal or straight for the Muralonomica?
I just think that the cooldown reduction is so important on a kit to be able to farm out, and a little bit of magic regen never goes astray. And then the fact that Abyssal Scepter just gives so much worth against these double AP comps, wow.
Oh my goodness, actually following Dade around here, he uses the Distortion, the Mimic, and the Charm. Oh, it lands! And Dade goes back to his Distortion. Insect just onslaughts his face off. And Dade's going to die here as well. So Korn now 2-0-1.
Yeah, so Korn doing extremely well. Insect having a much better game as well. He's been able to affect 2 fights so far, 1-0-2. Having a much better performance this time around on Hecarim.
Yeah, and that teleport was fantastic in the bottom side as well, really demonstrating why it's good to have an extra one on the team, because of course it's not only the top laners who have the ability to come straight in there, it is going to be the jungler now as well, as Insect not too worried about getting out, because of course all he wants to do is get in.
Yeah, exactly right. Looking to mix it up nice and early in the top lane as well. Kola having a terrific time against this Nard, being able to build a 20 CS advantage there. 1,000 gold lead coming through as well nearly, so yeah, he's doing pretty well.
I'd say pretty well is almost an understatement here, as Loop are going to clear out these minions here as well. Nice farming underneath that turret. Still 16 CS behind though, as Candy takes a buckshot to the head.
Yeah, and this is an interesting build coming out of Looper here. He's sitting on the Catalyst for a lot of that laning stats, as maybe Dreams looking for a bit of a gank, but will be going for the Righteous Glory and recognizes that in lane, the use of that extra cooldown reduction is much more important. So he's gone for a bit of armor, bit of cooldown reduction in that Glacial Shroud.
Yeah, and probably wanting to finish off that Frozen Heart a little bit earlier on here as well. We'll see whether he's going to be finishing that one off, or whether it's going to be the Righteous Glory to come in, or whether maybe he just wants that cooldown reduction, then goes Rod of Ages. Who knows?
Yeah, or just picks up components of everything, gets some MR.
Yeah.
Just becomes a jack
maybe
of all
he'll
trades.
build a Hextech Gunblade.
No, he won't.
I just wish that item.
As we see Dade still looking for some roams, using Vision very well to disappear. Teleports are just about to come off cooldown, so they need to be careful. Insect also joining them in this bottom lane, so a lot of pressure around the map, and I think that Candy and Love CD really can do some work here with the fact that they have the Leona ultimate, they have the Fate's Call available, but Dreams is left.
Yeah, Dreams getting out of there. Of course, Insect is hanging out, knows that there's no ward here in this brush. Looking to try and engage something. Loop are going to throw a house at Kola. He's not too happy about that.
It's a funny as noise when that particular skin does that, and we're just moving once again into a lull. It's a very, I guess, volatile point in the game. A minute till Dragon, both teams seem to just be holding out to that, want to be able to fight around an objective. But Dreams needs to be careful. He's on the wrong side of the map right now, not able to get down there. If he doesn't go back to shop very soon, we'll be in a bad position. And actually was the Righteous Glory finished up after that. A little bit of cooldown reduction picked up.
Yeah, so just making sure that he has the engage tool here for the next dragon fight, and that sort of makes sense.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. Very well picked up there. So against a couple of components of what will most likely be a Warmog's armor coming out of Nard, just because of all the mixed damage on the Starhorn Royal Club lineup. Definitely the best defensive item to pick up if there is a lot of mixed damage. And finally, Dreams recalls, but he's got 20 seconds now to hightail it to that Dragon Pit.
Yeah, they do have 3 pink wards hanging around it, of course, towards the back side that Royal Club will probably want to clear out before they attempt this dragon. They're going to see that Insect is hanging around, but of course, double teleports available here for Royal Club. Only one available on the side of M3.
And just a huge power spike coming out for Royal Club. They've got the Morellonomicon. They've got the Brutalizer finished up for all of that mid-game power on Graves. Going to be able to pick up the Scuttle as well. And they're in a position, if they win this fight, they could catapult themselves into an early lead.
Yep, M3 have been intelligent, though. They've shoved out this bottom wave and now are able to move around and actually clear out some of this vision. Waves are going to crash together, but Candy, he's head back to base.
Yeah, well, he's on 1,700 gold. There's no way he can fight because he's a full Brutalizer behind. So he has to, I guess, unless they get a very favorable little bit of an engage here, they're in a position where they are in a bit of trouble in the item department.
Yeah, actually, teleport coming in from Looper here. He doesn't have a lot in that Narbar as the distortion to come through. Kohler actually teleports incredibly deep, gets dumped here as well, but Dreams, he's going to be the first one to die. The Dragon falls down as well. Korn going incredibly low as the onslaught of shadows right in the middle of this fight, and Insect is launching through everyone. Looper gets a decent, that's a double kill on the backside. Dade finishes off Insect. Looper, how the hell are you still alive? Just pegs a house under the turret and goes home.
Yeah, and they need to be careful here. Avari looking for a pick on top of a ward. Sentinel may spot out. No Sentinel.
That's a terrible Sentinel. My goodness, actually Dade just scouting around looking for something. And Looper gonna find the kill underneath the turret.
Yeah, so with that red buff, able to pick up a kill, and that's fantastic news. A 3-1-1 Nah, that's great for the M3 lineup, but oh gosh.
Oh, immediately stops, and can he leap over? No, he doesn't have it. Insect doesn't even let Korn get an assist, and that is the top laner dead. So it was a decent try from Looper, but the shutdown does come through here for Insect. That teleport finally paying off.
Yeah, exactly. That's the second very good teleport out of Insect in this game. 2,500 gold is Candy's, I guess, bank to be able to go back and pick up a Bloodthirster, actually. So whilst... No, he's retracted it.
Yep, might just get... Yeah, there it is. The Hurricane to come through. That is what I was expecting. But, you know, like the Bloodthirster choice as well. I mean, it's great.
Outright Hurricane pickup. That's a lot of gold now into the AD carry. They've got back within the 2,000. Insect holds a lot of gold for his team, 3-1-2. He's having a fantastic game, actually, from the jungle this time around. And I think that's what Royal Club needed. They needed a game where Insect went completely mental, was able to get his shot calling back under control and really dictate the flow of the game.
Yeah, so M3 might be in for a very different experience to what other teams have been experiencing. Oh, there's the Fate's Call, but Love City doesn't find it. Well gets caught by the stun and destroyed.
And what a good roam out of Dade. We're complimenting Korn of beating Dade around the map. That's a couple of times now that Dade's packed up shot completely left and being able to influence a gank. So well played out of the mid laner, having a better performance on Ahri than I would have expected.
Yeah, well, even though he's playing LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Amazing. So I can't even believe that he's having such a great performance on Ahri when he's not even playing Ahri. Candy going to be able to take down this outer turret here on the bottom side. And Dade is going to head back to this mid lane here as well. Outer turret going to fall down and Insect. Oh, actually, chains are going to land. Distorts to keep the tether there as well. The slam dunk on a con. He's not going to die though. His Dreams gets it turned around on Dade. Just left that one. Hightailed it just to let his jungler die. But of course, nothing he could do. A nice counter gank.
And that's the problem with Vi. Very good at going forward. And you saw that Dade able to follow up as well. But once he was in there, wasn't able to get out as easily as Dade was with those distortions. So little bit of a misplay there. Good counter gank once again from Insect, though, who just takes a lot of damage. But Insect, 3-1-3, 6 of 9 kill participation, being able to get around the map with Korn and really make things happen.
Yeah, he's doing really, really well. Of course, Candy a little bit upset that he's not getting his name stamped on too many of these kills in the first line, the first column of his score, but has had a great contribution so far. Of course, 5 of 6 is pretty dang good. He's going to keep pushing out this mid lane.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be now in the mid lane to grab as much farm as possible. Dade going to that bottom lane, maybe looking to split push a little bit more on this LeBlanc, who is a little bit far behind on gold. Of course, Korn having a very good performance, 3-0-3. About 1,000 gold separates the mid laners, and that's what really separates the team. And as I said, keep going back to it, but the mid lane for me really is a volatile matchup. These assassins being able to remove the AD threats is just going to be so important.
Oh yeah, Korn actually hanging out here with Zero, and if they manage to land one of those crucial skill shots in that Death Sentence or Charm, you have to think that Candy could just flat out die in that mid lane. He's going to have to be very, very careful. Defensive warding to come through from Royal Club, though. Maybe they don't feel like they have the lead that they had before.
Yeah, they definitely feel like they let a little bit of the game slip, so they're just trying to get it back. I think Insect needs to get a little bit tankier before the next fight happens, just because of the fact there are some damage items coming through. And Looper, once again, has gone that weird build on his Gnar, that double offensive item build that allows him to split push and put a lot of pressure in lane, but he's 30 CS behind.
There's also the fact that that Phage does give him some sticking potential in a team fight, but you're right. I mean, it's not going to be helping him out as much as that completed Randuin's or Warmogs is going to.
Yeah, it certainly just doesn't have, I guess, the same bang for buck. Has very good, I guess, skirmishing power, but not very good team fighting power. And we're used to seeing this Gnar being that big team fight bully.
Yeah, and certainly isn't that at this point, as this outer turret quite low. Death Sentence not going to find Candy. Candy just going to bounce around here, dodge out of the way of that Orb of Deception here as well. Wants to take the Lantern, but isn't going to.
Yeah, and this is a danger zone for Royal Club because M3 at this point, with it a level 11 on most of their carries, have all of their level 2 ultimates, whereas Well hasn't got his. Insect still, Insect has picked up his, so just before, so he's in a good position, but ooh, Dade's been pretty on point with these distortions. His reaction speed's getting up there.
Yeah, certainly still pretty good is the old Dandy.
Dandy?
Dade. Damn it. There's got to be
1-1. As Dade actually gets aggressive on Insect.
Yeah, finds the charm. Oh, the chains there as well on Insect, as my brain is just ruptured, ladies and gentlemen. Distorts back to his original path because Insect's pretty quick on this horse.
Yeah, it certainly is. Has those Merc Treads to get out of a lot of the CC that came from those chains. And, ooh, very aggressive play out of Love CD. Gets a turret for his team.
Yeah, actually, that Solar Flare going to make sure that he locks that one down. Oh, Zero flash play, not going to find it. As Insect's right in here into the backside. The exhaustion of Candy, and he gets destroyed. Collateral damage. Just for fun.
And that was so much damage that came out of the home guard Insect then. This is going to secure his team a Dragon, and what decisive play out of the jungler of Royal Club as Dade for some reason decides to take a duck into the Dragon Pit to see what's going on.
Yeah, comes back in again. Oh, is he going to distort back out? Yes, he is. Oh, and back in again. Oh my goodness, Dade. That was very amusing, but it is going to be the Dragon for Royal Club. That's the third now, so massive monopoly on that particular objective, and they started getting that very early. Of course, it's only 22 minutes into this game. 3 Dragons already down. We're going to have a very accelerated part of this game where M3 really needs to take into account the possible 5th Dragon.
Yeah, certainly that does look to be the case, but to M3's credit, they've managed to pick up 3 outer turrets in response to those Dragons, so that's a very good position to be in. The problem is that hasn't come with a gold lead just because of all the kills that have come across, and a lot of that is sitting on the mid laner and the jungle. Take a look at the jungle matchup. Insect is 1,000 gold up, and he's gone a very tanky build path as he just canters majestically out of base.
And that Frozen Heart is actually completed here as well in the top side of the map. Cola does have that one in his back pocket. Lots of twisted advancing to be happening in the next fight. Of course, 20% cooldown reduction is fantastic for a Maokai who just wants to be in there being annoying.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. Collapse actually coming through from the M3 lineup. They don't want to let this mid lane turret go, so they're continuing to defend it, and very nicely done in the end. They've managed to keep it alive on a little bit of health, and this might bait the Starhorn Royal Club lineup into making a little bit of a missing judgment here because they don't have Well with them.
That's true. Looper is going to be able to clear out this Water's Dreams, dodges that hook unbeknownst to himself. Boomerang looking for a target here as well as Dade just continues to launch himself into the enemy team. And M3, they might have to concede this one or start a fight. Looper, of course, with no rage here at all. And Insect just going to canter forward. Looper doesn't get the double jump, but Dreams is in here as well. That Solar Flare was fantastic. Dade destroys Insect before he can do anything. Fate's Call to come down. Korn gets knocked up. Can Candy reset it? He does. And that's going to be Cola falling down incredibly quickly as well. And Callista, she can just turn a fight on its head.
This bottom lane out of M3 are so good. Winning the fight nearly single-handedly. Insect went very deep, overextended on that one, and Candy and Love CD were just able to get so much CC out. They actually held the end of that Fate's Call for a very long time, getting another double knock-up, and overall fantastic play. Well now being, I guess, bullied around a little bit, trying to keep him away from this objective. Double teleports aren't available, but still forced away.
Yeah, actually, M3 are going to back out of this one. They notice that Insect is alive again, Cola as well. Neither having teleports, of course, used in that last fight, but M3, I guess, playing conservatively, but I have a feeling they could have stayed on that. Of course, Candy just does so much damage.
Yeah, they certainly do. So let's take another look at this. Insect goes very deep and misses Looper, and then the Solar Flare just hits all of the members it needs to hit. And look how long they hold this Fate's Call until it's a very good opportunity. Pick up 2 people, nearly a third, and the resets just come through. So a very well-played team fight. Looper got a better evolve than you would have thought, maybe because of the fact that he started on so little rage in that fight, but really was able to do it. But now he's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, he may have got caught out here on the bottom side of the map. Huh?
Not sure yet. I'll tell you in a couple of seconds. Yep, he seems to be caught.
Yeah, I think he's saying that, yes, now I'm in trouble. Yeah, no, he's most definitely dead. 4 members, probably too much. He does have that Randuin, so it took him a long time to die. But that outer turret is going to fall down here as well for Royal Club, managing to pull it back to 2 versus 3. Candy wants to take away this red buff, just rends that one to death. A 0, and Insect now looking for the members of M3 here in the jungle. The inner turret now under fire. That's a decent creep wave, but oh, that Trailblazer Smite doing some work. The charm going to land here as well into Love City. Oh, the Fate's Call to get him out of trouble here as well. The double knock up. There's the Solar Flare as well, trying to extend this fight. Insect getting launched on Dade right into the middle of everyone. That was an odd maneuver, as M3 now going to have to back away.
Yeah, I think Dade got flayed through his distortion, and it stopped a lot of the damage that he was hoping to output there, and didn't even get to use the Mimic to really solidify anything there. A lot of upfront burst coming through from this Graves build, and in the end, Starhorn Royal Club, a very aggressive maneuver underneath the turret, but they make it work.
Yeah, brilliantly done. Candy now with the Alacrity enchantment on his boots, able to survive that last fight, and I think that the rest of these team fights are going to rest on his back. Candy needs to keep himself safe and keep using his Fate's Call this beautifully.
Yeah, they really do use this combination of Callista Leona very well. You saw the Fate's Call into the Solar Flare this time around, so it was the opposite of what we're used to seeing. But very nicely done, and he's got a 1,500 gold lead. Really is the shining light for his team, as we keep coming back to. So can this Callista get going in the hyper late game? 60 CS advantage and really performing admirably.
Yeah, and there's so many members of Royal Club that can dive on him here as well. It's going to be a hard task to stop, you know, the likes of FLICKR and Cola on the Maokai here as well, really being able to set up these charms that are going to come through. Could be very, very scary to be a Candy. And you have to think that he'd probably want to grab that QSS relatively soon, as Love City is building towards that Mikhail's Dreams just smites away the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, so Scuttle Crab at this point, because 20 seconds until the Dragon, is a very important objective to be able to smite away. And the fact that he's got that second one in his back pocket means that he will be able to contest if it does come down to a smite war. But at this point, if Royal Club pick up the next Dragon, remember, they're already on 3 at 27 minutes into the game. They have a complete stranglehold over where the next team fight after this one will take place if they so choose, because they just get to dictate the terms with the 5th Dragon.
M3 now actually have 5 pink wards on the map here as well. Candy just going to jump over the backside. Oh, they do manage to get the Dragon. A beautiful flash from Candy to get him out of here. The double Gnar into the wall, into the 80 carry damage, as Love CD gets pulled out with the Fate's Call. Wants to get way back in there as well. He's going to finally fall down. Looper just bounces on the head of his lane opponent. but that was just not the place they wanted to fight. They got the dragon, but is that worth 3 members?
Yeah, at this point it actually honestly probably is because of the fact that it delays the 5th dragon from Royal Club, and that is their first to augment all the flat damage they have. As long as that is all they lose, I think they will take it, but it looks like Royal Club want to push through to the middle turret.
Yep, more than happy to go with actually, honestly, and probably. That would be enough to make me definitely want to pick that one up. Of course, Zero going to throw out the death sentence. Not going to find anyone here as the inner turret does fall down. So they do manage to get an objective for their troubles here. So 3 deaths for 1, and they pick up that inner turret in exchange for that dragon here as well. So M3 maybe not getting entirely the best out of it, but you're right. I mean, if they manage to secure that first dragon, that is so huge.
Yeah, it's just worth so many stats at this point of the game. As I said, more importantly, just make sure that they're not under the pressure of the 5th dragon for a little bit longer. So means they can continue to scale up. They have a beautiful scaling comp on the side of M3. Lupa, the way he builds his Nard just gets better as the game goes on, going to be a lot of damage as well as CC, and he's started to actually build a bit of a CS advantage after being 30 behind in lane. And Dade, no slouch on LeBlanc, as well as the fact that Dreams has his Vi, so they're definitely in a good position for late game. It's just the fact that Starho and Royal Club being able to control this mid game very nicely.
Yeah, and are Royal Club still relying on getting a pick, or are they more than happy to team fight flat out now against M3?
Yeah, I think the fact that if they can get if they get Cola onto the back line, then they're happy to team fight because of how far ahead their mid laner is. However, they still would like to play the pick game, I guess, a little bit more, just because of the fact that that's what Ari, the Graves, as well as Zero's Thresh are very good at this point in the game.
We'll see whether M3 can pull this one back, of course. Have fallen behind in turrets. They were the first. They were actually 3 turrets to 0 at one point. Royal Club doing a great job in getting this map pressure down. And, of course, Royal Club also clearing out a lot of the vision that was available here for M3. Lupin now continuing his onslaught against creeps here on the top side of the map. A little bit of a lull, as you mentioned. You know, we'll just see what objective both of these teams want to fight over, whether it's going to be that next dragon or whether one of these teams is actually going to start pushing through towards these turrets, because we haven't even spoken about it. What's the siege situation like? Because, of course, Graves and Callista both pretty short range.
Yeah, they're both pretty bad at sieges, as we see Lupin maybe getting a little bit caught out here from the whole lineup. Able to waddle his way out. But yeah, you're completely right that both teams looking for team fights, looking for picks, not really looking for the siege. So all of this game will be fought around the Baron and Dragon objectives, and then they will try and turn that into, I guess, what they do. They both have very respectable wave clear coming out. They both have a lot of hard CC on their lineup. So yeah, definitely more of team fight compositions, not so interested in sieging up turrets.
Now, Lupa and Insect were just hanging out there together for a moment as Insect was allowed to back in that lane.
Strangers in the night as they pass them off, and it is actually Insect. That looks strange because his team is around Baron, but he has the teleport available. Cola does not, so he's on split push duty in that bottom lane. Can be matched very nicely at the moment by Nard, but they go for re-engage.
Yeah, there's the Solar Flare. Gets the slow onto Korn here. As the Charm lands onto Love City. Fate's Call to get him to safety, and they get a pick, and it looks like they're trying to get out. Onslaught of Shadows trying to come through here from Insect. Is he going to go over the wall? As Love City and Candy do actually run past that way. Lupa wants to get some rage back in here as well, but no answer here for the pick from M3.
Yeah, it was the support player. They'll take it because it stalls out the game a little bit longer, allows them to farm up towards that late game, but doesn't look like much else will come from that little bit of a scuffle. They've got a little bit more control over the Baron area, but just a kill for not very much else.
Yeah, that's 6 wards and a pink around that Baron. Of course, Royal Club do have a few still there. Of course, one in the pit being very, very important, but M3 were able to litter some wards towards that Baron side. And again, we go back to this moment where we're just looking for a team to make a decision, make a play on this map.
Yeah, and I just think that neither team feels really rushed to do so. Both scale lovely into the late game. I said I'd give it to M3, but in saying that, Maokai is a very admirable top lane tank, and he's going to get to the point where he's nearly unkillable by the lineup that is being brought together by Masters 3. So definitely both teams just happy to scale up, trusting in the fact that they can get a pick and kill someone relatively quickly. And I guess it now comes down to execution. Can Starhorn really continue what they started in this game? They're looking much better as a lineup. But in saying that, it's only going to cost them one mistake.
Yeah, well, it's true. And Cola, I really like this build coming out of him as well because he has no magic resist, just does not care. I actually just bought the Spectre's Cowl. It's a little bit of a curse there, but he didn't before because in these fights, I mean, if Dade's trying to do damage to this frontline tank, he's not doing his job.
Yeah, exactly right, and you just nailed it. They're actually trying to entice Dade into hitting someone that isn't well or Corn here, so definitely agree the fact that he waited so long to pick up that magic resist was playing well into his favor because Candy was just doing absolutely no damage.
Yeah, very, very difficult for him to fight a Maokai. But see what happens this time because, of course, Maokai not going to do too much damage. So if Candy does manage to get a few Ren stacks on the rest of the team, things could go wrong. Is M3 actually coming through here? Teleport's going to land. Love City probably likes the fact that he got played out of that fight as Cola now looking to try and come in. Fate's Call to get his friend to safety, but Love City opts back into it as Candy now trying to dart around this fight, flashing out of the way. Cola just zoning him completely. Dade gets rid of well. Dreams is over to the backside doing absolutely nothing as Cola is just a monster right in the face of Candy. Dreams somehow managing to escape as Lupa is also in no man's land. This is looking ridiculous. Such an extended fight. Lupa, oh my gosh. Dreams eventually falls down. Candy now looking to be hunted by Cola, who has just made a beeline for this Kalista this whole time. There's the twisted advance, finally. And they get the kill. Is this going to be the ace as Lupa's trying to get killed by Insect, but it's a bit of a wet noodle fight.
Yeah, so in the end, they're able to pick up their 4th dragon, potentially off the back of this. Lupa looks like he's going to try and stop the push mid lane. And Starhorn Royal Club, fantastic execution there. They did exactly what we said they needed to. Got Cola in the face of the AD carry, and Candy couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. In fact, Candy got barely any damage down in that fight at all, and I have no idea why Love City actually wanted to engage that in a choke that they had no vision in. It was just a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. Korn got so much work done. 8, 1, and 5 on Ari now. Has a lot of money, 2,000 gold in his back pocket as well when he goes to shop. We'll be able to pick up that Zhonya's, and you just got to think the game getting very, very dangerous now for Masters 3. That was the 4th dragon, and that's a 6,000 gold lead.
Yep, well, also finished his last Whisper now as well, so Dreams and Lupa in a little bit more trouble from this Graves. As Lupa going to continue the split push. He still has his teleport, so teleport advantage is sitting in favor of M3.
Yeah, so they're able to grab that one, although Insect's nearly off cooldown as well, so he'll be able to dive back in there. And 2,500 gold now. Goes back, picks himself up. That's Zhonya's Hourglass.
No, it hasn't got it. Yep, there it is. Beautiful. Korn going to be able to use that stasis, and that just makes an Ari so frustrating.
Yeah, it certainly does, and it also means that the Solar Flare as well as the Fake Fall just a little bit more ineffective against Ari. As we see, once again, a lot of this pressure is on Candy. Has actually opted for another BF sword, not going for that Blade of the Ruined King. I thought he actually might have gone double lifesteal because a lot of this fight is can he heal himself up enough and become a threat to this very tanky Cola. Doesn't really need to burst people down.
Yeah, it's true. And of course, having some of that % health damage here as well is fantastic against the double Righteous Glory and so much health.
As well as some more attack speed against the double Frozen Heart. I think it just has a lot more upside. But Lupa, very full Rage Bar about to get in.
Yeah, trying to do some fighting here as well. Actually gets stunned. Nard into the wall here as well as Dade destroys him. Korn gets knocked up by the Fates called Candy. Actually managing to get some damage in this fight. Korn going to go solo. The double kill here for Dade. Twisted advance onto Candy, but he's still so healthy. And now Cola can't do anything because there's 4 members in his face.
Well, he can still do a lot. He's surviving for a very long time, but in the end, he falls 3 for 1. Insect has his teleport, will go for the Miracle Smite.
He's going to try. Of course, these wards are going to get removed. The teleport to come through around that mid lane. He wants to canter right into this fight as the Baron's falling down. Dreams might die as Insect is getting the attention turned back onto him. Dreams is the first one to fall. Lupa just wallops him and Candy picks up the kill. Now, actually, oh my gosh, is it going to happen? No, it doesn't. Just bait Zero in. And he can't do anything. That was so damn close.
That was so close coming out of Zero there. Tried to go for the hero play. Not able to get it. Clean ace for 2 kills. Baron picked up. by M3, and all of a sudden, this game is completely even.
Yeah, the other way around here, ladies and gentlemen, as M3 now have that purple rotating around them. These creeps are going to allow them to do a little bit more split pushing and a little bit more pushing just in general, as those creeps are now a lot stronger. So these inner turrets are going to be under fire. Might actually start to even out this turret gap as Lupa going to continue split pushing. This guy has just been a split push monster this whole weekend.
Continued to just solo farm, and he's picked up that Thormail before that last fight. That was why he was so much tankier, able to catapult himself into the back line. And now he's only going to get stronger offense-wise, because not much else he can get apart from maybe an elixir of iron to make himself a little bit bigger in these team fights. But the danger here is Lupa has to sit on a lot of gold with this item build.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Both of these items are very expensive to finish off, and he's sitting on 1,500 gold, as you can see, because Trinity Force, that's another 2,400 gold to finish off.
Yep, something like that.
Yeah, along with the lines of that Maw of Mortius as well, that's another 2,200, I think, somewhere around those lines. So
this is really testing your memory.
Yeah, they're very expensive items to be able to get the transform, and definitely cost efficient in their primary stages, but that's why they are like that, so you have to make the decision.
We'll see whether it actually comes to bite him here. Of course, Lupa does have an opportunity. He's tanky enough as it is. They're going to take a lot of standing gold here off the map. Lupa is now grouped with his team. That Narbar is at a decent position as Orbit Deception going to try and clear out some of these groups. Candy gets hooked. That could be exactly what they don't want. The face of the mountain going to be used on him, but finally Candy falls down. They've traded 1-for-1 thus far, but they do have the AD carry alive. Dade gets out of the way of Insect, and they're desperately trying to disengage. That house was beautiful from Lupa, and Insect gets walloped, but it didn't even really matter. Is M3 now just trying to get away. They're going to take Lupa for their troubles, as Royal Club now just turning it around.
Yeah, so very nice play out of Royal Club there, landing the miracle hook. Candy survived for a little bit longer than you would have otherwise thought, but in the end falls down, and that might actually mean a mid lane inhibitor going down against the flow.
This is terrifying news now for M3. Of course, it is still 4v3, and there are Baroned up minions here to fight back for M3, and still without much siege is the Royal Club lineup. We'll see whether they do.
Battery also available, so if they overextend, there's a very real danger of this getting turned around.
Yeah, the inhibitor turret does fall down though. Dream's going to pop that Randuin's here as well, trying
Candy's
to defend.
Back up.
Yeah, trying to defend this inhibitor, but Insect, he's committed to it. There's the Solar Flare under 3 members. Dade gets so much AoE, and that destroys the AD carry. A second kill now. Both carries are dead as Dade's clone gets chased by Insect. Candy's here finally for the attempted cleanup. Zero coming in, not quite as much effect as the Rend is starting to stack up. The slow comes through, of course, not doing all that much damage to this massively tanky Cola. And Lupa teleporting in from the backside, bounces on top of Cola and Zero. But Cola actually flashing out of the way. Another hook lands onto Candy. There seems to be a targeting system, but Candy, he's got enough damage to deal with the support.
Yeah, and they'll also be able to pick up their second dragon of the game, as Insect now in a little bit of trouble, but good turnaround. They lose their inhibitor, so very good play out of Starhorn Royal Club, but they're not going to be able to grab that all-important 5th dragon for another 6 minutes now. And once again, this game just so back and forward, but for me, that team fight was all about the clone positioning from Dade. Insect chased it for a good 15 seconds, thinking he had the right one. Managed to kill it in the end, but didn't actually matter.
Yeah, it was like a corgi or something. I find it hilarious that, you know, he's playing this horse and he's just cantering on after a champion that isn't actually real. It's just a little bit adorable. Dream's now going to try and clear out some of these super creeps in the mid lane. 4-4-10 now for Lupa. He's having a decent game. As you mentioned, unable to actually change that item build at all thus far. Still sitting on a whole chunk of change.
He's about up to 2,000 gold now, so he'll be able to go back, kick himself up something if he so chooses.
Yeah, but of course does have a gold lead as far as, you know, in comparison to his lane opponent, but hasn't been able to spend it. And even now, not able to.
Yeah, so he wants the Trinity Force, which is a very expensive gold purchase of just the Phage component. And we see no objectives up for the next couple of minutes. So if he can just avoid fighting, it actually won't hurt his team too much.
Yeah, and Candy now has that Banshee's Veil here as well. And he seems a little bit addicted to hooks at this stage of the game. So thankfully, Now the first one, not going to cause him too much trouble every 40 seconds. Void Staff completed here from Dade, and more importantly than that, it is the Zhonya's Hourglass as well that this LeBlanc has completed. So that's fantastic. 4 items for Well in comparison to the 5 sitting in Candy's back pocket, not including the boots, of course, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, but more impressively, a full item up in the mid lane. Korn, still 2,000 gold ahead, has a whole Abyssal Scepter over his lane opponent.
It's just ridiculous. Dade is going to be able to get a blue buff here, but does that Abyssal Scepter really make that much of a difference at this stage of the game? Because, of course, if M3 get the fight that they're looking for, Dade is going to be on the squishies, and you have to think that he does have the damage in order to kill them. Yeah,
he certainly does have the damage to kill them, but it's 779 AP versus 600, so whoa. The multiplicably stacking of how the death cap works, of course, just means that every single item you pick up just becomes worth so much more gold. So all of the flat AP, the MR, everything like that is helping Korn out in these team fights.
Yeah, and really importantly, Looper has finished that Trinity Force. So this Nah just had a massive boost in power. More of Malmortius probably the next option, unless he decides to go for something like a GA or something in the late game. Not valuing that shield quite as much. Insect going to take a Q to the head, but of course it doesn't really do anything at all. And Royal Club continuing the siege. Multiple fronts here as well as Dade's trying to hold off Insect, and M3 looking to try and defend their inner turret. Insect runs so incredibly quickly.
Insect is 6 items.
Yeah.
As a jungler, he's absolutely massive at this point in the game. Nearly a carry for himself. In fact, he's in front of his AD carry by 2,000 gold and in front of his top laner by about 1,600. He's absolutely huge.
That's ridiculous, but there's a gigantic ultimate into the back line from Dreams. They immediately delete Dade, though, completely off the screen as the Onslaught of Shadows onto Candy. He's desperately trying to get out, but Korn to get the double kill now as M3 try to turn it around. Korn, beautiful Zhonya's as Love City can't do anything about it, and that is almost the ace. Looper trying to do what he can, but is forced to flash. And that play out of Royal Club was just beautiful in an answer to the engage.
Yeah, that was a very big overcommit coming out of Dreams there. Probably cost his team the game in the end. And wow, what a fantastic turnaround out of Royal Club. Korn on this RE 12-3-9, able to delete Dade off the map. Just had his better all game long, and Starhorn Royal Club finally look like they're turning the corner.
Yeah, beautiful series, and it looks like it's going towards a repeat of the first meetup. We'll see whether M3 can learn from this one and try and make it a 1-1, really prove to themselves that they can do this, because they need to keep that momentum alive.
Yeah, they certainly do, and across the board, it was really Dreams that didn't have that much of an impressive showing. 1-7-10. Not able to have the same impact that he was having yesterday and just really couldn't get going. In response, though, Insect 10-3-10 on Hecarim was absolutely rampaging all over the map.
He was. It's ridiculous on this horse and really made a point this game as far as whether or not that teleport is good, because of course that managed to secure them so many extra objectives, so many early kills here as well.
Yeah, it certainly did. The first bottom lane fight, if you just track your memory back to it, getting both teleports down there, able to effect a double kill, really turn it on its head, and then just had complete control over the dragons. They really were forcing the pace, and even though they fell behind on turrets, were able just to continue rotating around the map, and the more the map opened up, you felt the more the game was in control of Royal Club.
Yeah, and Royal Club, after a very disappointing day yesterday as well, losing to Energy Pacemaker, that's got to play on your mind, but now looking great heading into their next matchup, and they need this sort of boost.
Yeah, they certainly do, and across the Rift, Dade, we were saying that maybe he'd come back into the position that we were used to seeing him, but didn't really have that impressive of a showing. Definitely was no slouch on LeBlanc. Yeah, played it relatively well, but just wasn't able to take over the game the way we're used to seeing Dade do.
Yeah, and his LeBlanc hasn't necessarily been all that impressive throughout the LPL. Maybe he needs to hop onto something else, but we will see whether he does as we hop into Game 2 just after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, and this is Spawn, and we're here for Game 2 between M3 and Royal Club. And Royal Club really blasted onto the Rift that game.
Yeah, they certainly did, and they did it once again with an unconventional jungler. FLICKR going into the jungle with that teleport, and Insec had a terrific game, really able to swing that one around.
Yeah, Insec was looking fantastic on that FLICKR, able to use his teleport smite combo to actual great effect that game.
Yeah, was able to get into the bottom lane particularly early on and really was able to, I guess, affect a good turnaround gank. They picked up a couple of kills. They started securing dragons for themselves, and after that point, he just became this big, beefy FLICKR and was almost a top laner because he was up in gold over his own top laner, over his own AD carry at the end of that game.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. Taking a whole lot of farm here as well, able to split push very effectively with that teleport as well. But we'll see whether he hops on that horse yet again because, of course, you know, does like to opt for it. They picked it up very early on in the draft, and we'll see whether that actually draws a ban here this time.
Yeah, would not be surprised if that definitely did come out. And of course, a lot of hard engage out of the Maokai Hecarim duo that just wasn't able to be avoided by Candy on that Kalista.
Yep. Thus far, though, nothing going to change here as far as the pick ban phase is concerned. In fact, very, very similar bans to come down, apart from Lysandra being banned a little bit earlier.
Yeah, so exact same bans coming through as you mentioned.
Yeah, and Kassadin looking to be banned away here as well. Or Royal Club going to hold on to that one. Of course, Kola and Korn both very, very comfortable in that champion. And having a flex pick like that for first pick is beautiful to have. We'll see what does actually happen. Nidalee going to be taken away. So, again, sort of very similar bans. But here's the mix-up. The Hecarim going to get taken away. But that's going to mean the first pick Kassadin to come through from Kola. And I would be very surprised if this isn't locked in.
Yeah, I would be as well. It's just such a good flex pick for the Starhorn Royal Club lineup, as you mentioned. And Hecarim being taken away from Insec. That's a couple of jungle bans thrown his way. No Rengar, no Hecarim. Maybe has to go back to something like a Lee Sin, but it is the Kassadin that is locked in for Kola.
Yeah, we haven't been seeing very much of the Jarvan jungle to come through here. Of course, Dream's going to possibly take away the Lee Sin from Insec, so that opportunity not going to be there for him as well. But Insec, I mean, he's played all sorts of things. I mean, there's Fiddlesticks, Pantheon, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, there certainly is a lot of crazy things that he can definitely bring out in the jungle, so maybe not as limited, but just we haven't seen them used to its great of effect this season of the LPL, and this time they're looking to pick away that Thresh because it was played extremely well from Zero. That catch on Candy in particular in the bottom lane probably swung the game back in their favor.
Yeah, and M3 had some fantastic games with Love City on that Thresh, so really wanted to pick that one up. Insec looking at a Yasuo, but I'm not sure whether that's going to be the lock-in here for him. See what they do decide to go with. Of course, taking away the Thresh from Zero is a big deal, and Dreams has looked comfortable on this Lee Sin in the past, as Insec looking at a possible Pantheon.
It certainly looks to be that way, but Graves has been locked in, so a very aggressive pickup in the bottom lane for Well, and they might throw this one on its head and give the heavy engaged support to Zero. They do. Leona locked in, and that's a very heavy bully lane.
Yeah, and that's a terrifying bottom lane to go up against here as well, and I think that that was one of the lanes that Kalista's very much fear as well, but Candy looking to potentially hop back on that highly contested AD carry pickup, even into what has been a losing lane.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. Dade's also locked in the Gnar for his top laner Looper as well, so they're going for a similar lineup this time around. A little bit more catch potential coming out of the Thresh, but
the thing that I really love about this M3 lineup, as far as the changes that they've made, if everything's going to stay the same, it's the fact that Dreams is now on a jungler that can affect the map a whole lot earlier.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be able to get around, maybe even duel out Insec depending on what he's on. Wasn't able to really get into the lanes as much as possible, and Insect was tantalizingly had Ignite Smite for a little bit.
Yeah,
so
he did.
I was hoping for a Shaco.
Oh man, it would have been beautiful.
Of course, he has played it before. Doesn't look like it. Much more standard pick in the Rek'Sai. Korn, what's he going to take? Is it interested to see whether it will be the Kassadin or whether he'll go for something completely different? Ari still is available.
Yeah, Korn could pick that one up. Aurelia is being looked at here, and Korn actually deciding to take that Kassadin into the mid lane, it looks like.
Yeah.
But that's the Fiddlesticks for Insec. And look, I called it.
Yeah, Fiddlesticks jungle has come out. Wow, the prediction.
Yeah, that wasn't actually a serious prediction, ladies and gentlemen. I am as surprised as everyone is because we haven't seen this for a very long time, and we'll see whether Insec can make stuff happen on it because, of course, his sort of early jungle route is a little bit difficult.
Yeah, it certainly is. He can get... Well, he's a very good sustained jungler, but can get picked on in the jungle if he gets invaded. So we'll be interested to see whether that is the route that Dreams takes or whether Insec can just farm to that level 6 where he can affect the map. And in response to that mid lane Kassadin, Dade will get his Azir. And Azir has impressed me when being played by Dade. He had a couple of shaky games when he first introduced it into the Rift, but from then his mechanics have been on point and something that he does perform relatively well on.
Yeah, and, you know, Dade, this is where he's comfortable, is on these highly mechanically intensive champions, and taking that one into Korn's Kassadin here as well. I mean, it's very difficult as a Kassadin to farm against an Azir just because you have to get so close to these creeps.
Yeah, it is very hard to farm as the Kassadin in general in a lot of the lanes. Also, you have to choose whether you push back with your E and max that one out or whether you go for the trade potential of the Q. But in the top lane, Kola will be taking the Aurelia into the Gnar matchup. That seems to favor Aurelia at the moment.
Yeah, and that's sort of been the standard response here, apart from, you know, when Looper gets that counter pick when it becomes sort of Cannon and Annie as the decisions, but hasn't been working out so well. Korn versus Dade, though, that is a matchup that's very much exciting me. And one thing I'm scared about a lot is the M3 bottom lane versus the Royal Club bottom lane in this one. Of course, Well versus Candy, Kalista versus Graves, but it's the Leona Graves combination that just has so much terrifying burst.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they're just so good at, I guess, dictating the pace of a lane as well. They can engage from early on as level 2, then they have the ability at level 6 to really mitigate a lot of Thresher's disengage as well through just throwing out that Solar Flare first up. So definitely look for them to get aggressive, and they really need to take it to the hyper carry.
Yep, well, we'll see if they can as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with Royal Club taking on M3 for Game 2 of this set. Of course, Royal Club up 1 with a brilliant finish to the first game. We'll see whether M3 can find their form of yesterday and come back into this matchup. Again, Royal Club 5 men strong heading towards this red side jungle.
Yeah, so once again going for that early invade, looking to get the standard lanes in their favor, and we see very deep vision coming in through Zero. He has been spotted out from Dream, so they know exactly where they are. There's just nothing they can do to stop it.
Yeah, just looking for another lane swap here, of course. If you are Graves Leona, you probably want to find a 2v2 lane because you don't want to waste that incredible control potential. And Candy now hanging out towards this bottom side is going to be able to get that scouting ward of their own. In fact, mirrored wards on both red side jungles of these teams. Looper going to be heading back to base around the corner here as Buccaneer Fiddlesticks not going to find him.
And we see Insec limping all over the map.
Oh, yeah, peg-legged Fiddlesticks. It's adorable. I like Bandito myself. Kind of like that Three Amigos type vibe, but that is just me. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see what Insect's able to do on this champion. Of course, doesn't quite have the early pressure that Dreams has on the Lee Sin, but that Crow Storm can be gigantic. And if Insec is anything, he is fantastic at controlling teamfights and being a menace.
Yeah, he's the best when he's engaging teamfights for his teams and looking very aggressive. So, I guess we'll be interested to see exactly how aggressive he goes on the Fiddlesticks. Actually, is the lane swap in the top lane. We'll look to just freeze that one out. Leona is a very good roam support, so if they can get Zero an early level 2, look for him to maybe visit the mid lane and put a lot of pressure on Dade. But apart from that, we'll see some nice double jungling around the Rift.
Yeah, and both of these teams actually accepting the lane swap here as well, going for that the double jungle. Everyone, of course, See whether Royal Club do pay for the fact that they don't get the Graves Leona in here. But of course, it is at that level 6 point that matchup really becomes a problem. And that's when you really want to have your duo lanes in the bottom side of the map, because that's when Dragon is going to be in contention. Yeah,
it certainly is. So definitely agree that whilst they've avoided it for now, it still is a threat for M3. So they need to see how well they can avoid it for a long time. And Korn being shoved in at level 2 by Dade, a lot of pressure going on. And this is what happens when lane swaps come through. Mid laners get to push and, I guess, behave very, very strangely unless the supports disappear. That really is a flag that maybe some attention is coming mid lane.
You can see these Sand Soldiers just poking Korn out. That Flask doing some work, though, is still definitely even on the farm. And Dade missing 2 CS just then was just horrible to watch. This Korn just still going to play back. Does pick up that cannon unhindered.
Yeah, so in the end, Dade actually looking a little bit rusty, I guess, and the support has disappeared in the top lane. They need to be careful here. Zero's in.
Yeah, Dade actually took half of his health in harass here as well from Korn. As Insec and Cola are all here. There are 4 members of Royal Club hanging out with Dade here in this mid lane.
But there's 3 members of M3 in the top lane, and well might have been caught out here.
Yeah, the death sentence needs to land here from Love City, or does it? Because, oh, it comes through. Beautiful timing on the creeps. Just want, hey guys, I'm here. What's going on? And
but
well
they
survives.
Get the summoner spell. They get the flash, most importantly, and they're going again.
Yeah, Dreams actually takes a Shield of Daybreak for it. Zero turning up at exactly the right time. It's going to mean M3 don't find anything. Insec looking here with Cola as well, as Candy's at half health under the turret. The teleport going to be used from Looper just to help out, but he cancels it, and Insec just walks straight back in. There's the heal to come out as well. Equilibrium strike, the flash back under the tower. The drain trying to tank that one up, but Candy, I think he's going to survive.
I think he's going to survive, and he nearly even got a return kill onto Insec. He will have to sack the next minion wave unless Dreams can get down there quick, smart, but very well played overall from Candy, being able to live through that one.
Yeah, Dreams is going to be able to make it here. He actually Sonic waved to the Wolf Camp in order to close that distance faster, and Candy's still going to be able to get that cannon creep as well. So, my goodness, both of these teams making very aggressive moves across the map.
Yeah, certainly an early game, however, in the favor of Royal Club, because they got to keep a couple of extra summoner spells, most notably that teleport that was blown by Looper for absolutely no effect. So look for them to maybe try and get a gank in towards the lane where they can get Cola in there on his Aurelia.
Yeah, and sort of now the CC duo lane of Looper and Love CD here on the top side of the map. Not a whole lot of damage, necessarily. But, of course, are going to be able to lock people down for a long time. Going to be difficult to affect any ganks up there, as Zero and, well, are just going to be hanging out. Insec smiting away the Gromp here as well, and he's going to be fine. Of course, down a little bit in that farm. Of course, as soon as Fiddlesticks leaves the jungle, he does fall behind relatively quickly. Not a lot of AoE clear up there in the jungle.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. Does have to choose between whether he wants to max out that fear or the drain on whether he's prioritizing ganking or farming to really get through. And it looks like this time he's grabbed a second point into the drain. Sometimes you grab up to 3 before you decide to max the fear. Really is personal preference.
Yeah, but he is going to stay very healthy in this jungle, and that's something that we can talk about. Cola and Candy now going at one another. Korn has hit level 6 before Dade here as well, and this Kassadin has had a fine time in this lane.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's getting further and further ahead, actually, and that's really testament to how well Korn has started to play this, and Dade just getting chunked out is falling a little bit further and further behind every time.
Yeah, and Korn just looking so tanky here as well. On this Kassadin now has the Ruby Crystal, the makings of that Catalyst, wanting to build up towards that Rod of Ages as quickly as possible. Dreams looking to try and do something here in the mid lane, but that Rift Walk very, very potent. It's not quite 5.4 just yet, so still going to be going quite far with that champion.
Yeah, still able to close a lot of distance, as we see Cola actually farming relatively well with that Duran shield in the bottom lane and the Flask, able to sustain through a lot of the harass coming out of Candy, who only went back and was able to pick up boots and a dagger, so he's not going to be getting done as much early game pressure as he wants. But an early dragon may be attempted out of Dreams here. This is what we're used to seeing maybe out of the Fiddlesticks, not the Lee Sin.
Yeah, and actually it is going to be Korn coming towards this river. Dreams pulls out the dragon just so that it can stay away from any shenanigans coming through from the backside. Dade's here as well. Sand Soldier's doing a fair bit of work here to this Dragon. Dreams going down low, but they'll get it.
Yeah, they certainly will, and they got it because they recognized that blue was up at the same time. That was being secured, so able to rotate and grab a Dragon for themselves at the first timing of the blue. Very well played out of M3.
Yeah, and beautiful warding here as well. Look at how deep the vision is on the side of M3 in towards that red side jungle. Just knew that there was nothing to come from it. And Royal Club, they do have a lead in that gold. Of course, no First Bloods are going to go down just yet.
Insect going full solo queue has just picked up a blue buff for himself over his Kassadin, putting a lot of onus on himself to be able to get around the map, farm up, and carry with the Fiddlesticks this time around. Very aggressive play. If he can't affect a good gank with this Crow Storm, might not be worth it.
Yeah, he really wants to just get to that level 6 as soon as possible. He has made it. He's got mobility boots here as well. And there's no data in that lane, Insect. You're not going to be able to find anything here.
And he's scouted out by a ward as well on his way through, so he'll clear that one. In the bottom lane, Fakes call used. Kohler in some trouble.
Yeah, Kohler in a lot of trouble here. The hook lands here as well as he jumps right past. Candy does still have that E available, but Kohler not going to die this time. That looked very close, though.
3 members strong heading into the bottom lane, trying to catch up. They might be able to jump away from this one. Need to be careful. Oh,
Candy gets caught. The death sentence to come through. But you can't get hit by that Zenith Blade.
You certainly can't. That was a very nice max range Zenith Blade coming through. And they might even be able to pressure the blue buff off this. So Insect coming in has that Crow Storm available.
Yeah, there's the silences to come through as well. Dreams goes down so low. Gets stunned up. The safeguard might save him here. Oh my goodness, even through the shield, the ignite was enough. And Korn gets a blue buff. It was all planned here for Royal Club.
Yeah, and even better, they know that there is a pink ward in that brush, so they can wait for whoever comes back to the bottom lane and use the first Crow Storm to pressure even harder here. Nice map movement coming out of Starhorn Royal Club. Good early game aggression.
This is so hard to watch as Candy walks towards that brush. They didn't have too much forward vision, but there's the Crow Storm. Candy immediately gets feared, and rightly so as well, as the first Crow Storm gets a kill.
Yeah, so very nice play coming out of Insect there. 2 assists, and he made good use of the blue buff in the end, so got to compliment him for picking that one up. And all of a sudden, 10 minutes in, a 3,000 gold lead nearly on the side of Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, they are looking fantastic this game, and we've spoken about transformations of these teams from the LPL, and my goodness, it's happening yet again.
Yeah, so a very strange week coming through here. Insect picking up his red. Dreams now really needs to affect the map. He's had absolutely no pressure, and there's a lot of CC in this lane, but Zero sprinting up there.
Yeah, well in a bit of trouble. He gets Chilling Smited there as well. Sonic Wave Resonating Strike to come through as well as the heal comes down. Well, trying to escape, and he will make it out. 350 health is going to be enough here, and they know that a lot of the engage tools have been used.
Yeah, so once again, able to avoid that one, and very good presence of mind to be able to run away, run back into his lane, as Love CD has caught Kohler again.
Or is it the other way around? Is Candy just going to dance around this one? Fate's call to come through, but doesn't get the knock up. Candy does take that lantern here as well, but Love City is going to have to be careful. Candy gets the kill, and those rake stacks are difficult to track, but not for Candy.
Yeah, so Ren coming up absolutely massive in that exchange, and very nice pickup there because it was a 0-2 Candy, now finally able to get a kill on the board, and he was getting picked on, but Looper is dead in the top lane.
Yep, he is most definitely dead, and that's going to be the power of level 6 hit by the Royal Club bottom laners. Just trying to get some sunlight procs onto these creeps, and it's just so dangerous. Box actually going to be used. Insect taking a lot of damage down here as the teleport from Cole is going to come in. It's going to mean M3 do have to back away, but Insect very close to losing his life.
Yeah, it certainly looked to be the case there as well. Once again, no summoners spells used from the M3 bottom lane. They do like to hold on to those ones. Insect would have nearly been in kill range if that ignite had have gone down, so maybe look for them to get a little bit more aggressive, but a nice CS advantage across the ADs in favor for Well, 94 to 67. He is definitely having a much better time in his 2v1 than what Candy is against the very tanky Aurelia at this point.
Yeah, it has only sort of eventuated in about a 350 gold advantage, but you're right. I mean, that's basically a longsword that he's in the lead.
Yeah, and I guess it's a lot to do with the build path. That Ninja Tab.
That was coming out of a definitely unwatered brush. There is no vision here. That reaction speed from Dade was incredible.
Yeah, pretty impressive. And Looper once again.
Oh, speaking of impressive, Looper is going to be able to escape from that one. And that's just all too easy here for Royal Club. They didn't use anything, really. It's just like a Zenith Blade.
Yeah, exactly right. And Looper is just continuing to getting picked on. I think that the big item difference here that is allowing Cola to survive his lane much easier than Looper is a Ninja Tab pickup, because Candy relies on all those auto attack harass to get so much of his damage down. Whereas in the top lane, they're up against a Warden's Mail, which is a lot of armor, but it's all about the buckshot and burst damage off the Sunlight passive, which just does so much mixed damage that it's much more difficult for Looper to be able to itemize against it.
Yeah, Looper does have a lot of health here, though, so he is going to be relatively okay. Is Cola going to take away these Krugs as well? Candy unharassed here on the bottom side, but 30 CS down. M3 going to be going for their second Dragon here as well. The team are back once more. Their vision not quite as strong, but Insec, he's nowhere to be found as Looper. He gets solar flared and destroyed yet again.
Yeah, and once again, all those passives coming through from the Sunlight, able to get so much magic damage, not to mention the burst that already comes out of a Graves that close in your face. And they pick up another kill, and Leona, so good at dives, has everything in the kit that you want. 3 forms of CC, the ability to tank up the turret for as long as possible, and that results in the first turret of the game going over to Starhorn.
Yeah, not to mention more damage available for the person trying to actually kill that person under the turret. So really able to get that one done. And they pick up the tower, but they're losing the dragons here across the map.
Going for round 2 against Dade.
Yep, Crowstorm is about to come back up here as well. Dade wants none of it. He's heading towards his blue buff. Is spotted by a ward here as well. As the soldiers attack command going to be able to take that one down. And very patient is inside.
Dade is hugging that side of the river so hard. Now going a little bit more towards the middle, and he needs to be careful. Fawn's about to flank.
Oh, there's the fear to come down, and Dade, nothing he could do. Surprise.
Yeah, so Fiddlesticks once again able to impact the map, and 0-0-3. Insect having a great game with this pickup. Got his Magus enchantment. They're looking to pressure another turret, and Dreams needs to be careful here because Insect, with that cooldown reduction coming through and all of that AP, is surprisingly tanky under the turret just because of the drain.
Yeah, and that's an incredible item here for Fiddlesticks as well. One of the best sort of mage junglers, and it's so stat effective.
Candy's 6th Sense there has just saved his life. A very good brush set up from Zero and well, but able to get a nice ward over the wall to spot that one out.
And finally, Love City and Candy are going to be able to work together here in this lane, utilizing that Sentinel passive in order to get some work done. We'll see whether this is going to go as in favor of Well as it has been throughout the game. And you have to think there's not too much stopping him from just continuing the onslaught of this Graves Leona power.
Yeah, there certainly isn't. Dreams looking for a little bit of a flank here. Will be met up by Insect. Insect's ult not available, but that double ultimate duo out of Well is certainly there. And
Solar Flare onto Dreams. He gets caught up, just CC'd for days, but he is going to be okay as oh my gosh, Insect just gets destroyed. Looper coming down. He's about to evolve. The death sentence onto Cola here as well as these Ren stacks are coming forward. Looper does find Cola here as there are 4 versus 3 at this stage. Finally, Korn's going to come in. That's going to spell the disengage from M3. As he sort of upsettedly uses that scrying orb in order to find out what's going on. I mean, the sweeping lens, of course.
Yeah, and we see Korn heading back to the mid lane off that Dade, looking to sweep out a pink ward. Needs to be careful. He's very far behind at the moment, 25 CS, but that is an absolutely massive Kassadin. Level 11 with a needlessly large rod and roller stacking up at this point in the game. Only 17 minutes. Kassadin is going to be so heavily accelerated, and he might even go 1v1.
Yeah, Cola just getting a reset on his Blade Surge to pick up that kill.
Yeah, so very nice work there. 3-1-0 now for the Aurelia player. He will be very close to a Trinity Force at the moment. Got 1,000 gold. Will pick up a little bit more from this turret. Happy to tank it up. And overall, Royal Club look much more coordinated today. This is what we were used to seeing from the Royal Club that was at the World Championship. Very good gank presence coming out of Insec in the jungle. And then very together play once again. Kohler and Korn teaming up, going for another gank.
Yeah, and these are two members that are very strong. Looper has been picked on all game. He's got a Randuin's, but Korn just follows him around. Both of them get gnarred into the wall, and Looper continues just wandering away. There's the wallop. It's like we're watching a time stop here as Looper gets equilibrium strike, takes the lantern, and he survives. Beautiful work.
Yeah, very nicely done there to not give his life up for nothing, and really used every single inch of his kit there to get himself out. So well played by Looper. He's having a better game, but Dade's really struggling in this mid lane.
Yeah, and he sort of picked this Azir knowing that he'd be going against a Kassadin and sort of unable to really make anything of it. The likes of an Ahri was available. He didn't decide to try his hand at it, but of course Dade, not known as an Ahri player.
Yeah, definitely not known much as an Ahri player. Kassadin isn't even that bad in the matchup as well, so definitely understand why he went for something like an Azir. Just hasn't been able to, I guess, make it work, especially in the early game when he was shoving in. Just missed too much early CS.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate here. Does have the Athenes on Holy Grail thus far. Of course, a lot of the Azirs that we've been watching throughout the LPL have decided to go with that Morellonomicon into the Stinger in order to get themselves that attack speed, the extra cooldown reduction as well. Just fantastic as far as scaling with this Azir.
Dade 2,000 gold behind.
2,000. That is ridiculous.
So of the 5,000 gold lead that's currently held by Starhorn Royal Club, 2,000 of that is in the mid lane, roughly about 1,700 gold as we see there. And that's just absolutely huge at 19 minutes in the game. As you can see through the item discrepancy coming through, that's nearly a finished Zhonya's Hourglass for Korn, or even more scary if they're looking to snowball this game. In second, Korn can maybe even pick up a death cap here, and that would be just an absolute horrible story.
Oh, yeah. Royal Club are still respecting the bottom lane of M3 here, not looking to go too aggressive. Of course, Dream's always waiting in the wings. And Dragon now up again. And I don't know whether M3 are going to get away with a third in a row.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they're going to try, but the ultimate is available. Here it comes.
Yep, Dragon going down very low. Insect comes in. Dreams does get the Dragon, tries to run away, but the jungler does fall. Of course, now it's just the disengage here for M3. They secure the Dragon, and that's the big deal. And random golden boy hanging out in the river.
Yeah, Dragon number 3 is picked up by Masters 3, but not really much else to celebrate off that. They might even lose another turret here in the bottom lane, although Candy, with that Hurricane, very good at being able to clear them out.
Yeah, has a lot of wave clear, of course. They've got a big wave to deal with towards the top side of the map here, as well as Dade waiting in the wings. Does have that Emperor's Divide available as well if they try and get something started. Korn coming around at the same time. Things looking very scary. The tower does fall down. There's the Emperor's Divide to get everyone out. But Dade, oh, he takes the lantern. That bird soared through the sky and then transferred its love to everyone. But everyone going to survive.
Yeah, so everyone's going to survive. Looper just going for a stroll. He wants absolutely nothing to do with the team fights at this point. Heads back into the top lane. Just wants to pick up some CS and get much tankier as well. In the bottom lane, Kohler got caught out.
Yeah, Kohler in so much trouble. Just gets thrown around. He took down every edge of that box before he died.
Yeah, and that was a very weird choice from Kohler. He chose to back in a brush that had obviously been watered because the whole Masters 3 team had just been dove at that turret. They had to have known that something was coming and got some vision for themselves.
Well, maybe a slight lapse of judgment here from Kohler. Of course, still having a great game. He's only behind a few CS, but of course, able to get around this map. Korn waiting around. Oh my goodness. Speaking of backing in the wrong places, Zero is here. Candy actually looking to go further forward. Zero's coming around. There's the Solar Flare. Jumps out of it. Takes the Lantern. There's the Force Pulse as well. Oh my gosh, the flash just afterwards. Love City, he might fall down here. He doesn't have his flash available just yet. And they have to take the consolation support.
Yeah, so they take the support player, but that would have definitely been a double kill if Love CD hadn't have used his flash, hadn't have got in his face and chosen to go that way. In the end, very good play once again out of Starhorn Royal Club. These gank brushes certainly are working wonders for them, but it will be responded by a turret in the top lane.
Yeah, Looper able to put some pressure on there, and now Oh my goodness. M3 need to reach back into their sort of lol books and pick up this sort of sixth sense that you need to have with a Fiddlesticks on your team, because of course there's the Crow Storm, and Korn comes in and just destroys Dade. It's a decent wallop onto a couple of members. Royal Club still unable to tank up this turret too effectively as Candy comes round. It's a 1-for-0 thus far, but that could have been a lot worse for M3.
Yeah, it certainly could, but it's continual. They're continuing to get these little bits of turret dies to the ganks, and all of a sudden, 4-0-1 for Cassidy, 3-0-0 for Graves. They're just getting to points in the game where they are so strong, and if this continues in a similar trend, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse for M3.
Yeah, it's looking quite difficult. Of course, no sort of hard tank. I mean, I guess they've got Kohler on Aurelia here, but not quite the likes of a Maokai, you have to say. So maybe Candy can dance around these fights a little bit, but the fear coming through from Insec is just so hard for a Kalista to deal with.
Yeah, it certainly is, and of course we've seen how much trouble Dade's having dealing with it as well. Probably needs to pick up a QSS relatively soon, but is instead electing to go for that Zhonya's Hourglass. Really needs to pick up some damage, because we keep going back to it. He's still 2,000 gold behind, and the gold difference between him and Korn is the difference between that finished Zhonya's Hourglass and another blasting rod on top of it.
That's ridiculous. It's just crazy. And of course, having this on a Cassidy as well, who's just such a hyper carry towards the end of this mid game, which is what we're approaching here at 25 minutes into the game. Cassidy just really starting to have his way with this whole map.
Yeah, he certainly is, and good vision control over the top side of the map has meant that Royal Club have been able to start up the Baron. Insect can tank it for a long time, but it's still very dangerous.
Oh, Solarflare actually going to not find anyone here as the Zenith Blade's going to get Dreams, and they'll get the Consolation Jungler. They do have a ward here in this brush, but it's going to be cleared immediately as M3 going to struggle to put any pressure on this Baron take, and have a feeling that Royal Club, they're just going to keep waiting.
Yeah, they're just going to bluff the fact that they don't think they're going to do it, but they've started it up now, so Candy needs to be careful he doesn't spend too much time there.
Love City going to use the box to try and do some disengage work here as well. Looper jumps into the Baron pit for some reason. He is furious. There's the triple Nara into the wall. Dade, does he have the Emperor's Divide available? It is there. He is going to be able to take down Kohler. Baron is definitely an MVP in this fight as the Fates Call is going to get Love C out of here. Well's going to fall down. How is this happening for M3 as Korn trying to do some work, gets a double kill now as Dade falls down, but Candy is going to kill him. And Insect, he's completely out of mana. Just going to smite the Scuttle Crab. Got a little bit back from that one, and he's going to be A-OK. But that is 4 members of Royal Club dead, and that Hurricane is a problem for taking out that ward.
Yeah, it certainly is. It didn't do many favors for Candy there. Instead, they choose to try and push middle lane. But finally, M3 get a winning team fight, and it was off the back of a really heads-up play by Looper. Jumping into that pit meant that he wasn't tanking anything, and he got a very good Gnar on 3 members. Really allowed Dade to come in over the back, and they played that extremely well. Also, big credit to Love CD, who kept the Cassidy CC'd for such a long time, but he's nearly got a Rabadon's death cap now already at 26 minutes. That's going to be a 3-item Cassidy pre-30-minute mark, and that's terrifying. Let's take another look at this one. So Love CD gets a lot of CC, actually goes over the wall, and Looper just goes into the pit. You can see right here that his mission was to just get as many people into the wall as possible, and that was a very good Emperor's Divide, trapping them all there for Candy to come get a very good cleanup, and looks like Dragon has been started over the other side.
Oh, Dream's actually looking to possibly go through on this, but not going to be able to pick it up. No 5th Dragon going to be available here, or 4th here for M3 as the fight is on. Actually, Azir doing a whole lot of damage here in the backside. Dade, you're going to use the Zhonya's Hourglass to keep himself alive. Candy still alive here, but not for long as Korn manages to get that kill. M3 doing some work in this fight, though. Dade finally falling down. Dreams looking to try and get some work done onto Korn. 1 more auto attack. No, 2 more. That's the Sonic Wave, and Kohler now the focus. The tanky members of M3 just able to do so much work in that fight.
And that's an ace for M3 from behind, able to pick that one up. And Dade was just getting so many free autos from the back. The tank survived for Masters 3, and even though they've got this really fed Cassidy, still not able to get enough work done. Candy, too much persistent damage. Dade, too much persistent damage. They really need to take care of these threats much earlier.
Yeah, and of course, Korn has the tools to do it. I don't know how he didn't just destroy Dade, but the use of that Zhonya's at exactly the right time, as soon as he was drawing that aggro, was beautiful.
Yeah, and Dream's now being spotted out by Zero here. As Zero gives him a little bit of a dance move.
Ooh, bit cute from Zero. Doing some fancy maneuvers. Of course, able to just put another ward there. The Sightstone, pretty handy for that one. Does have the Ruby version, so going to be able to throw a few extra wards around this map. Multiple pink wards now available for Royal Club. They are looking for this Baron, but the gold is completely even.
Yeah, once again, the game brought back to a complete standstill, and it's back to execution. Dade, he's caught up a fair amount, equal on CS. He's still about 1,700 gold behind, but as he's got those 2 items becoming less relevant, full Rabbidan's Death Cap behind, but he's got those boots too, isn't being able to be CC'd up by Insec a lot. I love the Merc Tread pickup. Surprised we're not seeing a couple more actually out of the M3 lineup, just because of how annoying the CC coming out of Insec and the Equilibrium strike from Cola is in these fights. But Quicksilver Sash now finished up for Candy. He's going to be much happier in these team fights. We see the Banshee's Veil finished up on a couple of key members as well in Dreams and Looper. They have the tools to start wrestling control back.
See whether they manage to, because of course M3 now with a lot of vision towards this bottom side of the map, but not necessarily around the Baron. Dream's going to be able to get rid of a few wards from Royal Club, but they're just a little bit too frightened to enter that river, because of course that's where all the pinks are. So you have nice use of that Dark Passage in order to get Dreams in and out. As he scouts out the area just a little bit. They get a few wards extended throughout this river, but you're right. I mean, M3, they've got to make a move, but so does Royal Club, and we'll see who's going to be the one that makes it happen, because, of course, a Fiddlestick's not quite as strong if he gets engaged on.
Yeah, exactly right. Fiddle really needs to be the one that makes the fights happen, and he's still relatively quickly. He's picked up that Banshee's Veil, but still needs a couple of items to get going.
Do you think that the Zhonya's would have been a better first buy here for Fiddlestick?
Zhonya's isn't a bad first buy, but he wants to be able to move around and get continual fears off and reposition himself. I think that Insect's not really looking to make himself the main threat in this lineup, not with a very fed Casson. He just wants to be able to get the nice persistent damage across everyone and then tie up Candy with that fear.
Yeah, and we'll see whether that QSS is going to be used on the Fear, on the Solar Flare, on the Shield of Daybreak, on all of the options that Royal Club have for CCing up this Kalista. And if Candy manages to stay safe in these fights, we did see before that they're able to get a lot of work done. And M3, they understand that this game is just so close.
Yeah, they certainly do. And ooh,
it's a worry.
The game absolutely completely equal. 3 turrets to 3 turrets. Ignore the 5 up the top. That's 2 Sun turrets.
Yep.
About 1,000 gold. Not even that. 700 gold separating these two teams. And the difference in the teams, if you take a look, a lot more gold over onto the Kalista, 1,000 gold, and then more gold onto the Kassadin. So once again, it's the AD versus the mid laner. Who can be more effective? Can Candy get that much persistent damage down that he's going to be able to win the team fight, or is it going to be the burst out of Kassadin? And what a fun head-to-head to watch, because it really is Korn and all the CC trying to deal with this Kalista versus Kalista trying to live long enough. All the peel coming out of the Thresh, out of the Emperor's Divide, out of the Lee Sin Kick. The teams really are built to try and cope with what the other's bringing to the table.
I just really want to see the Gnar into the Emperor's Divide, bouncing everyone around the fight. Whether that comes through ever. Because, of course, Dade can actually make things out of nothing here for Looper to be a massive force in this fight.
Yeah, it certainly can, and I think that the fight that we saw them do really well is...
Oh, actually, Dream's going to get caught out here. That Banshee's Veil playing dividends, does have the Dark Passage, but my gosh, that fear lasts for so long. He is going to be okay, as Royal Club are going to be picking their battles. Of course, if that was on a more squishy member, they would have just blown them up, but Dream's tanky enough to deal with it.
Yeah, certainly is. And very good, I guess, catch potential coming out of the lineup here, but not willing to pull the trigger. Patient play coming through from both sides. And really, they go back to the exact same thing once again, trying to get it done. Stinger now picked up. Love CD.
Oh my goodness, those mobility boots saving Love CD's life. as he's able to get in range for that Dark Passage and stymies the efforts of Royal Club.
And Dragon is now back up, so will they change their focus towards the other side of the map? It certainly looks like that is Master 3's plan, but that might give Starhorn the chance to, I guess, really accelerate towards the Baron. They're started to ping it very quickly.
Yeah, they've got a lot of damage here to M3. Dade just ripping through this objective. Candy comes around, easily secured. The Baron now at half health. It is getting decimated, as now down to only 3,000. Yep, that's a Baron in exchange for a Dragon here in favor of Royal Club. Brilliant decision making.
It certainly is, but that's the 4th Dragon for Masters 3.
True.
So they're now 1 Dragon away, and they're just gambling on the fact that they won't lose an inhibitor turret for it. So if they lose a couple of outers, I'm sure that they'll be more than content to try and get a grouping around the next Dragon fight, because we've seen in the past how much work that 5th Dragon does do, especially if you secure it halfway through the team fight, because there's no chance for the other team to disengage.
Yeah, Insec actually gets his Banshee's Veil popped there as well. That is a big deal, because being able to kick that guy out of his drain is very, very important. Candy actually going for double defensive items. He's got that Spectre's Cowl now, as well as the QSS. Dade has to be careful moving up this far as the Solar Flare comes through. Dade immediately turns gold. The Emperor's divided into the turret here as well. Zero going down incredibly low. Candy free hitting from the backside as Zero gets taken out first. Korn still alive, still able to do a lot of work, but Insect's dead. And that is a 2-for-1 already in favor of M3. Way actually, wow, a lot of damage back onto Candy as he keeps dancing around the fight. Cola now so incredibly low. Korn, he's getting in there. Candy, though, still kiting as well. Gets caught by the wallop. And Dreams is going to die, but is well as well. Oh my gosh, Korn now tries to make it for himself. He has done so much work in this fight, but Looper with the Hyper secures the ace. And these team fights are so close.
Yeah, and wow, what a response out of Dade. The perfect Zhonya's into a great Emperor's Divide. Got the knock up and shield as well from that traveling. And this team fights are just so back and forward. Everyone getting what they needed. Dade, the hero, has probably one of the worst scorelines. But let's take a look how quick the reaction speed is out. Baits out 2 ultimates and then gets a 2-person Emperor's Divide. And that was just so much CC they had to deal with. And that turret did so much work. In the end, Looper narred 1 person, which maybe he could have held for a little bit longer, because in the end it does get a little bit hairy here. They just have to deal with so many tanking members. Everyone trying to jump onto Candy. Candy goes extremely hard to get the reset on the Ren there. But Looper, so much persistent damage. This Nara has just been such a good pickup over a couple of games. And Korn versus Looper. Looper was able to win out just in the end.
Yeah, that Hyper, he actually made it back to Mini-Gnar form at exactly the right time, when he needed that form in order to be annoying, in order to poke through and manage to get those Hyper procs with a little bit of extra damage. You can see actually Looper, he's picked up that Trinity Force yet again, and now has that one in his back pocket. And I'm actually not sure what he's going for afterwards. Is that going to be Thornmail and Warmog's armor?
Yeah, potentially, or maybe even just going for some immediate damage in that Sunfire Cape. Wouldn't really be impressed by the pickup, but is, I guess, at the point of the game where he's proved already that he was tanky enough so he can start becoming a damage threat. Looks like they are maybe trying to set up a little bit of a gank here, but I don't know how successful Insec and the support player will be in Zero, so deciding to retreat away.
Yeah, I don't think even that 2v1, I wouldn't take that. If I did, I'd probably bring a packed lunch, because it would take a long time.
So we see once again both teams just trying to posture around objectives. All Baron buffs are gone, of course, because that was an ace out of Masters 3. And Looper, he's pretty quick, and he's at the point of the game we saw he was so hard to kill last time around. This Trinity Force adds so much surprising damage to the Nara as well. He all of a sudden has a 70 CS advantage and is 636. About 1,300 gold over Cola, who was having a terrific early end.
You got to remember the fact that Looper got dived twice in the laning phase. 0, 2, and 0. Struggled so incredibly hard, and now has forged out this lead from nowhere.
Yeah, he's been playing extremely well. Had to go up against that really bully lane, but that allowed Candy, of course, to get through a pretty rough early game himself. And he's nearly 6 items there. Only has to transform that QSS into a Mercurial Scimitar. Has gone for 3 damage items, however, versus the 4 that Wells bringing to these fights. So he's packing a little bit more of a punch from that shotgun.
Yeah, of course, the Banshee's Veil actually going to help because, of course, Candy just does a whole lot more consistent damage in these fights, and he needs to stay alive a whole lot more than Well does because, well, he'll just die. And when you've got the likes of Korn, who are jumping into the face of Candy, I mean, Candy can't afford to have no magic resist against that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Candy is the one that has to be persistent in his threat there. As we see, the Righteous Glory actually picked up from 0 as well, so a lot of engage coming out of the support.
Double super speed come through from 0. He can be very, very fast.
Yeah, he certainly can. And the thing about Graves is that people underestimate how much of a steroid quick draw really is at this point in the game, but 5th Dragon, we mentioned it, 30 seconds away. M3 in much better position at the moment, even pushing in that top lane. Both teleports are available, and Starhorn need to be careful. They need to get a favorable fight, because if they give this one up, that's a lot of raw stats over there.
Yeah, and Royal Club actually deciding to make this into some form of a base race as both of the side waves are now pushing. You can see it was actually Cola who managed to get that top wave pushing in the other way, but has now decided to come through for this next fight. And this may actually decide the game here as well, because that dragon now available, 5th dragon on the board for M3. The 12% stats, the massive burn to come through with every auto attack. Insect, oh, that is actually a big deal, popping that Banshee's Veil.
Yeah, so potions are available on the bottom lane out of Starhorn Royal Club. We can see that they're posturing 5 versus 5. Looper just went to base. He has picked up the Thornmail. You feel that that is a huge pickup for this fight. And he's starting to get a little bit of a flank. He's behind them. If he can get his Narbar up and come in from the backside, force them into Dade, might be able to get some work done here.
Yeah, and Dade just looking to try and poke out here as well as the Scuttle Crab going to walk into the side of Royal Club. M3 are going to have to contend with having complete vision available for Royal Club. No matter what they do, they'll never be able to hold on to this one. Candy, if they go for a smite off here, this Kalista going to be able to do so much damage. There's the box as well. The Solar Flare to come through. The 5th Dragon comes down, but there's the Crowstorm as well. The Emperor's Divide. But my God, M3 are just destroying Starhorn Royal Club. Candy does fall down though, so that's a lot of the damage off the board. Dade still alive though, and Cola finds himself the only man alive in this fight.
Yeah, Dade had a much better team fight that time around. Got a great Emperor's Divide, but it was all about Looper's flank, having that huge Gnar that just does so much persistent damage with this Trinity Force, now with the 5th Dragon as well. And that might even be the game. M3 pushing through. Lots of turret damage out of his ear.
Yeah, and heaps of damage as well, just based on the fact that they have 5 dragons at the same time. These burning members, 4 strong of M3. 2 seconds on 0, 8 seconds on Insect. They may have a chance to fight this one off, but it looks like M3 more than happy to tank this one up. 0 just trying to be a menace here, but goes on to Dade. Dade pretty squishy still, but you can see that Dark Passage giving him enough of a shield. The Solar Flare to come down onto this Azir, and Insect trying to help out, but it's going to be enough. The Nexus falls down, and M3, they even it up with Royal Club.
Yeah, and a much better performance towards that late game. Starhorn Royal Club really owned the early game, but then the M3 that we were used to seeing this weekend kicked in. Much better coordination. They looked a little bit lost for the first game and a half, but when they brought it together, it was beautiful to behold.
Yeah, and we were doubting Dade's performance in the laning phase, but his last 3 team fights almost managed to completely save M3, and you saw it was teetering on a knife edge who was going to come out on top.
Yeah, and it was their overcommitment for Dade in a couple of those fights that really sold it, because Candy just got so much free damage. No one could deal with Looper, that absolutely massive Gnar, and I think that is the most important champion on the M3 lineup. If Looper can get Gnar, he just looks so much more comfortable, and we've seen him look lost. Not in this series either game. He was a standout even in the loss.
Yeah, even when they were behind, it wasn't necessarily his fault. And in the last 2 games that we saw the day before, he was fantastic. But we've got a replay just to demonstrate how M3 managed to do this.
Yeah, so if we jump into the replay, this is the last Dragon fight. M3 obviously posturing for a 5th Dragon, and look how many spears go into this. So if we roll it out, just have a look how much Candy is pumping in. The rend is absolutely massive when it does come through from about 2,000 health. And from there, Looper and Dade on the back line just get so much work done. Dade once again timing his Zhonya's as well flashed in. And Korn, he does his job. He had a terrific game, 11-3-5, but just not enough support from the rest of his team. And when you're glowing and you've got those 5 dragons, boy, is it so much easier to win a team fight.
Oh, yeah, having that dragon go down. And I think that Royal Club should have almost just completely disengaged, because that was going to be so difficult for them to win after all of those extra stats came in. But congratulations to M3 managing to even this series out. But we still have one more match for you, ladies and gentlemen. After the break, Beachy take on a newly formed World Elite.
front of my eyes. We've been given answers, still we're walking cancers. Rest our plans.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to our last match of the evening here for the English coverage of the Chinese LPL World Elite. Take on Vici Gaming in our last match of the week. I'm Julian Patriot-Timecast. Joining me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And what a final game we have here for Week 6.
Week 6 has definitely developed in a very bizarre fashion, Page Time. A lot of upsets coming through. And this last game, just with the results of yesterday, it's just become so much more exciting.
Yeah, it's funny. We've kind of, gone halfway through the LPL. Through now the back end of the league, I suppose. Plenty to play, of course, but finally have some big weeks and big results through. But Week 6, you said it, it's been the week of upsets so far.
And so talking about the second half, let's remember the first time these two teams came together. It was Week 3, Day 2, so about 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks including the holiday. It was a very different situation for World Elite. They came into that series 0-10, lost the first game 0-11. This proud esports organization, which dominated Chinese League of Legends up until the start of the LPL, up until the start of Season 3. And they were 0-11. It took a heroic performance by STYZ that tournament. I believe we said the spirit of Wei Zhao being channeled. Of course, he picked the Ezreal, the first Ezreal from World Elite so far. Did wonderfully that game and got them their first victory. Since that point, they've actually done fairly good, World Elite. They're still, of course, one of the bottom teams. They come into this game very unfancied. I believe 86% of people thinking that Vici are going to pick up the win here, which is understandable given the league spots. World Elite, they beat Invictus Gaming 2-0 yesterday. That was a massive result for them. They're hoping their back end of the season, first game of the back end, beating Invictus Gaming, their old rivals, 2-0, picking up the 3 points. They're within a realistic shot of picking up some more points here.
Yeah, and World Elite would love a big weekend where they just pick up all of the points. I mean, again, if it's going to be sort of a fresh start in a way with half the league down to the next half to go, rematches coming good, teams starting to really build synergy and chemistry together. And we can see it across the league. It's not just the top teams now that are starting to get figured out and losing some games. The bottom teams are figuring out their problems that they had in the first half of the split and really starting to carry forward now as well.
Well, it's been chaos at the top and at the bottom. We've seen EDG, Snake, OMG all dropping points this week. Actually, one of the big movers are World Elite's opponents today, Vici Gaming. They've already picked up 4 points this weekend. They do play every day, so they can actually rapidly go up in points. In fact, if they 2-0 World Elite, if the fan vote is correct, Vici are going to jump to 4th. They're going to jump above LGD and Invictus Gaming. And kind of out of nowhere, after a very shaky season, both teams kind of starting to find their identity. Spirit really fitting into this World Elite lineup. We saw a triple poke comp coming out of them. Nidalee, Ezreal mid, the Corki coming out of STYZ. That last bit is the big important thing. Finally, moving away from hyper carries for STYZ and going for those rotations with the Corki.
Yeah, he's playing a little less Kalista, a little less Jinx, and even some of the Ezreal that he started winning on, and, more for his team. And we talked about World Elite a lot. Spirit in the early weeks was trying to carry his team from the jungle, but Ninja seems to have ascended slightly, or at least is starting to now get into a position where he can carry his team as well from the mid lane, be a secondary carry for their team.
So if we have a continuum of, say, carry to support, I mean, Dandy especially started on the support side, very much his Samsung White flavor, and started to get more carry-oriented. He started to buy less wards. They were less focusing on vision this week, Vici Gaming, and more carry items on Dandy, just adapting to this Chinese meta where, okay, it's always great to have warding, but there is a realistic sense where you could have an over-warding situation, which has come through a little bit. So he's gone to the carry side. Spirit, he started with Jungle Riven. I don't need to explain what that is on the continuum. That's putting a Smite in the bottom lane, trying to 1v1 and giving up objectives. So he started very much on the carry side. He's starting to rein it back. He's finding success in some of the more supportive junglers. However, both of these players, they're favoring the Nidalee and Rek'Sai. Those have been the big contested pits, you have to say, in this series.
Yeah, so Vici's starting to really come into their own. Like you mentioned, do have a good chance here to leapfrog the way up the standings if they can perform here in this best of 2. See carry in the top lane, actually playing a lot of tanks. Unlike the name suggests here. Lots of Marco, lots of Noah, just the rumble in there in the last 5.
It's been very, very consistent in the top. This is the man we have to talk about, Danny. Look at those recent matches. That's what he's been playing. Most of those matches are this week. The Rek'Sai, it gives him global options. It gives him carry options. You can still build a Sightstone. But the Nidalee, they carry Nidalee out of both Spirit and Dandy. These former Samsung junglers, they look great on the Nidalee.
Yeah, and Hertong there from the mid lane. Definitely been solid here for Vici all LPL long. Nothing too surprising. Maybe some mid Lissandra, a bit of a mix-up, but pretty standard. But again, very solid stuff there.
Right, I mean, it's worth noting, though, even though Lissandra's that flex pick, they've only been playing it in the mid lane. So that does kind of narrow your strategic options. Vasily, He's been all about dominating lane. He was playing the Kalista. He was mixing around with the hyper carries. No more. It's Graves or Corki.
Yeah, and there's Mata again. You can see just such a beautiful, versatile player. Does have a play on the Vega, of course, which I believe is very successful so far in the LPL. It's seen a lot of attention this weekend. And, of course, your Mata Jana and your Leona. Mata can do everything.
I believe that was the first game back from the break. The first game of this weekend. Brought out the support Vega. I think 100% pick or ban since that game. That has been how much importing this pick from the other LCS scenes, from the LCK, has rubbed off on the LPL. Vega going to be hotly contested along with that Rek'Sai in Italy.
Yeah, I feel like not even just the pick ban rate, but the win rate's going to be approaching that number as well. I can't think of this weekend of Vega loss we've seen. He does have one.
Yeah, just the one loss, but the last time we saw it out was actually King Lame yesterday. 100% kill participation in a 20-plus kill game. So the potential's there. Even with counterpicks, I believe there was even a support Morgana that game. Theoretically, you could just walk through that event horizon. It did not work out.
Oh, poor Mata, one of his goats has died there in front of his desk. Of course.
I'm not sure if that's a bad omen now that you mention it.
He's like accidentally slayed death.
He's just sleeping. He's just sleeping.
Sure.
Just stay positive.
Mata whispering sweet nothings to his goats there in front of his desk. They blissfully sleep through it. What's been a long weekend, of course, of LPL games for all of these teams here today. We'll swap over to Vici soon. Now as well. Sorry, World Elite. I meant World Elite. I know I said Vici. Again, that win rate not hot, but they've started to look better here. And Aluka has been playing. If we think about Carry playing a lot of tanks recently, Aluka is tanks only.
And he's really been the Scion player, that the person that's really bringing that through the scene. He's trying to pioneer that super tank in the top lane. It opens up definitely some carry choices coming out of Spirit. Okay, Rek'Sai's definitely, needle in the middle in terms of carry and support, but the Nidalee especially went for that tier before even finishing the jungle item, stacking up so early. Spirit really dominated that first game yesterday.
Yeah, you can see Ninja there as well. I think that's 5 unique picks there, including an Anivia and a Cho'Gath game, so he's been mixing it up, and that is really the man to look for now. Mixing it up so much more now. 3 Corki games in the last 5 plays. 2 hyper carries in there as well, but he has really been stepping up for his team and just playing a bit more aggressive like we used to see before the LPL started.
And look, STYZ came in with a lot of fanfare, of course, replacing the long-respected Wei Zhao as the AD carry of World Elite. That's almost an institution to have to replace such a beloved player in the Chinese scene. He struggled. We have to be real about it. He's really struggled. He's put a lot on himself, and if you feel like his team is really want him to move to the hyper carry, they really want a recreation of those hyper carry days out of Wei Zhao, that strategy hasn't worked out for the team. But when they started to play that more rotational play, the poke com yesterday especially, but both Corki games very, very successful for STYZ and for World Elite.
Yeah, we can see World Elite now as well. Looking confident. Spirit, of course, sporting a very handsome moustache face mask, and happy to report that all of the World Elite goats seem to be alive.
Okay, so we got the goat report. That's the start. That's the starting thing. This game, though, it's going to be super exciting. We've mentioned some of the contested picks already. Nidalee, Rek'Sai, going to be very hotly contested, along with some other picks. I mean, the Kassadin, of course, always comes in there. It's still 5.2 this week. Maybe we'll jump to 5.3 or 4 next week. We don't know. China does have that penchant for jumping patches, but a lot to talk about, and a big game for the standings. World Elite now joint last, of course, with EP picking up a 1-1 earlier. Their fate's in their own hands. They want to pick up a win. The second half has to be better than the first half, at least better than those first 10 games were for World Elite. And it all starts now.
Yeah, and it's for both these teams as well. It does really start now. Vici have started picking up. We mentioned that they have a good chance to leapfrog in the standings now and really get in the mix of the top 5 teams. I don't think a spot they've been close to so far in the first half of the LPL. And for World Elite, it's the same thing. 11th and 12th is a long way down in the standings, but you don't get into playoff contention through the second half without picking up your wins right now when it matters.
You just can't overstate how long this LPL season is. 44 games is a very, very long regular season before we even start talking about playoffs. Okay, World Elite, first, second, third, probably off the table, but enough victories on the back half of their season, they could realistically jump into the 8th. That's where you need to be. 8th spot, that's playoffs. 9 spots, you're in relegation.
Yeah, and I think understandably, given that we are halfway through now, even further now as we've had rematches started being played today, this weekend, sorry. It makes sense that a lot of teams are starting to really get together and turn it on. We noticed that M3 and Dade seem to be playing a little bit more, a bit more fervor, a bit more passion. Even Royal in their last series as well, kind of picking it up a little bit. It's important that the teams really start focusing towards the back end of the season, and that's where we are now. So World Elite and Vici, lots of points for them to try and pick up here.
It's just not long till we're going to be talking about 10 games to go, 5 games to go. You need to get the wins now to really put yourself in a place to assault the top standings. Otherwise, if you just leave it to the last moment when everyone's going to be stepping up, not just Dade around finals time, but every single player in the LPL will want to assault those final standings. Get the wins now, bank them, and then the big series will come later in the season.
Yeah, so Vici versus World Elite now into the draft for Game 1 here in their best of 2. And our last match of Week 6 here as well. We have Sion and Corky bound out there for Vici, and Vega and Lysandra, the 2 bans for World Elite.
And Vega, definitely the breakthrough ban of Week 6. Lysandra, we've actually seen quite a lot, which surprises me. I rate her perhaps the strongest champion on patch 5.2, and that's a patch including Ahri, who's very, very powerful. But the flex pick nature of Lysandra just tips her at scales over for me. She's been seen a lot, not this series, in Kassadin. Ninja's Kassadin was actually a carry performance for Ninja, who we have to say, despite some of the off-meta picks, the Cho'Gath especially not working out for him in Week 1 this season, on that Kassadin looked very good.
Yeah, and you mentioned, powerful flex picks on this patch. I think Kassadin and Lysandra might be top 2 there, but Janna, a very strong ban and a common one against Vici, but that does leave the Nidalee open if Vici want to take it.
I mean, it's Marta's Janna, so I can understand the respect, but Nidalee has been a massive pick for both these teams. Dandy, okay, sometimes he face plants on the walls. Sometimes he doesn't really have the walls jumps down. The pressure he puts out, his jungle pathing is still top tier. So to let that through, in some ways a flex pick. We haven't seen top Nidalee, but of course, Pawn does flirt around with the mid Nidalee once or twice this season. It's probably going to be jungle, let's be real, but it's picked away.
Yep, so Nidalee first pick there, and World Elite are going to lock in Gnar and Thresh. Very strong first 2 picks there for World Elite.
A lot of power coming through. Aluka's Gnar is quite good. It's not necessarily the top tier. It's not quite Korra and Cola level, but it's still a very, very strong pick. It's a front line, and of course, opened up by UJ on that Thresh.
Yeah, Dandy looking very handsome there as well. Going to see what he wants to pick here for his team as they go in for their second and third picks to Vici. And again, a reasonable amount of stuff open. I guess, again, on 5.2, we've still seen a lot of the same mid laners, although things are starting to open up a little bit more. It seems like the players are preparing for a patch shift potentially as they've started to pick up stuff, even though the patch hasn't changed for a while. But Vici going to go back to standards here for a while. It is Graves and Morgana.
So Corky's banned away and Graves is taken. So definitely, in terms of laning power, a lot has been confirmed by Dandy picking away this Graves for Vasily. Only Caitlyn really looms as a really lane-dominating champion. Of course, you could opt into the Sivir for a bit of a skill matchup between the Graves-Sivir duo. Only Caitlyn would really confirm the lane dominance. And of course, Caitlyn is an STYZ special, but World Elite haven't found a lot of success on that champion. So I can understand maybe picking for comp. This other pick, not surprising at all. Rek'Sai and Nidalee, those were the contested junglers we talked about. Neither of them banned. Both of them probably going to be picked away.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that there are no jungle bans, but some targeted and some strong bans here on this patch considered for the players instead. So it looks like both junglers going to get what they want here in STYZ. We'll get the Sivir. You already mentioned the Rek'Sai. Seems like Spirit's best performing champion so far.
And there's a lot of synergy between these members already. Engage coming through. The speed of the On The Hunt is going to be super important in team fights, for the Unburrow especially to be a main initiation tool. We're waiting for the solo lanes to be rounded out, of course. We're expecting the jungle Nidalee. A lot of solo lane power coming through. It's going to leave a tank answer for Aluka in the top lane. Aluka's already locked away that Gnar, so only looking for the mid lane. Xerath is a very safe blind pick. We're still on 5.2. Ahri is available. I'm not really sure on Ninja's Ahri. Of course, he could just go for the Azir for the very standard LPL special mid lane matchup. But Xerath blind pick at this late stage, very safe from Hatong.
Yeah, and Vici going to complete their draft, and carry actually going to play a carry this time around. Hecarim seems to be locked in there probably for the top lane, and it is the Xerath that we expect as well. But Ninja, he's been surprising us a lot this weekend. He may do it again with the counter pick.
He's been surprising us on the off meta. It's the meta way he's sometimes been a bit lacking, especially Xerath. I believe a 0% win rate on the Xerath, 0-5 this season. So smart for him to maybe opt away from it. Ahri is super strong pick against Xerath. Maybe the scouting report is that they don't expect Ninja to play this champion, but in terms of laning, I really like the Ahri pickup. It's 5.2. Ahri's at her maximum power. There's a lot of power across the board here for World Elite, but the Dandy Nidalee, I think, is going to be the big question mark. If Nidalee can take over this game, they can pick up some early dragons. There's a lot of power in this Vici comp.
Yeah, and we complete the drafts now, so I have to say, someone has started something horrible. I think it might have been Amazing J from Energy Pacemaker, but there is quite a lot of teleporting out Hecarim running around in the LPL.
And we've actually been seeing other scenes as well. So it's started to infect, let's use the pejorative term there, infect other scenes. I don't really get it. I mean, I guess they just don't think the flash is necessary as we see this Hecarim versus Gnar matchup we're expecting. What build will we see from the Hecarim? We've seen the carry builds kind of go completely awry. They've been really lacking. The full tank build's doing just fine. You have to think they've picked this Hecarim sole tank for his lineup as a big initiator.
Yeah, we'll have to see here as well. We've got Xerath vs Ahri, a matchup of old. Once upon a time would have been a skill matchup, but on 5.2, not a whole lot of skill there for the Ahri. She's just so strong.
Yeah, very overtuned, has similar wave clear to the Xerath, maybe loses out a bit in the terms of ranged wave clear, but a lot of power coming out from that Ahri pick.
Yeah, and Mata going to take, as always, a commentable for him in Morgana that we have seen him playing. Mata is a very impressive player, the MVP of Worlds for the 2014 season, of course, but he just can kind of play everything.
And, the Dundee Mata duo, the Vision duo, it hasn't really been about the Vision in previous weeks, so it's going to be a bit more needed for Mata in terms of roaming to get the aggressive Vision down. With this Nidalee, we're not going to see its sights down. We're going to see plenty of carry items coming out from Dandy as he really tries to power through and carry for his team.
Yeah, and it's just been exciting stuff, honestly, from both these teams. It's cool to see them both coming up.
Absolutely. I mean, Rek'Sai versus Nidalee, that's the jungle matchup we talked about. We thought maybe when we banned away the Corki ban was the big curveball. But now we've got the jungle matchup we've expected. They're both practiced on these champions. It should be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, Dandy and Spirit in very different ways do lead their teams, I feel like, where they're just, they're both similar style junglers. They like to take hold of the game in different ways and give their team a platform to leap from.
Absolutely. I mean, you learn so much about a game, how the early jungling goes for Nidalee. If Nidalee can stay even or ahead, if she can even solo down the dragon, of course, on 5.2, you're still able to get the reset on your Cougar form abilities when you hunt, so you still have just that much faster clear. Of course, on 5.3 and 5.4, jungle Nidalee is still a thing, but you don't have quite the same level of power coming out of that champion. On the 5.2, you got a power jungle farm. She's the fastest farmer in the game. And when those spears hit, I mean, we're probably thinking, let's be real, of the mid Nidalee spears from Pawn, but when those spears hit, even from the jungle Nidalee, so much burst damage coming through.
Yeah, you've still got plenty of assassination potential, lots of good pressure. We've seen both Dandy and Spirit use the Nidalee to great effect. You mentioned the jungle matchup, just so key here. But moving through, Waterley, honestly, to me, are playing very standard here. That's somewhat surprising.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the big super tank in top. Nice, still very tanky, but has initiation purpose. But I think we're finally ready to get on the Rift.
Yep, so let's do it. Let's get into the game. And welcome onto the Rift here for the first game between Vici and World Elite and our last game of Week 6 here in the LPL. Ninja versus a Tongan lineup here in the mid lane, as that we are going to actually break out into standard lanes.
Yeah, of course, we did miss some of the early action, so we have to catch up and look at the warding spots. Mostly very defensive wards coming out, so we can only speculate a very defensive fan coming through. I think that makes a lot of sense. We've already talked about how important this game is to the standings of both these teams. World Elite, they want to get away from EP, open up some space at the bottom of the table and start to work their way towards the promotion places. Vici, it's a massive series, a 2-0 for them, moving to 4th place after what has been, they've kind of flattered to deceive in their other games, winning against teams they might not be expected to, losing to teams they might not be expected to. Both teams really they're demanding a 2-0 this game.
Yeah, they really are. Is Dandy going to do his red buff pretty efficiently there on the Nidalee? Spirit taking the same path on his side of the jungle, so both junglers going to have very similar starts. And we mentioned it, if we were going to feature a matchup here, it might well be Spirit versus Dandy. The former Samsung junglers have been partners, kind of, I guess, rivals almost for a long time in that organization over in Korea, now playing together here in China, and they both looked very good on their teams.
There's deceptively a lot of flexible options for these two junglers. Jungle Nidalee, especially on 5.2, can power farm. Rek'Sai, if left to her own devices, if she can go back, just comfortably pick up maybe the Rangers Trailblazer, or just to focus on farming, she can also build up a big farm advantage too. I'd give the early Dragon advantage to Dandy, the damage ganks to Dandy, but the flexibility in late game have to go to Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and Rek'Sai, we've seen a lot of LPL junglers pick her up for that exact reason. We know Clearlove and Dandy himself, who's also really loves the versatility on that champion. But back down in the bottom lane here as well, Vasily on the Graves this time around versus STYZ's Siva. If there's another person on Vici that's really been going big, it's been Vasily.
Vici versus LGD happened, I believe, last week or in week 5, and that was where Vasily, he tried the hypercarry, specifically the Callista. Imp stood up on Graves and got massive scores that season. I believe it was about 26 kills over 2 games on that champion, focused on lane dominance, and Vasily ever since then, he's cribbed those notes, Corki and Graves only, and just trying to dominate laning fates and translate that just into super burst in the mid game. We haven't seen a lot of phantom dances or attack speed coming out of the Graves this week. It's all about that burst damage from the collateral damage.
Good trade there between Vasily and UJ. They were actually the support winning out there for for Water Elite's bottom lane, and STYs is actually ahead in this lane despite getting pushed in, so very strong early play from the Water Elite duo.
You just have to be so on point with your spell shields in this laning matchup as Sivir. Your 500 range, you're always in danger of the quick draw buckshot combination if you're not fully on form. And of course, if Mata hits a binding, I mean, you can really expect a lot of burst damage to come through. In the mid lane, you know, we're really expecting to see something special here from Ninja on Ahri. He hasn't played this champion so far, despite her being so strong on the patch. Carry, though, he's trying to go for something early.
Yeah, he's actually roamed down here from the top side looking to gank Ninja, who's actually pressed pretty far up against his mid turret there, so probably not going to be successful. We'll back away there, and Ninja looking good so far, even against the Xerath here with the 5.2 Ahri.
Super curious to see what item build we would see from Carry at level 1. I thought maybe Doran's Shield, because of course all the auto attack harass coming. Very similar to Kennen in terms of laning as Nah, but actually goes for all the regen, has a bit more mana for spells. We're seeing a big battle in bot lane.
Great grab actually onto Mata. He's got ignited there as well, but STYs he's going to be forced to use the heal. Ricochet almost doing enough there actually to kill Mata, but the trade comes back and forth and no first blood forthcoming.
I feel like STYZ miscalculated that trade quite significantly. End up using the heal reactionarily at the last second, almost as a sustain mechanic, thinking, all right, maybe it actually is time to go in after you saw Mata fall so low. If he had been a bit more decisive, use his flash aggressively, it could have been first blood to World Elite.
Yeah, other than that, though, a ton of summoners burnt here in the bottom lane. Everything but the flashes for all 4 members of the bottom side now burnt down. So we'll see if another hook happens. We could see blood here in the bottom lane.
We've seen a lot more pressure from Dandy on this nearly than we've seen from Spirit. Spirit's been nowhere to be seen, just power farming. He's actually gone for the ganking option, though, so does have the Chilling Smite available with the jungler item pickup, but definitely just been focusing on the farm.
Great flash up, and Ninja going to all in her tongue. Xerath that amount, and Ninja going to move in a solo kill, almost going to get in first blood. Ignite, no, not enough to heal. Just clutch there for Hatong.
Credit to Hatong holding on to his summoner, specifically the flash, till he just needed it. I believe it might not have been during Ignite range, but it was just after Ignite faded away for that final burst of heal. Lives one auto attack, even the cannon hitting him would have been enough for first blood.
Yeah, really strong stuff, but I'm amazed that Ninja was that proactive in the mid lane. Again, we've talked about him. He's played so well this weekend, and that was a big flash of brilliance from World Elite's mid laner.
And moving on to meta champions has actually suited him very well. You know, moving away from the Niveas and Cho'Gaths of the world, where he tried to show something different. Maybe we saw the reason we don't see a lot of Cho'Gath, just because, again, in the late game team fights, struggling as an AP Cho'Gath if you missed any of your abilities. On the Ahri, we didn't know what to expect. 7 CS advantage, looking good in lane. Credit to Ninja.
Yeah, big credit there. And, you know, we could talk about Ninja maybe looking comfortable in meta. He's certainly looked comfortable even on the Cho and Nivea games that he's had, despite the fact he hasn't won that many. I'm just going to go out and say it. Ninja just looks much more comfortable, period.
I think the laning phase especially, he's doubled down, has been quite impressive on. His late game transformations, though, on that Cho'Gath or on the Anivia, he hasn't been able to take late game situations by the horns and really try and ride them to victory at the end. He hasn't been able to do that. That's the big question mark. His laning phase has always been standard. His Kassadin performance in the last series against IG was a carry performance, and he needs to try and capitalize on that momentum and really translate solid laning into a really impactful late game team fights.
Yeah, meanwhile, in the top lane, Aluka and Carry going at it a little bit here. Carry getting the early advantage in trades, but Aluka about to transform. Dandy actually, though, sitting down just in the brush on your minimap and actually looking to go in. Aluka, though, good trade there with the Mega now, and Dandy's already left the top lane.
So he's gone for the tier second after the jungle item. We already mentioned yesterday Spirit going for the tier before the jungle item completion. Dandy did this yesterday when he had an early advantage, when he had 900 gold over the enemy jungler, so you could say, okay, advantage was there, so why not build the tier and build towards the late game? In this situation, he's completely, even if, 20, 30 gold behind Spirit, it's quite greedy to go for the tier. You just don't have a lot of combat stats. If there's any sort of 1v1 or 2v2 involving the junglers, he's going to be underdone in terms of combat stats compared to Spirit.
Yeah, and it seems like Dandy probably just content to farm it out there, knowing that he's got a bit of a greedier build. Spirit, though, heading in towards the mid. Ninja again moving in. A great flash knocker there coming in. Spirit, though, getting so low, and Hatong blows him up. Dandy doing so much damage in that counting. And now the ulti going to move in his own. Ninja's going to eat one bolt, make it a third. Dandy going to line up, but Mata takes the kill.
The roam from Mata was so much more decisive than the one from UJ. UJ just manages to get towards the mid lane brush right at the end. Credit to Mata. Overextension, you'd have to say, from World Elite. They did not spot out Dandy. That changed everything, and the burst of damage did not come through onto Hatong. 2 kills. That's a significant advantage for Vici.
Yeah, and Dandy, one of the world's best counter gankers, still good, it seems like they're showing up just in the nick of time there in the mid lane. Ninja, again, though, credit credit there for proactive play, but that one backfired. But UJ actually killing Dandy. Looks like he got caught out then.
Yeah, absolutely. He hit the death sentence, ignited. I didn't think he'd have quite enough damage, but the last tick takes away Dandy. It also removes the option for the early dragon after picking up those early kills. So that answering kill, okay, it doesn't arrest the gold lead, but it buys World Elite this dragon.
Yeah, Spirit already altered back down to the area as well, so going to be able to do a dragon. It will be in full vision of Vici, so they will have a timer, but the first dragon is going to go to Spirit, and that's a very good steal away from in Italy.
Yeah, but a lot of hard work, the counter gank, the roam coming through from Mata, all for naught in the end. As we see, the ultimate used in top. I don't know if the damage potential is there, but we have to respect the ignite.
Luca could be in trouble. Carry still going in. The ignite down to Luca, forced a flash there in mini Gnar form, and Carry really pressuring the Gnar out.
I have to admit that I expected the counter flash coming through and the kill, but no flash available. The summoner ignite wasn't enough to pick up the kill. Aluka lives. He can teleport back to lane. There's no dragon to speak of. It's actually a very safe time to use his teleport back to the turret.
Yeah, and Hatonga will pick up the blue buff in the meantime. Dandy will donate that over. Ninja, I imagine, has done the same. Yes, has there on the Ari. So both junglers going to give away their next blue buff here. Ninja, again, really aggressively fishing for charms.
It's definitely been a chess game, because just because they were able to answer that skirmish, pick up the dragon, now after a strong trade from Carry, able to use this teleport as Aluka, and now Carry has teleport advantage, but the only situation he can use it in is for maybe a pick, for a kill. It's going to be hard to turn that into a structure. So in the end, World Elite, they're slightly winning out all over the map, barring the 600 gold disadvantage.
Yeah, and as we see back in the top lane, we actually have double phages here for both Nut and Hecarim. So certainly understand it as an early item on Carry, but quite an aggressive choice there by Aluka as Vasily just blows up UJ in the bottom lane. That is the power of the Graves Morgana.
Using the word aggression, this has been the build that Vasily's been favoring. He's been going for the Bloodthirster first. It gives you a lot of burst early to have the sustain advantage of the Vamp Scepter, but crucially, when you're rotating around the map and picking up early turrets, that's been their game plan with Graves. You can take a turret hit or two, use your quick draw aggressively, maybe even to get more turret damage, and he had so much damage in that trade, it was deceptive, and UJ, he fell down.
And STYZ for how well he's been keeping up here in this lane against the Graves. Now struggling a bit as UJ is going to run back to the lane with his Sightstone and his Relic Shield, trying to arrest some of the CS back here, but still even actually for STYZ, he did have a lead at one point here. Of course, Sivir herself, pretty difficult spell, Dark Binding target, sorry, because of the spell shield, so smart choice there by Vici to nab the kill onto the support.
Yeah, just 900 gold when he's backing, so not enough to finish the Bloodthirster at 11 minutes. That's something for World Elite to take solace in. Probably going to work towards the Berserker's Greaves. That's been his standard. He's been looking to dominate lane and rotate around. Credit to STYZ, he's keeping his turret fairly healthy. It's definitely lower than the Vici Gaming turret, but they just want to extend this laning phase to stop this early map rotation style that Vici's been taking.
Yeah, and here in the top lane again, Aluka and Carrick going at it with their phages. Aluka actually slightly ahead in CS. We've seen Aluka play quite well this weekend as well. Winning lanes, actually, which is not something we used to say about Aluka, despite how consistent and safe his laning has been. Dandy was back there on the top side as well, but again, another gank goes awry.
Yeah, Mata actually looking for the lane gank, standing behind a tongue, kind of hoping to bait in the all-in coming through from Ninja. You referenced the phages in top lane. Now with the pickup of the Sapphire Crystal, it does look like it's going to be Trinity Force coming out of Hecarim. I have to ask, why? Look down his lineup. There's 4 carries on the rest of his lineup, even respectable damage coming out of Mata. They need a front line. They desperately need a front line. There's no front line possibility whatsoever from Dandy coming out of the jungle. They got an immovable Xerath and then the mid-range burst damage coming through from Graves. Where is the massive Hecarim? Where is the health items to be their front line? Unless they're really looking to just commit to the split push, give away the early dragons to World Elite, I don't like the Trinity Force pickup coming through from Carry.
We'll have to see how it develops. So we've seen, I guess, a lot of split decisions on Hecarim builds. It's funny, Amazing J, who seemed to have pioneered some of the Hecarim play, at least in the off, has actually been building a lot more tanky items, which is kind of curious. And everyone else seems to be going full carry. I guess Zatai's performance from yesterday sticking out particularly there.
I mean, Zatai and the lane swap going for Trinity Force was really questionable. You know, he was already going to be behind in gold, and then committing to a very, very expensive build was just, I think it was just a mistake, to be honest, coming through from Zatai. In this situation, with a one-tack lineup, getting a phage is fine. You know, it just gives you a bit of combat stats. The ability to move between your autos is good, even when especially when you kill a minion. After that, I want to see tank items, so that's why I'm surprised to see the Sapphire Crystal. Of course, it could be working towards a Frozen Heart, but, you know, experience says it looks like a Trinity Force.
It does indeed, and Vasily will return with his new item now as well to the bottom side. Bloodthirster done for this Graves here. STYZ almost done with his Infinity Edge. Actually pretty close on the gold there for that one. And Morellonomicon almost done for a Ninja. Bit more of an aggressive choice. And Hatong is actually going for a quick Athenes.
Worth noting, this is patch 5.2, so of course the 5% crit has been removed from Infinity Edge. It's less of a one-item power spike. I'd actually give the advantage to Graves, but we might see a big fight.
Good grab there as well. Mata though does pop down the exhaust onto STYC. Danny in here as well. The Soul Shaker's down, and Mata claims another kill, but Spirit is down the bottom side. He actually gets bound in the tunnel. Dandy gonna jump on him, and a double kill there for Mata. Well deserved, but Dandy now gonna get jumped by Aluka. Carry though runs in with the onslaught of shadows. Vasily gets the kill onto UJ. Dandy dancing around, but Ninja picks up the next one. Aluka very low as well. Gets sniped by Hatong's ulti, and Vasily running in onto Ninja. Gonna maybe find another kill here. Not enough mana though for a buckshot. Hatong's actually flashed over the wall. He's trying to kill the Ari, but he can't make it. Oh, he gets it. Sick charm, but it's not enough for the W.
The last spell's enough for the kill. Massive losses across the map. And the big worry there for World Elite, it was the first reaction, the first teleport to come through was for Aluka. However, Aluka had to teleport to the turret. There was no other safe ward to teleport to. So he was fairly useless as Nah, despite being the first to rotate. World Elite, in an outnumbered situation, they were ahead in numbers, lost that fight in a landslide.
Yeah, weird as well, because Spirit's tunnel is still there, so Aluka, if that was up, could have also teleported there, but like you mentioned, just could only find the turret, and that did not work out for World Elite at all. Vici, I think 4 for 1 in the trade, and the turret down the bottom there as well. 8-2 now in kills, and 3,500 gold ahead already.
World Elite rotating first and losing a fight is very, very scary. It was well into the fight. I believe 2 kills already down for Vici when Carry came through with the onslaught of shadows, just to put the exclamation mark on what was a massive win for Vici.
Really was there a Spirit. He's going to clear out his blue buff here. I believe, yes, it was given over to Ninja, so no steal forthcoming there for Mata, who actually has 3 kills in this game. Bloodthirsty Mata here is Carry now. Going to dive in onto Spirit, who's got to back away on the Rex side. Very low already. Does smite down. Dandy will miss the first speed. Vasily though coming in. A tunnel up, but another great binding there for Mata. Collateral damage goes in, and Carry cleans out Spirit.
That was such an intelligent use of the Dark Binding right onto the passageway of the tunnel coming through. Stunned as he actually moved towards the tunnel. Comical was the interaction, but the result is a kill and now a dragon coming through from Vici.
Yeah, the first dragon here for Vici. World Elite did very well to get the first one, but Vici after that pick will easily pick up the second. Aluka pushing where he can on the top side, but Hecarim's going to rotate back in there. Doesn't need his teleport, just going to devastating charge his way back up.
And with this snowball, this is time for the rose-tinted glasses. This is time for the 2020 hindsight vision. As the Trinity Force, when you're ahead, when you're snowballing, actually looks like a masterstroke from Carry. If his team can continue that very strong pressure, that very strong movement forward, the early team fight wins, Trinity Force into tanky items is looking very realistic at a good timing point for Vici.
Yeah, Aluka actually got the turret though, by the way, so good moves there. Aluka just hanging out, auto-cancelling a little bit, and slaps a couple minions down as he's going to push in towards the tier 2 turret. Dandy going to give the blue buff over to Hatong, who is rotating in on the Xerath. Ninja might find Mata here again, who's been a sniper already with the bindings. Ninja getting cleaned out again, and they'll defend their pink ward.
That looked like a very large hitbox coming through for Mata on that binding, but they're all hitting. That's the important thing. And across the board, the power spikes are just that much bigger for Vici as the fight continues.
Carry goes in there. Aluka gets blown up by Dandy as he gets the kill on Mata. Another sniper binding Hatong though. Maybe caught out. Ninja moving in there, but he gets the first kill onto Rek'Sai. Ninja diving in the back. Can he get the rest of the kill? No, the AWP not quite enough. Gets locked up by another binding, and Hatong claims the double. Now UJ looking for a hook, but just gets fade away as Carry gets the third. That's 4-0 for World Elite.
Pastry time. I'm not convinced that Hatong is mortal. How many times has he fallen below 200 health, been on point with his summons, been on point with his position, even picking up exit kills 5, 0, and 3 in 18 minutes as Xerath in the mid lane. Look, Ninja, the Xerath wasn't working for him. 0-5 on that champion. He actually picks a very good lane matchup. He's ahead in CS, but everything's going wrong. The moment the skirmishes begin, Xerath's winning all of them, 5-0-3.
Yeah, and Mata as well, winning best supporting actor in those exchanges. I think every binding that we've seen on camera has hit so far.
It's disgusting how strong Mata is. He's translated the 308 scoreline into a pre-18-minute Aegis. That is a huge pickup. He's actually got the Ruby Crystal. He's basically got a locket pre-20 minutes on support. How on point can you say those roams are to have that item at such a fast clip?
Yeah, very strong stuff here for Vici, and it all translates to a big lead already. 6,000 gold ahead, 2-1 in turrets and 13-2 in kills. Baron up in a minute now. Vici might even look there.
So the standard build we've seen from Ahri players has been CDR into the Abyssal Scepter. Actually a very astute purchase from Ninja. A cheaper item than the Abyssal Scepter, less of those defensive statistics that he'll probably need against this overtuned Xerath. But that Void Star looks like it's going to be necessary with just how fast the Aegis is and how overtuned Vici is. It, of course, will combat and decrease the efficiency of any of the future magic resist purchases coming through from Carry in particular.
Yeah, Mata though going to clear out a pink ward for himself. Good vision by Vici around the Dragon Pit, even though it's not up for a couple of minutes here. Just in general, blue wards littered across the map here. Waterley do have good coverage with the Rek'Sai tunnels, but not quite enough yet. And again, kind of forced to play back in their half of the map.
You have to remember it was jungle item into tier. Already Dandy completes the Ceres. Of course, using the W, the pounce for mobility, allows you to charge up that tier so fast. Very, very fast clip coming through for the Seraph's Embrace. Already 262 AP. Very happily 262 AP pre-20 minutes for Dandy.
Yeah, we want to check quick AP items as well. The Rabadon's already done for Xerath. As Mata actually might get caught out here. Binding will hit again there. Onto poor Spirit as he flees. The Baron is up. Vici, though, just trying to get a pick, but World Elite defend well.
I mean, picks in general, those are the name of the game for this World Elite comp. They have not worked out whatsoever in the first 20 minutes. 13-2 is the kill score. Although even in turrets, every time they've come close to a pick, even when they do land the charms, things just seem to go well for Vici.
And Vici looking very good in this opening game for the best of two. Dandy throwing some spears again back in the jungle. Nidalee just looks so in control.
Absolutely. 10 kill participation out of the 13. So very high participation numbers. They're rotating very well to this inner turret. Siva is the main wave clear. Ninja's doing just fine, but Siva's the big wave clear person and is not grouped with the team.
No, tower now is going to fall as well. Carry actually pops his ulti there. Graves gets the turret, but Carry is in the thick of things with his Trinity Force. Gets hooked up with the tower. Now onto him, and that's Ninja going to be getting the kill. Spirit, though, eats another binding of Vasily. Picks him up easily.
I mean, the burst damage coming through the collateral damage is one thing. With the death cap finish so early, no sign of an Aegis coming through from World Elite. Even the ultimates coming through from Hetong are really sticking and doing massive damage. Able to capitalize on the burst coming through from the Graves to pick up so many exit kills. Although Carry dies in the front line, even with this solo tank lineup, still without a big tank item, just the Glacial Shroud and the Ruby Crystal coming through, things are looking great for Vici.
They are, and World Elite just playing off the back foot, and unfortunately for them, even in their wins recently, and they've looked a lot stronger, playing from behind has not been their strong suit so far.
And the map vision, unfortunately, confirms how far Vici is ahead. Look at the pink wards. They've got the double defensive pink wards around Dragon. They're starting to move their pink wards into the enemy base. Definitely have it littered with green wards on the red side jungle, and now moving towards the blue side jungle. World Elite, they've stepped it up in terms of the vision game and their rotations, but they've been completely outclassed in terms of both in this game.
And, you know, with a team like Vici, this is kind of what we're coming to expect now. They're so good at controlling the map. When they get ahead, they stay ahead, and they're very good at getting ahead.
And look, that was one of our standard talking points when we were just really focusing on what Dandy and Mata brought to the team. Remember, this is Mata going full carry mode. There's no sidestone coming through. This is not the ward coverage of the Samsung White duo who were so well known for littering the map. This is a team effort and also opening Dandy up to building carry items. So that's a scary thought, to open Dandy up to carrying, but still have the same flavor of ward coverage in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, Aluka here trying to defend. Does have his Randuin's now done, as the only outer turret left is the one that Aluka's actually defending. Kakram, though, is in the top side. And you mentioned the Snowball Trinity Force here. Carry has it finished and has a Glacial Shot plus a Ruby Crystal to boot as well.
And it's just the full court press coming through from Vici, pushing up all the lanes without a care in the world, even against a pick comp, even against Ninja on 5.2 Ahri, even with some decent AP items coming through from that Ahri. They don't respect any potential kill pressure coming through from Vici. They're going to take this dragon down. World Elite don't even have an estimated timer unless they saw someone in vision and saw the level up coming through. The map is completely Vici's.
It is, and even the Scuttle Crab going to go down after the buff, which is not usually the order that happens. And Carry going to dive in onto Aluka, actually, who does transform into Mega Gnar, but Carry, after ulting, just backs away. Mata going to clear out vision there as well. Probably collapse the Rek'Sai tunnel there, and Vici just so in control. World Elite, impressively, are still staying in their second half of the map, not quite pushed back to their base yet.
But using a team fight cooldown like the Onslaught of Shadows, just for a bit of harass, just for looking to see if they stick a trade, you know, maybe not noticing the Randuin's completed for Aluka. He won't need that cooldown for a team fight anytime soon because all the objectives have gone down for World Elite. They have nothing they can contest. The Dragon's down as well. Everything's coming up Vici, and this greedy build looks so wonderful for Carry. If this game had gone different, if those early fights and skirmishes, if they got that kill on that damn Hetong who just wouldn't die at any point, this would be too greedy, and there might be just the parts of a Trinity Force, not even a Trinity Force completed yet for Carry. Remember, he finished his Ninja Tabi very, very early. Now, he's been able to successfully go Trinity Force into tanky.
Yep, he has, and it's a scary thought here as everyone from Vici is looking very strong. Ninja actually almost getting chunked out, but will make it safely back to his base. So Tong not quite finding him with the ulti, but Ninja just getting chunked out and forced to recall.
I mean, the item time is coming through from SDYZ actually pretty good. Remember, this is an expensive Infinity Edge interstatic shield build, very comparable to Vasili's. Of course, he has the Berserker's Greaves and an extra longsword. They have similar amounts of gold in their pockets. SDYZ's done just fine. He's found farm across the map, but he's been a non-factor. The On The Hunt in particular, the real reason for picking up Sivir, especially in the mid-game, has been a complete non-factor for his team. And when he's finding this side lane farm, they're losing turrets across the map.
Yeah, and that's all to do with Vici's just stellar control of this map here, whether it's pressuring, rotating, or honestly, as we've come to expect now from Dandy and Mata, stellar vision as well. There's a beautiful-looking triangle of 3 pink wards there on the right-hand side of the map, and I think that's best demonstrates just how much of this map belongs to Vici Gaming.
I guess the question that hopefully we'll find the answer to in Game 2, or maybe in future series, is which of the parts is the really important part coming through for Vici? As we see Dandy actually does spear away the enemy red buff. Is it the Nidalee? Is it the Rek'Sai? Is it those 2 junglers? Or is it perhaps Vasili playing lane-dominating champions? We saw Vasili get solo-killed under turret against Deft in the EDG vs Vici Gaming series much earlier in the season. He was struggling in lane against some of those really highly praised world-class AD carries. But if you take these champions like the Graves, like the Corki, and dominate lane, it's so easy to rotate, and they've got great rotational players in Danny and Mata that they've imported. And Vici just look completely on the same page.
Yeah, they do, and Wadley are going to try and push out here. No major buffs here apart from the Baron really available, but Vici kind of dancing around just trying to secure all the vision, but Wadley are broken free for now. Carry actually in the bottom side going in, and Dandy's going to join him. Aluka pretty tanky on the Megadon. Great onslaught past the wallop, but there's the double nah. And now Dandy and Carry will keep running in. Megadon does get hit by a spear. Dandy goes in for the kill, but Carry takes it instead.
So they commit 2 people to that, but we see the rotation in mid, and they're going to get a lot of damage even against all of Xerath's wave clear, but now they have to respect that Dandy might be grouping soon. Very mobile on that Nidalee. And they don't even pick up a turret as an answer.
Fantastic presence there in the bottom lane by Vici, and they'll convert it into a pusher. Dandy actually found Spirit, gets nailed by the spear through the tunnel. Mata somehow misses a binding. The ulti's coming in, not quite enough. They can't find Spirit, but he's forced back home.
But the big important factor, the reason why they're committing is they've already stolen away the red buff. If they can also pick up the blue buff, they've taken everything bar the inhibitor turrets here from to World Elite. They have so little to show for themselves, World Elite. They've got 2 turrets. The rotations were fine, but they're going to try and take this last outer turret. They've taken every neutral barring these 2 outer turrets remaining on the map. And it just almost feels like it's just a countdown until Vici win this game.
Yeah, unfortunately for Vici, the bad news, I guess, for them is that the siege is a little awkward, so Carry is going to be sent to split push down here in the bottom side. Baron is available as well, so I like that Carry's creating pressure on this side of the map specifically, but Vici have to find a way to break the base, and it might, at this point, just be brute force.
Well, that's the thing that Vasily is taking on to him. With this Bloodthirster build, he can take all this AoE poke coming through from Ninja and still be very healthy. We're going to see the pseudo turret dive just for pressure coming through from Carry. He's gone a bit far, but he's still quite tanky at this point with the Spirit Vision and the Glacial Shroud. He can back away.
He's really tanky on the Hecarim, almost level 16 for rank 3 in the ulti as well, so everything looking good here for this horse. We've seen some pretty hit or miss Hecarim performances so far in the LPL, but he has certainly been very popular this week, and SDYs, they're going to pop in. UJ trying to look for Tong, but he flashes out of the way. Ninja almost getting speared. Luca, great 3-man now, but the onslaught of Shadows will move in, and Tong peels off and kills Zari. Mata, Carry, and Dandy all diving in there. Vasily just chunking out the damage. Mata flash binding, hits onto Aluka. Carry gets the kill. 2-0 plus a turret. Vici Gaming.
The sad thing about that engaged pastry time is that if this game was closer, that's exactly what World Elite needs to be doing. Remember, this is a double long-range poke comp. Nidalee and Xerath don't want to be engaged on, but we do see the teleport coming through from Spirit. He wants some exit kills, but he's not tanky enough for this.
Never mind, he is the exit kill here as Ninja, sorry, Tong even on the Xerath going to claim him there. Dandy actually picked up credit with a trap, I believe, for that kill. And Mata once again nailed the binding. Spirit, unfortunately, seems to be magnetized to them.
I see the big issue here is that World Elite, the way to beat this Vici comp is to get in there hard engaged. They've only got 1 frontline tank. He's gone a greedy build, so he's not overly tanky. He still is, as you noted, level 16, or actually has hit level 16, has high base stats, is a naturally tanky champion. But as a 1-tank lineup, that's how you beat Nidalee. She's so good going ahead. She's so good poking. She doesn't offer a lot when you hard engage upon her especially. World Elite, they've got hard engage. They do have the Nara Xi, but they're so undertuned in terms of items. 10k cold down, so well pressured. Both buffs stolen away from them. 4 buffs actually were being worn by Vici Gaming. The hard engage is not an option, so really all they can do is get to that fabled late game point where we do see 3, 4, 5 tank items coming onto their front line. But this game's going to be over before that happens. They have no control over the map whatsoever.
Yep, certainly seems like it. And I'm curious, for those of you who are wondering why the game is taking so long, it's not. Dragon is a 6-minute time between buffs, and it just came back up. Vici got so much work done between that buff coming back and it coming back now that they'll pick up for their third. They're 10,000 gold ahead already, and it's just under 30 minutes.
That's the timer. It feels like it's been a long game just because it's been such a painful one for World Elite fans. Only 3 kills, almost falls down as Ninja to the collateral damage. But I mean, Vici are just taking everything that's open to them. Okay, they're going to find it hard to take an inhibitor turret perhaps, but everything else is just a formality.
I mean, again, the siege breaker mechanic there of Baron, they'll be happy to take it and pushing with the Nidalee, probably with the enemy blue buff, poking out under turret. Vici, you know, it is a little tricky for them to break the base, but they have plenty of options, and that's the thing. Vici have carved themselves into a spot where they are just so far ahead, they're limiting what World Elite can do. World Elite can basically just have to sit there and see what they can get done, and Vici are the one with all the cards.
Again, it's the picks and bans where I want to see some modifications made by World Elite. Specifically, get Vasily away from Corkia Graves. Get him onto something different. Okay, you could say Caitlyn. She's just as lane dominating as the other two we've mentioned. We've already seen Vasily fail on the Draven earlier in the season. That didn't work out. That's a lane dominating champion. We haven't seen this Caitlyn. Hasn't traditionally been one of his stronger picks. It feels like Vasily winning lane opens up everyone else on the map to do what they do best. And that's where Vici have really come together. When Vasily's struggling, when he's behind in lane, those have been the games that Vici have been losing. So getting him away from this Graves in particular seems like an important factor in beating Vici Gaming.
Yeah, I think I agree. And I like to describe Vici as being a kind of a team with an aggressive Vasily and a very good supporting cast. That Prey Seeker got mighty close to stealing that Baron, but Vasily secures it instead. Vici will save themselves the embarrassment of losing a Baron when they're this far ahead. And right now with the Baron buff ready to go, World Elite are going to be cramped up against those inhibitor turrets.
Spirit stealing away the Baron with no vision, with a Prey Seeker. That would have made this game the ultimate Chinese League of Legends game. Let's be real. We were hoping for something random to happen. That would have been utterly random. But it was, what, 30 health after the smite? We can wish, but it didn't happen.
Carry actually coming in now the top. Marta's already started the Soul Strike as Luca has to bounce and flash to get out of it. And this Morgana, Marta playing with a lot of confidence, and that's always a scary thing.
I mean, this Morgana's a tank. Aegis turned into the locker, already has more magic resist powered on. Vasily, there's 3 members there. He's not respecting them at all. Finally, the Graves goes down.
Yeah, the disrespect costs him now 3-1-7 for the Graves, and the kill going over to SDYZ, who actually does have 3 damage items of his own, although Vasily, now dead in the shop, does enchant his boots with the Alacrity enchant and get an extra BF sword.
Okay, so we pronounced the death of World Elite multiple times this game. Okay, I take credit for that. I'm sorry about that. There still is a small chance if we see some more random gank brush face checks coming through from Vasily. There's still the possibility of a comeback. The natural comp, I liked World Elite's comp better than Vici's just because if they didn't have this mid-game snowball, they had the answer to the double poke champions, and they still do. We're starting to see some tank items. Randuin's Banshee Veil completed for Aluka. Rek'Sai's way behind. That's kind of the issue. There's not a 2-tank lineup until Warmogs and then some armor and magic resist come through from Spirit. The engage just won't work, and just getting in melee range of this Graves at this point with the BF sword added on to what was already the triumvirate of AD carry items, not looking like the best idea. In the late game, that fabled 50-minute point, World Elite's comp should win 5v5s, but again, it kind of requires Vici to make mistakes. Vasily face checking, that's the first one. When we get to the second and third, maybe World Elite will be in with a chance.
And we'll have to see, and I certainly agree with the scaling for World Elite, but it's curious to me that I do also like their draft, and they played the first, say, 10 minutes of the game perfectly fine. They were winning, or at least ahead in multiple lanes. They were very comfortable, looked fine. Even Ninja was trying to make plays, and things just broke down a little bit with that big bottom lane team fight with the Hecarim teleport.
And hilariously, it could have been a really small thing, as we see actually the Xerath ultimate coming out just to poke Ninja, and my goodness, poke is the words he said. That did a third of his health with just one ultimate bot. It's scary to think that he can delete this Ahri away with just 3 skill shots.
Yeah, not really poke at that point here, as Xerath does have 4 big damage items coming through. Doesn't even have boots 2. Doesn't need them.
He doesn't need them. I mean, he's an artillery, remember. He slows himself down as he channels up that Q. If he hits the damage, though, it's sticking and then some.
Yeah, Hetong doesn't even want the extra cost efficient Magic penetration from the Sorkshoes, and Waterloo going to be in trouble here under that tower. Carry already actually picked up Ninja, and then just diving the turret straight up, carrying a double kill now on the Heck Room, just going straight into the back lines. Dandy going to chase in. The Horse again going to power up here. Waterloo scattering back to that fountain. The inhibitor will fall now on Vici, looking to close this game out.
Honestly, Ninja was just deleted by random burst damage between the collateral damage and the onslaught charge. Just was deleted off the map. There's no other way to say it. The cameraman couldn't catch it because it was just instant. And Vici, they're overrunning Waterloo. They know they've got this game, although they're tucking turrets a little bit long.
Yeah, some aggressive flashes, but poor Ninja getting caught under the wheels of the Vici freight train. And that's exactly what's happened here this game. Vici just picked up steam with the first little exchange and have run with it all game long. Waterloo only have one inhibitor left to defend. In their defense, it does have two turrets guarding it, but this is going to be a hard sell for Waterloo.
And those two turrets, they're going to fall like butter pastry time, as the lineup of Waterloo has consistently this game. Vasily, he's too aggressive once again, but does have a tongue for a bit of exit CC. Nidalee, she could have pushed up this top lane. In fact, Danny's overstaying. Vasily, with the ultimate back, he's going in again.
That's a great flash there by Vasily as well, out from under. Spirit carries in the backline, teleports in and just rampages through the backline there. UJ now in trouble getting shot down. Hatong gets another kill. That's a triple actually. Gonna make it 4 for the Quadra, and Hatong goes big.
We built it up as an even series. Vici, they're confirming their status. They're galloping towards the 4th spot if they can win this game. The surrender comes through from World Elite. What a dominating performance from Vici Gaming.
Yeah, and a very calm-looking Vici, actually. Vasily almost looks like he's not sure if the game's over. No, Handy's off the keyboard, so going to be okay. I believe Masters Goat has also been revived.
I think Vici was, Vasily in particular was just itching for kills. 3-1 and 14. 14 assists. That hasn't been the order of business for Graves or for Vasily so far in the LPL in the previous weeks, especially on the Graves. What to say about Vici? We run out of superlatives because they played wonderfully this game, but it could have been so different. We remember that turret dive. Hatong living on 1 health, 3-4 times in the mid-game? He never died that game. 8-0 and 9 in a 25-kill game. It was a game of inches. They went to Vici, and they took them and ran with them.
Yeah, fantastic-looking game. We saw Vici on screen earlier. I have to say, looking very composed after that game. I think kind of know that, hey, we still have another game to win here. We need these 3 points.
I mean, World Elite, they look bemused, to be honest, and I do as well. This game escalated so quickly. There was a position where we're like, okay, what's with this trendy force rush coming through from the FLICKR Room? They've got 2 poke champions. If they can really hard engage with the champions they have a good shot at winning team fights in the mid-game. And then a couple of minutes later, it's 25-4 and the game's over.
Yeah, and that was kind of it. It just snowballed out of control by Vici, who played so many of those skirmishes incredibly well. And a very good game one there. Vici, though, have to ask themselves the question, can they do it again in game 2? Because there are important points on the line if they can.
I'm hoping World Elite, they crib what I've been saying. They look at the pick specifically for Vasily. Vasily on Graves and Corki looks reborn, looks right up there with the best AD carries in the Chinese LPL. On other champions, specifically the Draven and some other champions, even the Tristana early in the season, we haven't seen him on reworked Tristana, but on present Tristana, he's untested. He hasn't looked as good, and that's where I wanted to see them attack him, because Vasily and the rest of Vici looked wonderful that game.
Well, last time these two played in the best of 2, World Elite rose to the occasion in game 2. Can they do it again? We'll find out soon as Vici take on World Elite. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to our final game of the evening for Week 6 here of the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I am Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining me for our final game will once again be Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. Papa Smithy, Vici Gaming, man, looking pretty damn good.
It was a game that escalated quickly, and it was only the second most one-sided game Vici Gaming was involved in this week. And of course, Week 6, day 1 against Energy Pacemaker, of course, was the 19-minute, 45-second game ending before the team could even surrender the Energy Pacemaker. We were talking about Carry burning down a player through Fountain Regen just with the equalizer. It was a similar game here, but it escalated so quickly. Early in the game, we saw that almost solo kill coming when he pinged level 6 did Ninja, went all in on the Ari, an auto attack away from dying was Satong, and multiple times that game, a spell, 100 damage, 150 damage away from dying. It didn't happen. He ended the game, I believe, 9-0-7, did so well for himself, but it all snowballed from there. 26-4, the final kill score, and a decisive win for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, and for Audley, they do, of course, want their points. Vici would love them too, remember. They would leapfrog the standings with a 2-0 hero, which is very important for them. But if Audley can keep up what's been fairly solid form all weekend, they can, look to pick up and actually pick up a point here. And it's a matter of just making sure the early game doesn't get out of control and executing like we've started seeing them do.
And it's one of those best-of-2 situations where a 1-1, maybe that will be the most apt result if Waterloo really bounced back and showed some of the form they showed yesterday against Invictus Gaming, but it would do absolutely nothing for both teams. It would catapult World Elite 1 point clear of EP at the bottom, not really a big result, nothing to brag about. It wouldn't allow Vici Gaming to jump 2 spots from 7th to 4th, which they can do with a second victory. I expect Vici really to try and focus this game, pick up that second victory, and I feel like the AD carry matchup, we harped on it a little bit in the previous match, it'll really give us a window, this champion select, on whether Vici can pick up a big 2-0 for them.
Yes, so we're almost through the draft now. Waterloo versus Vici. Waterloo over on the blue side now. Vici swapping over to the red. Vega, Lysandra, and Morgana, the 3 bans there for Waterloo, and Nidalee Cassidy with 1 to go for Vici.
Awkward that they have to ban Vega on the blue side. Clearly, UJ hasn't been practicing that champion, or they have a really specific strategy. I'm going to come back to the form. I think it's just that UJ not familiar with the support Vega, and given its popularity, that Mud has already shown great performance on it. Awkward ban on the blue side.
Yeah, I like the Corky ban, though, for Vici on the red side instead, though. So, going to take that away from STYZ. It's been his best-looking champion so far this weekend and in recent memory for Waterloo. And Spirit, he had a fine game on the rec side. Might look to take it back here.
I think it would have been a first-pick Corky if it was available. Makes sense to see the rec side when, again, we've spoken about rec side Nidalee only for Dandy and, to an extent, also Spirit, so taking away the rec side makes a lot of sense. It does open up the Graves to be taken away by Vici if they want it. They're going to take the Janna. This is Marta we're talking about. Marta's Janna, legendary across the world scene. Don't think it's going to be the Fiddlesticks.
Well, we'll have to see. It's already seen a play today in the LPL, Papa Smithy.
It saw a play at Worlds too. Insect does love the Fiddlesticks. It has been an LPL standby, but it's not going to be today.
Not today, at least not for now in this particular draft. And it seems like Vici will settle into some pretty comfort picks for them. It will indeed be Marta's Janna, and Hitong's going to take the Xerath back. I can't blame him.
Yeah, with Cassidy and Lysandra on the ban pool, Azir could be played for the skill matchup. Ninja hasn't found a lot of success on Azir, although he has shown some good performance on that champion. It's definitely been better performance on the Azir than it is the Xerath. We're still on 5.2, maybe for the last time, we have to say. It's been 3 weeks of 5.2 for us, at least in terms of calendar weeks so far. So, again, the Azir would make a lot of sense. Or maybe we'll see one of those crazy pocket picks come through for Ninja.
Maybe. I mean, Ninja does seem to have a pretty wide champion pool here. And Waterloo are considering their last few picks here. Not too much time left. We're going to keep it pretty solid for them. Kind of flopping back and forth on support, but it is going to be Makai for a Luca in the top and Thresh once again for UJ in the bot.
You have to feel like the Annie support would have been a preview of perhaps a Sivir pickup. Sivir Annie's definitely been a really synergistic and popular combo. You could also argue Kalista Annie, but we've seen a lot more disengaged supports with Kalista recently than engaged supports. The balance pickup, the Thresh Maokai, it doesn't tip the hand of the cop whatsoever. They've got AoE, wave clear, and side wave pushing coming through from the jungle. They're very flexible with their first 3 spots. Vasily locking in Graves, you have to expect it coming.
Yeah, I mean, he just looks so strong on that champion when he hasn't had Corky, the other big mid-game aggressive champion he likes to play. He has gone to the Graves and looked very successful, so looks like Jarvan will get locked in. Dandy going to go actually for a much more standard jungler with the Nidalee ban over on the red side by themselves against Spirit, and it is the Graves once again.
But that's the thing, though. With Vasily coming up big on the Graves consistently. Consistent performance out of their completed bot lane and their jungler. You can almost bank now when you see the Graves pick coming through. Their solo laners have sometimes failed to deceive, but in general have been quite solid and have shown some carry performances, have both Hetong and the happily named carry. So just having a completed bot lane and a jungle you can rely upon to consistently perform, and that's been the flavor when we see Vasily on these power AD carry picks. That's where Vici really looks reliable, and they're starting to grind out consistent results rather than the 1-1s or just the freak 0-2 losses.
Yeah, that's a great point. And Vici, as we've said, have gone from strength to strength. But World Elite can complete a very interesting looking draft for themselves. There is Kalista there by SDYZ, but that is mid-Ezreal back for Ninja.
So, okay, first game against Invictus Gaming, poke comp. Nidalee jungle, Ezreal, Corki. You can see a lot of turret pushing, a lot of poke, a lot of synergy. In this situation, we've got double AD, a Maokai as a frontline, a pseudo frontliner in Rek'Sai, and the Thresh. This is not the same situation. This is not the same poke comp going there. This is a true double AD comp that can definitely be outscaled by the enemy if they pick a super tank. I feel like a champion like Dr. Mundo would just overtake this game and run away with it. You could, of course, combat damage and low base stats with damage yourself. So Rumble, this would at least confirm a very aggressive, all-around team fighting game. This Gnar, though, committing to a tank makes a lot more sense, because if this is a massive Gnar, if we see the Thornmail achieved as a 3rd or 4th item, it feels like Vici should be able to outscale the World Elite comp.
Yeah, and a very balanced comp here for Vici there as well. And World Elite kind of going back to some of their old tendencies of picking more for comfort than anything else. If there's one thing we can say about World Elite that's been fairly consistent for them, it seems to be shallow champion pools affecting them a little bit.
We've been seeing identity coming through in those games, and it was the poke comp as well executed. It was a standard mid-game rotational Corki comp in the second game, but with the Corki banned away and the Nidalee not being available, I'm surprised to see them go for double AD, because they don't even have a fantastically strong siege comp. Kalista's not that good at picking up turrets, so they're kind of caught between a few identities. And as we see through the rundown, okay, the lanes in general are going to do fine. There's no really one-sided laning matchups. Perhaps Kalista versus Graves, not looking so good for Kalista. But in general, the team identities, it's very strong coming through from Vici. And it's a bit questionable for World Elite.
Yeah, we'll have to see. They do like to go back to comfort. I think it's probably not fair. I'll take it back to accuse them of shallow champion pools, but they do go back to comfort a lot, especially in situations where they're down 0-1. So they are going to go back here. SGYZ back on the hyper carry, Ninja back on his comfort Ezreal. Like, these are fine picks here for World Elite, but it doesn't seem cohesive, which is exactly what Vici's comp is.
Yeah, cohesion, that was the story of Vici all this weekend. That was the story of World Elite against Invictus Gaming. Even the comp picked in Game 1, if we hadn't seen that crazy snowball, if those solo kills had come through, cohesion was there for World Elite's comp that game. It's not really there this game, so I do worry for World Elite in this series, and they don't even have the AD carry matchup. They haven't managed to get him away from the Graves Corki. He does have the advantageous AD carry matchup, so in general, unless they can see a really successful lane swap and some great rotational play coming through and a quick game time, I fear for the Vici outscale.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, a couple of things that could make a difference for this team, but World Elite kind of struggling here, and Vici would love to, again, go 2-0, get the full 3 points. You know what? We'll see if they can. Let's get right onto the Rift. And welcome onto the Rift one last time for this weekend here in the LPL. Vici versus World Elite. Vici up a game currently after a stunning Game 1 that just snowballed completely out of control. And World Elite had a good weekend, but looking to struggle here in the last leg of a long schedule for them. Vici, we said it already. They kind of started as a bottom of the playoff team as far as contention goes, looking to leapfrog here into the top 5.
And the 86% fan favorites definitely showed and earned that result in the first game with their victory. In the second game, we've already talked about how much we like the Vici Gaming comp. World Elite, they're going to have to show us something different. They're going to have to really channel the bizarro Saturday yesterday when all the underdogs came through and won at least one game, even won series in a lot of cases. But World Elite, there's a lot to work against, and there's a timer on this game. Double AD, no true magic damage. You have to think this game is on a timer. If Gnar gets to Thornmail after a few balanced tanky items, I don't see how you kill him.
Well, we'll have to see here, especially how the lanes fan out as we are breaking through some interesting wards. Looks like Vici have a couple there in the top side of the map, just scouting some entrances. Actually, a deep ward in their own jungle as well, so spotting potentially people moving through. And World Elite do have a ward in towards the bottom side of the lane. Ninja going to get aggressive very early on, and this is probably one of the best news. Ninja's on a comfort champion that has a very strong lane here.
With that early trade of damage. Hatong can't even go back. He's used a potion, so he's actually significantly behind in terms of laning items. Maokai, he's gotten some experience. He didn't want to commit fully to picking up the level 2 because he didn't spot the aggressive invade coming through. He's not expecting the lane, so he's expecting a 1v1. But in the result, with the saplings, he doesn't pick up any extra experience. It's just going to be standard 0 experience starts for both these top laners.
Yeah, both the junglers as well going to start on the opposite sides of the map this time around, although moving towards the same buff. So exact same start we saw in the last game as well. Good W there from Atong. Just gets a bit of poke down, but Ninja, as expected on a comfort pick in this matchup, going to look to get ahead early.
And we've seen a lot of this matchup coming through in the LCK. It's been very standard, the Ezreal middle. We haven't seen so much of it coming out in China, so credit to Ninja, the Korean influence coming through, picking the Ezreal versus Xerath. In the early levels, you can see how strong Ezreal is in the short lane and mid. Of course, his Arcane Shift, the 475 range, Blink does really let him have a lot of safety. He can push aggressively. And in this case, he can actually use his auto attacks, push in the wave. And his lack of wave clear, which of course will come into effect later in the game when Hatong's able to instant clear the wave with a couple of spells, is irrelevant. He's actually very, very strong in these early levels.
Yeah, looks like trouble in Paradise down towards the bottom side as well. This actually is what happened in the last game. UJ, I believe, landed a hook there just off screen and got some very strong damage onto Vasily. We've seen this constantly from UJ, at least on the Thresh. Has been a good playmaker, but Dandy and Spirit actually going to find each other. Spirit getting really aggressive there, going to fight the Jarvan and does win the duel.
And even though that was a Graze versus Kalista situation where, of course, if Graze rotated first, he'd have so much more power at level 2, you could see World Elite were pushed up on the lane. They would have been first to react to the trade. So Dandy has to respect the 2v2 situation in bot and push forward, but we've got a duel coming through.
Marta getting grabbed there. Exhausto does go down. Vasily going to get jumped on as well. And another good trade there for World Elite. You have to be careful against Kalista. Those Rens add up quickly.
But a kill pressure is gone with the Ignite being used for a few minutes there. With heal still available, the Summoner heal could come out very big in a baiting situation. No heal reduction or that Ignite final tick coming through right now.
Yes, so some aggressive Summoner spells getting traded there by both sides here in the bottom side, but STYZ looking comfortable early on. And this is what we've said. He's looked fairly comfortable in the lanes early on against Vasily, but it's the later status of the lane and the rotations that really put Waterloo under a lot of pressure.
And look, I won't really put a magnifying glass on STYZ's performance last game. If you remember, the lane started to get going for Vici when UJ didn't respect the burst coming through from a level 6 Vasily, but right now Vasily's not respecting the damage coming through.
Another good trade, but Dandy in with the gank there coming through. Very well timed. Will force UJ to use that flash and maybe make him think twice about getting aggressive again.
Yeah, both carries used Summoner heal. It was a very strong bait coming through from Vasily. A game of inches almost. He might have perished there. Does live. STYZ more healthy. Will be able to control this bottom wave and push it in if he so chooses. It's going to be difficult. Of course, not a lot of AoE pushing, so of course UJ is going to have to help him push this lane out. But World Elite, they win that early skirmish, hands up.
Yeah, I mean, that's good news for STYZ's Kalista, and it's going to be interesting to see how the Kalista plays in this comp here. I do like the ultimate for a bit of engaged potential. Thresh is one of the weaker supports to throw with the ulti, and you kind of just have to do what you can, because you mentioned this is a big mid-game comp here for World Elite.
In the top lane, actually, we do see a successful gang come through. That will be first blood. Spirit manages to navigate around with the tunnel, and they pick up the kill on carry.
Very well played. Lining up the CC there with the Maokai and carry. It's usually not that falls behind in a matchup, but Spirit, again, he shows that when he ganks very well.
His gank timing can be excellent. It just was Dandy who was playing from in front in the previous series and counter ganking. Remember, it was great ganks coming through from Spirit, but the counter ganks from Dandy, always his flavor, always what he was well known for in Samsung White, paid dividends in the previous series. In this game, at least, Spirit, he's got his tail up. He's got the first blood.
Yeah, off to an early edge there. And we've talked about it in this between these two teams. The former Samsung junglers facing off now in China. And it's a big deal. They both have a lot of influence early on for their team, like so many good junglers do. But it really feels like that if they're not leading the team specifically, they're leading the charge at least for both their teams.
And Dandy, look, he's on the Jarvan. He hasn't played the Prince Jarvan the 4th since previous weeks because he's been favoring the Rek'Sai in Italy. One banned away, one picked away. He has to go for a champion that, look, he'll still realistically build side zone. He's probably going to crib himself into more of a supportive playstyle. He won't be able to balance split pushing or just pure damage as if he was playing in Italy. Maybe that'll affect Vici's identity. We don't know for sure.
Be interesting to see if Dandy does get the side zone, actually. He does already have the Trailblazers for a bit of extra farming, but we've seen even Javans like Kakao not get the side zone anymore as UJ does get a good hook on Tomata, but nothing really left to connect there for STYZ.
Yeah, UJ just needs to respect the burst coming through from Vasily as the levels come through, particularly at level 6. That was the big issue for this lane. STYZ could never overcome the big burst in damage that came through from Vasily as he started to pick up 80 items very early, 11-minute Bloodthirster, you remember, in the previous series. But for now, very even among the bottom lanes. Of course, you'd say that suits Kalista.
It really does here, and thankfully for UJ in this particular matchup, no more Morgana to snipe him with the bindings. Mata, insane on that champion, but of course a fantastic Janna player and one of the best in the world. So things are going to be fine. Vasily, not as aggressive as he might like, but both off to a good start here in the bottom lane.
And from the level 1's already a massive CS advantage built for Ezreal, but this is where the laning matchup will start to tilt. Goes back, picks up a Fiendish Condex and a second Doran's Ring for lane control, though we just see a lot of fighting in the bot lane. Probably not going to be an engage with the hook missing. But look at Ezreal. Boots, Tia. Just those 2 purchases. 1,000 gold spent on no combat stats. A longsword picked up, but suddenly after being so ahead in this lane, controlling the space of the lane, with the AP picking up and the first blue buff donation, lane control for Ezreal is going to be so much harder. Just picking up this region, just stacking up towards the late game.
Yeah, so we'll see how that matchup does start to switch now. Ninja already having minions push into his turret, so he'll clear them out where he can. But like you mentioned, Xerath going to start getting a bit more ahead now. Ninja actually going to start roaming, it seems like here. Maybe even trying to stop the donation or just get some wards down.
I mean, this has been the common thing from Ezreal players, whether it's been Deft on the AD carry role or the mid Ezreals, trying to scope out, steal the enemy blue buffs with either the Q or the R, whichever they go for. They'll always try for it just because it's on such a short cooldown, especially in the mid lane. You're trying to use that Q basically off cooldown to push back the minions. You might as well try for those big steals. It does have good burst damage, does the True Shot Barrage.
Yeah, just checking in some of the other lanes there as well. Nara, small lead there for Vici in the top side with Carry about 10 CS ahead. Jungle's fairly even with Spirit having a small lead, and we already talked about the Ezreal. And actually Kalista now as well. Kenny building a lead here about 15 CS as Ninja does look for the steal, but a little early on that one.
They always change, but Spirit's actually gone very aggressively in the top lane. Looks like Maokai won't be able to follow him. It won't be another kill.
Yeah, good bounce there for Carry. Gets out of trouble there with Spirit ulting up towards his lane, but that's going to give Spirit some free time in this side of the jungle. Not too many camps for him to take, but at least, again, trying to get vision and exert pressure. This is where Spirit is most comfortable, in the enemy jungle.
Both junglers are in the red side jungle for Vici Gaming. Ezreal's going to be the first to react. Dandy could be in trouble.
Good collapse here, actually. Spirit going to spot Dandy off. There's the knock-up coming through. Ninja going to try and find it. No ulti, unfortunately, and no Tong does land a good stun. They're going to line up a nice Q onto Ninja as well, but Ninja will respond in kind by poking a Q over the edge of the Raptor camp.
The Q and a True Shot Barrage would have been enough, but just looking over, the True Shot Barrage was on cooldown. Not enough kill pressure onto Dandy to go really aggressive with any summoner spell usage.
So Ninja instead going to clean up minions out from under his turret. Hetong, again, with the blue buff, really starting to get the poke going, and Ninja should get his blue buff in good time once it does come back up, but right now he's getting pushed in, just like you mentioned, Papa.
Exactly. That's just the reality of the matchup, is that one item, Doran Blade against Doran Ring, Ezreal runs around this lane. Of course, with all the chunking at level 1, it was to be expected. Hetong had to play so far back because he only had 1 potion left for sustain. It was in a big hole to start the matchup. But this is, as we move to level 9, Morello Nomicon, especially in this large rod, it's going to be instant wave clear every 5, 6, 7 seconds versus instant wave clear once every 35, 40 seconds for the Ezreal.
And so CSTY's actually going back here. A curious buy there, only just noticed. That's a quick pickaxe that he's picked up there.
He's actually got enough gold for a BF sword. Infinity Edge Callista was the first time we saw it in the LPL. It was Imp going the Infinity Edge Callista. It hasn't really been messed around upon, but with the pickaxe, I mean, what else could you buy? You're pretty much pigeonholed into building up that Infinity Edge.
We'll have to see it. The BF sword, so like you mentioned, it must be the IE coming through, so a lot more early game power you have to feel like for STY. Is he not interested in having the 2-item spike with the Hurricane plus his lifesteal item? Just with a bit more of a traditional AD carry power curve.
I'd actually go the other way and just say, again, the traditional power curve, the 1-item power curve has been nerfed in this patch, of course, only 20% crit coming through from Infinity Edge. I think he wants to kill the front line. I think he wants to be the one killing Dandy and Carry when they start stacking armor in the late game. So he's gone away from the Hurricane. How many times have we already talked about Hurricane builds struggling to kill 1 tank, let alone 2? We've seen Jarvan stack 300 armor, ultimate onto a Kalista, and Kalista have no answer whatsoever, even with all their mobility. So go for that Infinity Edge, go for the obvious damage multipliers, attack speed and crit, and try and get the kill on the front line with the Kalista.
Yeah, we can see the Dragon actually already been started up there as well, I believe, although I think they pulled off there, so no Dragon forthcoming. Hilariously, Luca and Carry actually went at it there on the top side of the map, so didn't manage to kill each other, but was, I think, trying to feign the teleports. But in the end, the Dragon does not go over to any team yet.
Yeah, both flashing health bars. Flash had to be used by Carry in the top lane, so significantly, you would say a little bit of advantage coming through from Aluka. He holds on to his summoner spell.
Yeah, Will for now. Here's Ninja. Just continue pushing through. STYZ and UJ cleaning out their minion waves in the bottom lane as well. So things proceeding as normal. Only just the one kill there, and it was Waterlit's first blood after the gank by Spirit.
It's probably the first game when Vasily's played Graves and not been able to get a kill at level 7, not be able to get a kill at level 6, and really get in there with the buckshot, with the collateral damage, and pick up early fights.
You'll have to see there as actually Mata does get the kill into UJ in the bottom side, so good burst once again. That Graves ult just does so much damage.
Yeah, I tell a lie, speak too fast. This is the second game in a row where UJ has fallen down to the burst coming through from Vasily around level 6 and 7 with the buckshot and ultimate. That's really awkward for STYZ. For the second time as support, leaves him standing in lane.
Yeah, but he's going to last hit very well with his flat AD out from under these turrets, so does have a bit of room. STYZ again moving in, trying to go for a bit more of a hard carry build here on the Callisto, it seems. And we've got the Manamune done up for Ninja there as well, and Aluka going for the Righteous Glory.
I guess what I want to see is I kind of want to see a completely standard carry build coming out of STYZ, not the Hurricane second, not kind of pigeonhole yourself between an attack speed story that does give you that AoE Ren potential, but of course doesn't apply crit, doesn't really multiply your advantages. I want to see STYZ committed to killing carry, to killing Dandy in the mid to late game, and to do that, you need the Phantom Dancer, or at minimum the Static Shiv.
Be the hyper carry that I guess his team needs.
Absolutely. With Ezreal, you know, he's going to have plenty of poke. It's probably going to be Trinity Force, Muramana, Bloodthirst to Ezreal. He's going to be poking around just fine, but they need to have the consistent damage coming through from the Ezreal.
We'll have to see as the Dragon does go over there to World Elite. Spirit will claim the first one for his team there with a smite. So good aggressive movement there coming through. World Elite doing a very good job there.
Absolutely. They pick up the Dragon. That's a nice little advantage for the double AD comp. You need every advantage you can get as double AD because, again, there's always that outscaling point. There's always that point where two people jump in your face, 300 armor each, and make your life hell.
You know, we'll see there was Ninja getting pressured in towards the mid side as well. Just again cleaning out Dominion. Has a very good CS score, actually 25 CS ahead there of Hatong early on. And again, things going fine for World Elite. Navigated through the first Dragon, do have the first kill. A very slow game so far, but you know, 700 gold lead, not too shabby.
A slow game suits Vici, but right now the 3-man dive would certainly not suit Vici at all.
Taking a lot of damage. Good Lantern out though. UJ on the right side there. Mata juking around the Lantern. No, now the ulti's going to come in. STYZ forced to use the heal. Starts using the passive off the Scuttlecrab, but Vasily going in there. Gets flayed backwards, but UJ does have to get Fates called out of it.
That was a very late counter flash to get past the melee range buckshot. That saved STYZ's life. Didn't even commit to using the collateral damage there, did Vasily. Very close engage. They tried for the turret dive. The counter gank was in. It's always in when Dandy's in the game. But no one dies.
And you can tell the reason for that as well. Bloodthirst has been completed by Vasily. Nice and early once again. So the same big, almost bruisery Graves build coming through.
It just gives you so many options. You know, with the reduction of the one-item power of Infinity Edge, you don't feel pigeonholed in having to rush that on basically every AD carry. If you're not getting, for example, the Blade of the Ruined King, you're getting the Infinity Edge was the previous conventional logic. Now that you can pick up the Bloodthirster, get an early Berserker's Greaves, rotate around, take a bit of turret damage, take some poke from Ninja, but because you have that shield, still be healthy enough to DPS down those turrets.
UJ and STYZ, will back up a bit. Dandy looking around there as well. Does have his Warrior Enchant finish. No Sightstone yet, just boots one, but Spirit does have his Sightstone finish. So going for a bit more of a control look there with the Rek'Sai.
I mean, at the end of the day, Dandy needs to be a super tank. He needs to get the Randuins and another armor item to just be a dive buddy with carry. It's a waiting game. Does he need the Sightstone or not? If we look at the vision right now, it's looking good for Vici, so the Sightstone's probably not 100% necessary, but we might see a fight.
Yeah, Rek'Sai coming in. Vasily in trouble. Does get knocked up there. Ninja going to move through now. It's over. Too many members here of Vici. A good disengage all the way there by Mata. Vasily living for so long, but Ninja finally kills him. Aluka taking up Dandy, though, gets a double knock-up now, and there's the Cataclysm. Tong gets a kill onto UJ, but Ezreal gets a kill. Rek'Sai gets the next one. Carry going to go down as well. World Elite coming up big there. 4 for 1.
The true shot barrage was massive damage coming through in that fight. You're right. Vasily lived so long, but in living so long, he ended up baiting too many of his teams to engage, thinking that he'd lived through the fight. 3 extra members fall down. They're going to get an outer turret. I was talking about how a long game, you have to say it suits Vici that gets them closer to that 300, 400 armor point. But this is a big pickup in space, and the goal's going to start to begin as Hatong falls low.
Yeah, World Elite needed a mid-game push, and we'll see it again.
So we'll see the replay. Vasily has the Bloodthirst ability. He has 20% life still very, very early, and of course more with things. He lasts so long. and it allows reinforcements to get into the fight, and the recommit comes through from his teammates. But this is the big issue. Watch the true shot barrage damage coming as people start to fall low. It does massive, outrageous damage coming through, and they clean up further kills, and they get a turret out of it. So massive, massive engage for the double AD against what will eventually be a very tanky Vici.
STYZ onto Mata does a lot of damage and hops his way out there with a lantern there from UJ as well. And I think one of the other things we talked about, big tanks here for Vici, needing to kind of soak all of the big AD damage coming through in the mid game here. Carry died in mini-null form in that fight.
Well, he's committed 1337 gold into a Brutalizer, so he doesn't have a Randuin's. He could have a Randuin's already, but he committed to the laning power. He wanted to push a Luca around in lane. I don't really see the wisdom of that against double AD. Get your armor and get it fast. He could have had it, he didn't have it, and as you point out, he died.
And as we're looking at top lane builds here, I actually like what Aluka's done with his Righteous Glory. He's going for very cost-efficient, mid-game-centric tanky items.
Well, I mean, they're doubling down the mid-game. There is no late-game hope. You build a Rod of Ages, you're just adding a timer to a game that's already on a timer, so it's irresponsible to go for a selfish build. Get the Righteous Glory, give your team movement speed options, and double down. They need the dragons. They need the turrets. They've got one, but they need to start growing a lead. If it's not 5,000 to 8,000 gold, by the time the next the third dragon they'll be hoping to put in their pockets by that point happens, World Elite are in trouble.
Yeah, and by the same token, I love the Trinity Force that Ninja's going to go for second. Pretty standard mid lane Ezreal stuff that we'll see that we have seen from some carries in the LPL as well. And Infinity Edge also done there for STYZ with his Berserker Greaves. So things looking good so far with a few thousand gold ahead for WE.
At minimum, I want to learn about full conventional carry Kalista coming through from this game. Look, he might still go for the Hurricane. That has been the more common build just to have the potential to get AoE spread. But I think he needs to be killing the front line. So I do want to see a more mid-game centric, or late-game centric actually, Phantom Dancer or Static Shiv.
Yeah, we'll see here. Looks like tower does go down to the top side. Carry will pick that up. Aluka could not get back in time to save it, but Ninja defending his turret valiantly here with the Ezreal and STYZ chunking out the turret in the bottom lane.
The rotations have been very good. That's 2 out of turrets to 1. The next dragon, in terms of vision, they have 2 pinks in the area. They don't have a pink in the brush towards the enemy entrance. So that's one thing they don't have, but it's very hard to defend, so it's understandable. World Elite, they need to be the first to react, and Aluka doesn't have his teleport. If they don't get this because of Aluka's teleport, that's a huge strategic mistake.
Yeah, 10 seconds left for Luca, already starting to walk down, but Vici, a great rotation of their own here, going to knock down the mid turret, open up some space, and look towards their first dragon.
The counter rotations are basically advantages being built by Vici. If they're even in structures as they are right now, again, given the late game scaling, unless we're talking about 5 dragons coming through from World Elite, they'll struggle in the late game. So Vici, they'd really bring us back into this game. True Shot Barrage, so close to sniping away the blue.
Yeah, it doesn't quite get it. That does go over to Hotong, I believe. But Ninja has his Trinity Force up now. So we want to talk about a good time to contest for a dragon fight. This is a great time for World Elite.
That poke is going to be doing so much damage. Let's check out his Mirror Mana right now. 526 stacks, so still 5 minutes away from the full transformation, but we might see a fight coming in.
Yeah, Rek'Sai going in. UJ trying to throw it. Spirit wants to go in, but does get stunned. Actually tunnels his way out, though, mid-stun. That was a very weird look, but Spirit just going to dodge a few bolts. STYZ takes a bit of poke. Actually, Dandy goes in an amazing flavor. UJ, though, and now STYZ and Spirit going to try and cut around. The Gnar comes in. Ninja could be in trouble. Fate Skull gets popped as well. Mata pops everybody back in, though. Spirit does go down already. STYZ going to get crushed by Dandy, and Vici just going off in this fight. There's the double coming in for the job, and actually a decent trade. No, never mind. Vasily comes up big, and it's 4-1 Vici.
The chunk to STYZ was what won them that fight. Then the amazing Flash Monsoon coming from Mata, pushing Ezreal into the middle of all the AoE damage coming through from Vici. Masterful play from the master of Janna and Mata. And Vici, they pick up this dragon. All momentum for World Elite is gone. They need that momentum. That's what their comp's built around. And look, they're just kind of looking at it at the back of their window and waving towards it. This game is starting to already, and it's crazy to think at 6-6 with a 500 gold lead, I'm saying this, it's already looking difficult for World Elite.
It is, and this is almost the same story of game 1 here. World Elite, strong early game, we're getting things going, had good position, and then one good fight there from Vici, and everything turned around.
Absolutely, everything turned around. With the Zeal pickup, though, you can see STYZ, he understands the position his team's needing to be in. He understands he needs to go for the conventional carry build. But again, the armor's just going to start stacking. Double Randuin's already completed here for the front line. It's already super difficult for them to skip past the Jarvan combo, the Narvan combo in the front line.
Yeah, Vasily actually could be in trouble. Knock up and the flay there. The hook actually missing Vasily. Might be able to get out. Still a little too much damage. Spirit, though, actually life-stealing in. Ninja with a good snipe, though, does pick him up.
The ult from downtown. The magic damage his team needs. That true shot barrage comes through. Pads the scoreline. 4-1 and 2. Close to Mirror Mana transformation. Ezreal is massively strong. He's the strongest champion on the map right now, is Ninja. But he needs friends, and he needs a tanky front line coming from Aluka. He's got that. Look at that. Frozen Heart already to complement the very early purchase of the Righteous Glory. It's just, again, these tanks are getting very strong on Vici.
Yeah, and the rest of Vici just look very strong and very confident as well. 2 items finished for Vasily. He's got his static shift now after picking himself up a death in towards the top tower there. We've got a need to see leveled up for Tong, so building in towards what's probably a quick death cap for maximum damage output there as well. And even Mata feeling confident going for a Magias.
I mean, after you pull off a sick play, why not spend the gold that you've rightfully earned on the Magias? A bit of selfish stats, but of course, it doubles and triple dips with her kit. Should do a little bit more magic damage, but again, the shield gets bigger. The AD donation to Graves, who scales oh so well with AD, becomes bigger. Even her selfish movement speed becomes bigger with how her W scales. So she gets a few more stacks. Janna doesn't die that often. It could be a very nice pickup.
Good lantern up though. Mata with a great tornado, and now they're going to try and kite away Mata. Does Monsoon away. The Ren doesn't come through. A great shield there, and Dandy goes in for the knocker. Mata, no, does not quite live. And UJ now in trouble, but Aluka's up top as well. That's 2 for 1 so far. Vasily going to get blown up by the rest of the World Elite. Make that 2 for 2. And now the 2v2 starts in the top side. Spirit doesn't quite get Dandy actually in a bit of trouble. So Aluka very tanky right now. Her tongue rotating back. He's actually getting chased down by Spirit. Ninja gets in, sneaks in for a kill. Carry going to go down there as well. Luca gets another one. And now a 4 for 2 in favor of World Elite.
A big, much-needed win for World Elite. The big factor there that was caught in transition was her tongue. The artillery was never be able to be set. It was still being reorganized. It was still being deployed, but was assassinated effectively by Ninja. And was no factor in that fight. Died with his ultimate available, did her tongue. Messy fight, but that really adds to World Elite's team comp. They work best in those short, small skirmishes where the tanky frontline, where the armor doesn't count for as much if the teams are all unorganized.
No, and Ninja finally living up to his name there, sneaking the kill basically onto her tongue as he rotated through. We've got a BF sword now up for Ninja as well, so he's looking very strong in this game so far. You already said it, he's the strongest champion on the map currently. That is still true with that pickup, and at 5-1 and 3, he's going to have to put the carry pants on again.
Yeah, you can see he's the one that's committed to the poke build. He's working towards a Bloodthirster. He's going to be all about the range damage. The Mirror Mana has to be mere seconds away from transformation. I'll confirm that right now. 686 stacks, so still a couple of minutes away, but it'll be completed very soon. And then the Qs are going to be sticking even onto the highly armored targets. Carry, though, working on that second big armor item.
Yep, he's going to get there soon, and actually looks like maybe a Sunfire even coming through there for Carry. So we'll see what he does want to pick up as well. Kind of looking through the rest of the items as well. Vasily working on probably a last whisper there. Rabadon's almost through the Fertong, does have his components, and looks like a Randy one's possibly they're coming through for Spirit as well.
Absolutely. So the items are very, very even. In general, they're 3,000 gold ahead. This is where they need to be. They need to be playing from ahead. Again, the 5th Dragon buff, it doesn't negate the single damage type they're putting out. And of course, Ezreal is doing very nice magic damage, especially with the BF sword. That True Shot Barrage to the first few members is going to be doing massive damage. But of course, the true damage on autos, the doubling down and percentage stats you get through from the 5th Dragon buff, that's a huge thing if World Elite can pick it up. But it's looking far away when we're talking about 1-to-1 in Dragons.
And the next Dragon, the 3rd overall is coming back up now as well. So we'll see if World Elite can look to contest. They really wanted to shut Vici out of that objective in this game, but haven't managed to do so far. But have a good position right now. Dragon up in a minute 20. Both teams going to jockey for vision.
So similar are the item pickups from both teams. In terms of power spikes, 2 big 80 items coming out of both 80 carries, or the 1,000 gold in the pocket, going to be spent towards the pickaxe. The last whisper, as you mentioned, coming through from Vasily. Across the map, though, very similar power times. The Mirror Mana is completed. As we see the tank fight happening in top, everyone's waiting for that next minute, for that next big Dragon TP.
Yeah, Luca and Carry just sort of amusing themselves while the Dragon coming up. Carry actually losing this fight in Mega Gnar form, and now in Mini Gnar does have to run away from Aluka, so this Maokai also quite strong.
So that means that top lane's going to be pushing out for World Elite. That's important. It's another 6th man to be considered. Remember, Aluka's doing magic damage. Carry's got no sort of magic resist. He's actually quite squishy in terms of magic damage. He's got 51 magic resist only coming through from level scaling. And Aluka, it looks unlikely, but there could be a solo kill. Maybe not with the Mega Null Rage bar coming through.
Yeah, Mata also rotating in there as well, but not really afraid of China as Aluka. And with that, his teleport going to go back now 22 seconds or so till the Dragon's back up. So smart of Aluka to push the lane in, rotate down. No, not back yet, but needs to be down soon if they do want to make sure they secure the Dragon.
But committing Mata to the top lane already negates any hope of having exclusive Dragon Vision. Of course, 2 members being removed from Dragon, specifically the support, the person who's already got the sweeping lens bought, the Oracle lens actually completed. They're going to be the last to react. They're giving away the Dragon. That's fine. It's only the second Dragon. It's not a big deal. I mean, if they can estimate a timer, that's probably all they need to negate the third Dragon potentially coming through from World Elite. But it's something for World Elite. It's something to build upon in their double AD comp.
Yeah, and the second Dragon's great. They'll pick it up right then as Spirit does smite it away. But for me, it wasn't even just that Dragon. They set up very well for it. Got great vision, aggressive tunnels where they could. Tried to find a pick when they couldn't, cleared out the pink wards. World Elite starting to look a little more like they were yesterday.
I mean, their win conditions are very clear. Dragon control, neutral control, snowballing your early advantages of just having double AD. You do so much more turret damage than your enemy team just because, again, AD, it amplifies your spells, it amplifies your abilities, but your auto attacks do so much damage to turrets. So, of course, again, makes a lot of sense that you're able to take down those early turrets. They're 3-2 up. They'd want to be further ahead. 4 or 5 would be nice, but this is what they've got to show for their first 27 minutes.
Yeah, and we'll see what they can get done with it here in this particular game. STYZ back with his 2 items now. Static Shift clearing out the waves very efficiently, so not quite a hurricane, but not too bad either.
No, it's still very much a standard AD carry item build. Will it be third item last? So you'd have to think so with the armor stacking coming through, but might actually realistically need Bloodthirster just for a bit of safety in the fights, because again, Kalista, low base stats can be exploded.
Yeah, I mean, they do have 2 AD carries. Sid Ninja, again, is very strong in this game. But World Elite look a little lost with the Dragon down. They fought well for it. They got the good vision, but haven't quite set up to really have the sort of a pitch battle under a tower and really get the poke going.
They have an insanely fast Baron, so of course that'd be lovely if they could sneak through a Baron, but it's not going to happen realistically against a strong vision team like Vici at 28 minutes. If you're not rushing it down at 20, you're not going to pick it up. So again, Baron vision is an objective for World Elite, but Dragon is the real thing they can easily get. The second thing is to get their side waves pushing and try and siege down a turret. Realistically, top turret, pushing Maokai in the bottom lane. Maokai's already winning trades against carries Gnar, so maybe that's something they can set up. But how risky is it to have your super tank, your full front line, be split away from the rest of the team? If teleport doesn't come through or is cancelled, Spirit, he's a bit tanky, but the rest of his members are very squishy.
Yeah, but at least World Elite seem to be committing to the split push plan that you mentioned. So we've got a Luca in the bottom and Spirit there in towards the top side. Dandy will clear some monsters up. Marta will actually clear some vision out, or at least look for some there with his sweeping lens. And Spirit again checking, does have his ulti, so able to get around the map very easily if he needs to. But World Elite still a little slow to apply the pressure. Maybe understand their leads not as big as they'd like it to be.
We just need to keep checking in on the armor purchases coming through. Second Ninja Tabi completed for Dandy. Already 10% of 80 damage. And of course, double scaling with armor is the Ninja Tabi. So good in this particular situation. We don't see a lot of Ninja Tabis anymore. It's usually, Mercury Treads, Sorcerer's Shoes, Berserker's Greaves, maybe some mobility boots for supports. Ninja Tabi's largely overlooked. It's the importance of tenacity. But, Ninja Tabi against double AD is so impressive. You can get that elixir of iron later in the game and have the tenacity anyway. But look, credit to World Elite. Good rotations, taking down another outer turret, growing a gold lead. It's still small, definitely in touching distance of Vici. The third Dragon, though, if they can pick up their third Dragon buff, that could be the start of important snowball for World Elite.
Yeah, Ninja's actually popped the blue elixir as well, so it is go time for World Elite as far as pushing is going. Even Rek'Sai going to come down, join the rest of his team. Good rotations overall for World Elite. Do have to be careful not to initiate a full-on 5v5 recklessly, but they can at least look to rotate around and keep applying pressure.
All summoners across 10 players available. If there is a fight, it's going to be slippery. There's so much mobility on Ninja to begin with. Of course, Ezreal, the Arcane Shift on a very short cooldown, even though he hasn't committed to... actually, interesting to see that he hasn't committed to the Lucidity Boots. Actually, is the Berserker's Greaves going for standing damage despite having poke items. Sort of stands at odds for me, but again, maybe they just need that consistent damage now, early in the game, before the Thorn Mails are completed.
Yeah, and we're getting to that point as well. We talked about the front line there for Vici, those top 2 champions there, Gnar and Jarvan, getting very tanky here. Carry has finished his Sunfire Cape a few minutes ago. We've got the second Chain Vest there as well. So you have to think for at least Carry, he's moving in towards that Thorn Mail.
296 armor already on Carry. I mean, Spirit's no slouch, 176 himself. Plenty of armor on Maokai, 241. But again, Hetong, he's doing a lot of magic damage. He's already got the death cap come through for a long time. Could buy another needlessly large rod now if he wants to. He does. He's not working towards Void Staff just yet. That's a lot of damage that's not being negated by these armor purchases for World Elite.
No, and I can't blame Hetong at all for the second needlessly large rod pickup, given that there's not even an 8, it's just the components for it seems like there for UJ. So he's not worried at all about the damage he's putting out, even just with the Sorcerer Shoes, outputting plenty of magic damage.
The reason why I like it a lot in this situation is that he's the safe wave clear of his team. He's the one, of course, Buckshot can clear out waves, but you have to get very close, even melee range, if you want to instantly kill the melee minions. From 1,000 range, you can mow them down. AP, of course, flat AP will be the best statistic to take down waves. And, of course, what happens if you're just smashing down minion waves? You're buying time. You're delaying the game. And then the Thorn Mails become so much closer.
Yeah, they do. And like you said, all Vici really need his time here. The game's been in a timer pretty much since the draft here in Game 2. And World Elite have a reasonable lead, about 4,000 gold, but they need to keep drawing it. And they're playing very deliberately around these dragons.
Yeah, but looking around Baron Vision now, Spirit, of course, importantly, Scuttle Crab control even, has gone completely to Vici, at least the last time. That delays a big factor, the Baron. Of course, the Baron damage of STYZ and Ninja 280 carries coming onto this structure is massive. They have to respect it consistently.
Checking there as well. Actually a BF sword spare there for Graves. STYZ doesn't have that much gold he hasn't spent, so kind of interesting how that happened. But Vasily moving in there as well. Tornado almost hitting Butaluka. Pop the Righteous Glory diving in. Dandy in the back, but STYZ just destroys him there. And the ulti does come through for Vasily. Butaluka's very tanky along with Spirit. Now Hetong going in, trying to stop STYZ. Does get the kill, but maybe Carry, will get picked up there by Ninja. Gonna try and run away. Does get healed there as well. Ninja diving in. Really wants that. Spirit takes it, but Ninja looking to go down. UJ with a great play. But Vasily smokes Ninja to death there with the W, and UJ will go down now as well. Spirit doing a lot of work here. It's 3 for 3 so far, but Vasily has to be strong enough here. Aluka in the tongue. In fact, everyone might back off here. Aluka actually dodging to a minion, but gets slowed down. Stunned up in there as well. Aluka very tanky. Spirit going to join him, but Aluka is going to flash. Might get chased down. Hetong going to move in. Everybody getting away. A one long team fight, but a 3 for 3.
The multiple skirmishes and fronts that fight were fought on were very suited towards World Elite. Hetong really only got his ultimate and 1 Q in, and then was zoned completely by Aluka the rest of the fight. But of course, Aluka, the sole tank effectively. I mean, Spirit's tanky, but Aluka's a god tank in the front line was used completely on Hetong. So Vasily ran wild. There wasn't enough damage to finish him. However, World Elite, with this Void Rush, are the first to react to Dragon. We already see Vasily started. He's going to have to back away. World Elite, they should be in position to pick this up.
Yeah, looks like Ninja did use his ultimate there as well, just to check the pit. Dandy will throw a ward into the back of Baron as well, even Spotter for pink ward, but doesn't have time right now to try and clean it out, as he does need to move down towards the Dragon area. Water Leader on top of the objective, so if they want it, they can take it, and they're going to go for it.
It's hard to say how many more times in the game World Elite will be able to fight a fight like that, where the tanks aren't grouped, where the skirmishes are happening on multiple fronts, but a fight starting now.
Spirit does get it. Dandy moving in there, but he's getting very low. STYZ shredding him to pieces. Carry is very tanky to an STYZ. He has to dodge so much damage. Vasily going to dive into the back line, but he gets knocked back. STYZ gets the double carry, gets played back. That could be a triple coming through, but Ninja going to claim it instead in a beautiful team fight by World Elite.
Dandy's engages this game have been awful. The second time in a row, he's died instantly and just trying to dive onto STYZ, not respecting the fact that this is not a Hurricane Callista. This is a Callista with so many damage modifiers. 3-4 shotting the tanky Dandy. He's dying and his team just falls apart. Hetong is doing a lot of damage in the back line, but Vasily, he buckshotted forward just to try and get an assassination, an exit kill, and STYZ died and gave away Baron.
And unfortunately, Carry just can't emulate the same engaged potential that Dandy has, despite being super tanky on the Gnar right now. So World Elite will steal away the Baron. Ninja actually going in, a beautiful dodge of the stun. Ninja going to chase in on for Hetong. Doesn't quite go in. A Q just going wide. True Drop Barrage does hit in and takes the kill.
That is a crazy amount of damage for an AD Ezreal on that ultimate, doing about 40% of the health of Hetong. Massive exit kill. You have to respect Ninja so much. He is massive on this Ezreal, doing work. 7-2-8. Not the first time he's played it this season, but so effective this game. Vici, they can still win this game because of their composition, but they can't keep going for these dives. The Narvan combo that we were so respected, that we were talking about so much in weeks 1 to 3, just hasn't been happening. We've never seen the big 3-man stun come through as Dandy's going in and dying.
Yeah, and Carry's not been able to follow him, which is the big deal. Need to keep their front line stapled together, and eject him into the front of the battle line together. But right now, Vici down 8,000 gold, almost 8,000 gold actually, and counting now as World Elite continue taking objectives. So things looking bad. I mean, Vici do have a timer here that they can look to play for, but it's a lot longer now after that lost fight.
Again, they might have to rely purely on wave clear, and they're against Baroned up minions, so even the massive wave clear coming through from Hatong, who's built his third big AP item with the completion of the Zhonya's, isn't going to be enough to one-shot these minion waves, at least while the Baron buff is running. So things are actually looking up for World Elite. I did not expect to be saying that, but look at this STYZ. That is a traditional AD carry build, and he has to be respected. It's going to be very difficult for Dandy to take him down. Usually the tanky Jarvans can stand on top of a Kalista, and she has so little options. She bounces around trying to use her attack speed-based rend attacks and just doing nothing. In this case, you make one small mistake and she bounces around, gets 4 autos, you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, that's the cool thing. You're not maybe, snowballing fights as well, getting the rend sets going, stacking up a lot of damage, but you're just a very mobile AD carry with a ton of items and a lot of damage output. So I feel like, there's something that's been a little unexplored for Kalista, but for STYZ, absolutely the right choice in this game.
And look, maybe people have pigeonholed Kalista too much into this utility build popularized by Sneaky. Still very effective, still can win games off their own bat, just like APE back in the day could win games based off their own bat, off a gimmick. There's no reason to say that standard Kalista might not be the way going forward, and at least this game, where you already have a poke AD carry from the mid lane in Ninja's Ezreal, go for the standard carry build. That's what I wanted to see, and it's working a treat.
Yeah, it really is here as World Elite are pressuring this mid turret now. STYZ also adding good tower damage there as well. Able to hop between the turrets there. Baroned up Candyman, lending a helping hand as well. And World Elite piling up the gold lead now. Even Spirit split pushing going to take a tier 2 by himself.
So many people that give no cares about turret hits on both teams, you have to say. Aluka, Spirit, Carry, and Dandy all able to shrug away turret damage. The turret dive potential is real. With this Baron buff especially, Danny's getting chunked out just by the AP coming through from Malka.
Yeah, I mean, even Aluka doing decent poke, and he's insanely tanky right now. 4.5 tank items there, plus a distorted Ninja Turbo.
I mean, super tanks in the front line, but again, Hatong is in trouble.
Yeah, he is actually getting chunked out there by Ninja, who's rotated in. Does have the ulti. Good Q's coming in. Hatong actually gets chunked. He actually might be going for the fadeaway. Doesn't quite get it, as Hatong wasn't quite close enough to the fountain, but actually going to throw in UJ there. That's a little too deep. Forcing the flash carry now. Going to get dived on by Aluka, but so much damage coming in. Danny, a great three-man now there from Carry, but STYZ hops out of the base gates, and Hatong will join him. Aluka, so tanky, just does not care at this point, although tanking a little too much damage. Vasily actually gets the kill.
But such a big engage came through. Finally, we saw the Gnar ultimate on multiple members, and fights look oh so different. Importantly for World Elite, they make the massive win because they break the base. They take the inhibitor. They're still completely on the front foot and looking good. They did translate their Baron buff into an inhibitor. That was the win condition for them. They've taken it, but that's the difference. Finally, we see Carry get the big Gnar ultimate. You have to realize the Gnar is a one-man tank initiator, which he's actually been because Dandy's, again, not been able to get the engages he's looking for, is unreliable. If you don't get that big Gnar ultimate on the transform, you just have so much lower effectiveness than when Gnar can get the 4-man Gnar ultimate.
Yeah, Vici, find the fight, but World Elite, like you said, do trade well, and Spirit going to look in now for this next dragon as well. 45 seconds away. That's the 4th dragon there for World Elite. We've talked a lot about World Elite's win conditions and how they're playing to them. Having the 5th dragon, it's not essential, but it at least feels like a good insurance policy.
It's all ways away. Of course, the 5th dragon will be around 45, 46 minutes if it's taken exactly at spawn, this 4th dragon. You have to think the contest will come up from Vici. It's not 100% required. If they don't feel like they can win a 5v5, if they don't have the ward coverage, you can give away the 4th dragon. It's not it's not going to lose them the game, especially at 40 minutes. We're not talking about a snowball 4th dragon at 25 minutes. We're talking about a 4th dragon at 40 minutes with the base already broken. Maybe it'll be correct for them to give this away, but they need to double down on vision around Dragon and around Baron. Baron's up in 2 minutes. They cannot give away a second Baron.
No, and World Elite going to group up for this Dragon. Take it easily. Vici, like you mentioned, Papa, not interested in the contest right now. And STYZ going back for a QSS now as well. So fully stacked of these big AD carries on the World Elite side. Tanks for their front line pretty big there as well, and even UJ got some decent items. Does actually finish his locket after all this time, so things looking up for World Elite. Still comp could get outscaled dangerously here, but they've got such a big lead that this might just be enough room.
They definitely have a big enough lead to win in the late game with a double AD. The only thing that can answer them is the picture-perfect Narvan combo. If we see the Narvan combo come through with all the layering of damage from Hatong and Vasily, there's definitely a very real chance that even with the gold deficiency, the 10,000 gold deficiency, Vici can still win a fight.
And we saw that a bit in the last exchange there in the base as well, where that's effectively what happened. A good Nara ultimate almost turned the fight around, but World Elite got what they wanted. So without a Baron buff, it's up in a minute here. World Elite going to look to take the turret up, and Mata with some decent shields actually from that AP.
But the double Bloodthirster shields actually allow these AD carries to get cheeky, get a couple of hits in, despite the fact that they're in the front lines. There's just not that much engage, and Dandy's made a few mistakes with the last few engages. Has to be on point with the next one.
Carry gets grabbed there as well, but he's actually almost Mega Nara. Looking at a diamond, he's taking so much damage. Spirit going to go and Carry get a diamond. A 3-man Nara ultimate. SDYZ has already killed him. Dandy's diving in the back, but SDYZ still alive, hopping mad through the fight. Spirit going to move in there as well. Mata does disengage with an ulti, but no one from World Elite dead, and 2 kills already on Davichi. Now Vasily going to get dived on. He True Drop Runs does insane damage there. SDYZ though gets blown up by Vasily, but Ninja will claim him instead, and this big tree is storming through the base.
You could see Dandy was so reticent to engage, missing 2 engages. Then this situation, Carry was so low before he looked to engage, before the rage bar was up. He didn't want to go for it, but he had to make a crying engage. The result, though, is World Elite, they win the game.
They do. They're going to split it here with Vici, and Vici will be so disappointed to not pick up the maximum points here. This is the brutality of best of 2. When you split a series, you just lose a point.
They were in touching distance of taking away the 3 points, of jumping to 4th spot above LGD and Invictus Gaming. But credit to World Elite. We questioned their champs there. We questioned the double AD. They didn't even have the insurance poke of Nidalee to give them a bit of AP. They had a true double AD, but SDYZ especially jumping towards a traditional carry build on Kalista opened up this victory. This would not have been possible with Hurricane Kalista. The tank line would have been just too strong coming out of Carry and Dandy. But people were being mowed down in the front line. Dandy was dying at the start of these engages. And Vici, they could never get the Narvan combo, barring one situation where they'd already given away their inhibitor.
No, and a great adaptation there from SDYZ in particular. Finally having kind of a hard carry performance along with Ninja. Great looking stuff there. But we do have a replay from that game, and we can see World Elite did some great stuff here.
They were really intricate fights, so I'm so excited to see a replay. This is from earlier in the game. So again, we'll roll the tape here. 14-11. They're pushing towards their 3rd dragon, this all-important 3rd dragon. Watch Dandy's engage in the back on SDYZ. He dies instantly. Look how quickly he dies in this fight. SDYZ still healthy, still hopping around. And Vasily goes for the assassination on SDYZ. That's such curious position. He's been so on form on Graves previously. Dies randomly in the front line, and both tanks are dead. Hatong can do nothing. Vici, some of their engages this game left a lot to be desired when their communication and team play have been so on point all weekend.
Yeah, Vasily's aggression does cost him a little bit there, and we've seen it. He does like to get aggressive, and that was an instance where that aggression was duly punished by World Elite.
Yeah, Graves and Tristana, those are short-range champs that can jump in. They have the flexibility of going in, quick drawing in, rocket jumping in, and getting in burst damage. But you choose the wrong spot. You have that brain explosion one time. You lose a fight and you lose a game.
Yeah, and with that, we wrap a tumultuous weekend of the LPL. Week 6 has been insane with upsets and great games across the board. Don't forget, of course, if you need your League of Legends fix, you can join us here in the studio for the OPL tomorrow as well for your local Oceanic content. But instead, of course, if you want more LPL, it'll be back next Thursday as well. So for myself, Papa Smidley, Atlas Point, and our entire live production crew, we will see you sometime soon on the Rift.